sucking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
All right, we are good now. We are on both radio and TV, and thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We start a brand new week together. You owe me in there, by the way, Greg Burgess. We are here, kickoff hour live as we sit in studio. Busy show indeed. One day before Election Day 2024. A lot going on. Plus, we have other news, believe it or not, that's out there. Some weekends to recap and a whole lot more. Let's bring in who I just mentioned, Mr. Greg Burgess, who slid on into the chair from going to get TV ready. How you doing, sir?
Hey, man.
Looks like we did decide to wear the same shirt almost.
We did.
We'll get some of that
material.
We'll get some of that today.
Man, you got our uniforms. Look on the screen. It looks like the exact same shirt.
It does. Like we're
we dress alike.
Yeah.
Ooh.
How you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. Everybody good?
Yeah, everybody's good.
So your mom had a birthday.
She did.
Huh?
83.
How about that?
How about that?
Looking great.
Mom.
Spry as ever.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Running around.
She was.
When I saw her at Rick's party,
Yeah.
and I looked at her and I said, "What are you gonna do with these two?" She just looked at me and said, "I don't know."
She deals with us a lot.
She's been asked that her whole life.
Yeah, that's true. So, but no, she was excited about 83. And,
Yeah.
you know, like I said, it's time just keeps on clicking.
It does. It sure does. And speaking of time keeps on clicking, we've been talking about Election Day for how long? And then here it is. It is Election Week.
I want you to go 4 years ago when the last one, how fast that went.
I know.
I mean, it was miserable.
Yeah,
But
yes.
it went fast.
It's been miserable. You're right. But it has flown by. But it is.
If you like, combo meals that cost $18, then you should be happy.
Something's got to change. Something has got to change. So we'll be hot and heavy on that, of course, because it's election week. We've also got the first college football playoff poll reveal coming up this week. It's tomorrow. It's 6 p.m. Central on election night, and I think I might go vote instead of going to bed. I think I might go vote and not turn the TV on. Because nobody knows, and I'm tired of being pulled one way and going to bed thinking, "Oh, look, the person I voted for won," and then wake up and it's different.
No. Especially in this one because there's going to be protests. It's not going to go smooth.
Yeah. Like, oh, look, Trump won. That's woo, and then wake up and hey, overnight. So I think I might do that, then watch the first reveal show, and then just go to bed.
Yeah, that'd probably.
What do you think about that?
The reveal. The top 12 or whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
I promise you there's people who are more worried about that than they are the election.
True. That's true.
That tells you about your priorities.
Yeah.
But I promise you they'll go, oh, yeah, that election. But, hey, what about the first, rankings? Let's get into that.
Well, Greg, the last AP poll that means anything has just come out. And this gives you an idea of what they might think. Who knows? You got Oregon who beat up on Michigan at Michigan 38-17.
Michigan goes from the national title to the bottom of the heap.
Oregon's 9-0. They're at 1.
Yeah, they're 1.
And then you've got Georgia at 2. That Florida game was pretty good. 34-20 the final there. Georgia's at Ole Miss this coming weekend. You got Ohio State at 3. They moved up 1 after beating Penn State 20-13, boy, Penn State, man,
they always
so close.
That close.
Miami, who, if you saw the Duke score early, you thought, "Oh my goodness, Duke's got them," and then all of a sudden, and it shows you how explosive Miami's offense is. They went on a scoring spree and ended up beating Duke 53-31. They're at 4. Texas was idle. They're at 5, but moved up 1. Penn State dropped 3 after their loss to Ohio State. They're at 6. Tennessee beat Kentucky 28-18. They're at 7. Indiana, a big move. They moved up 5 after blowing away Michigan State 47-10. They've got Michigan this weekend. Indiana sits there at 9-0 right now.
They got Michigan, but it's not really a great Michigan team.
Yeah.
So they definitely probably will be favored.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Another undefeated BYU at number 9. They're sitting there just quietly at 8-0. Notre Dame is at 10. They dropped 2, but I think they were idle. But they're 7-1. And Alabama moved up 3, and they were idle.
Yeah.
And they're at number 11. And then Boise State is at number 12.
They would be the group of 5, I guess, representative right now.
ESPN announced that College Game Day will be at LSU, and they host Alabama this coming weekend at 6:30 p.m. on ABC. So ABC's got the 2 big games this weekend. You've got your 2:30 game, and that's Georgia at Ole Miss, followed by Alabama at LSU. Those are some pretty big games. And so the first reveal. So this is the AP poll. That's all we've had to lean on. Yeah. But now that'll just be thrown away, we'll focus on the new playoff poll that comes out tomorrow in the reveal show.
We'll hopefully get a president elected, and we'll get the rankings out, and everything will be great.
Oh yeah, Texas A&M drops 5. They got beat by South Carolina 44-20. South Carolina, who are you? Because you'll play like that, and then you'll blow away Oklahoma, which I don't know how good Oklahoma is. It's just when they're good and they got it going on, they're good.
And really should have beat LSU. I mean, they that was a close one.
Yeah.
And but you're right. I mean, they had no problem stopping that quarterback that ran all over LSU. They had no problem stopping him.
It kind of gives you an idea of when somebody has a week to prepare.
That's what we got LSU. I mean, they were not ready.
Well, South Carolina, Greg, has been fined $250,000. And if some of you want to know why, well, it's because they stormed the field.
Hey guys, Carolina, y'all are a pretty good football team.
I don't know if this is
you don't need to storm the field every game.
No.
I mean, I know that's chump change at these big universities, but it isn't that. It ain't the money that I'm talking about. It's I mean, come on, guys. Act like y'all are a legitimate team.
Yeah.
You don't have to storm the field. Did they tear the goalpost down again?
No, it just says the fans rushed the field after the win.
You beat Texas A&M, who this year's been good, but up to the past few years, it ain't like they've been great.
Yeah.
And, this huge powerhouse that you beat, you should have just shook hands and walked off the field so we knew we were going to beat you. And we did.
Yeah. So I didn't know this, but did you know storming the field, it crosses all sports? In other words, it's not just the sport you're playing. So they were in January, the men's basketball team beat Kentucky 79-62, and they stormed the court.
And so that was it's easy to do.
Right. That's $100,000 there.
Yeah.
And so your second fine is $250,000.
Oh, they just keep. Okay.
So it's, you see what I'm saying?
Even though it wasn't football.
Right.
I got you.
Yeah. It says that the SEC has to they must limit access to competition areas for the athletes. Blah 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 blah. So personal safety and all this. The basketball thing. You basketball players, that you talking about in your face. Football, at least I got a helmet on,
and I
can maybe get out of there, and we're all on the same sideline together, and maybe the staff can help get us out of there. Basketball, it could be 3, 2, 1, game winner, whatever, and they're in your face.
Didn't we last year have a guy get injured? A player got injured from
his
the crowd?
His knee. Yeah.
It's great. And plus, people going to get. I mean, basketball is way too close.
Yeah. The next South Carolina fine will be $500,000. Yeah, but as the clock wind down, you could see fans climbing, getting ready to storm.
They were moving down. I thought, y'all ain't gonna do this, right?
Yeah. So how about this? The victory was South Carolina's first over a top 10 opponent since defeating Tennessee and Clemson in consecutive weeks to end the 2022 regular season.
Speaking of Clemson, Louisville said,
hey.
Yeah.
I mean, Clemson was sitting there just with mind their own little business, and then they dropped 8.
Louisville's pretty good.
Yeah, they dropped 8. They're at number 19 now.
Wow, that haven't hurt.
And there's old Deion Sanders and Colorado. They're at 21, but 6-2. 6-2. They were idle this past weekend. They got Texas Tech this coming weekend. But Vandy is back in the top 25 after beating Auburn 17-7. They're sitting there 6-3 at number 24.
Now, where's Auburn at?
Auburn, I don't know. We don't have that. We don't have enough pieces of paper for that one. Wow. Hey, Coach Freeze, he looks so frustrated.
Boy, he does, doesn't he?
I honestly think
he's rubbing his forehead like, come on.
If somebody said you could run out of that tunnel and never come back, he might just take off.
Consider it. This has got to be the most stressful year he's had in a while.
Oh, man. Wow. We'll have a lot of audio, video of that, yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We're off and running here on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. Buyraycon.com/bigbox or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, cbdistillery.com code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. box. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
It is leaning on 22 minutes past the hour. If you missed the first segment, we talk about how big a week it is. And we're not talking about the election. We're talking about the first reveal show for college football. It's tomorrow night if you're listening live. Who will be the top 12. And I know we don't just go off the top 12. You got to, the top 5 highest ranked conference champions. Then the top 4 highest ranked, they get a bye. Jimmy Jam, and then you got your other ones that are highest ranked, and it's a mess.
We're going into uncharted territory on this.
Oh yeah,
I'm excited about it, and I think it's a good thing.
Right,
but.
And we'll all figure it out together. But the first reveal show is tomorrow, and it'll start every Tuesday from then. But it'll be who is the first top 12.
And I think there's some election going on too.
It is something like that.
I don't know. We're worried about the top 12.
I think what we're going to do, Greg and I have agreed, is that we'll vote when we can, and then we'll kind of distract ourselves, watch the reveal show, and then go to bed.
I'm not going to do like I did when Trump won that time, and I stayed up to 2 o'clock in the morning and had to be here at 4 or 5. I think I had to be here at 5 then. Yeah.
And we're all tired and looking at each other like, why'd we do that?
But that was something that we'd never – we didn't think
you're
was
right,
possible.
You're right. And then the last time, I went to bed thinking that he won, and then you wake up and mysteriously there's just all these votes that happened at about 3 a.m.
Yeah, I'm like you. I think I'm going to watch some of it. I'm going to watch the college rankings, and then I'm just going to go to bed.
Yeah, just get distracted doing something else. I don't know. So we're going to the boys are coming into town, Reese and JC, and voting because we didn't get the absentee stuff, and I guess we should have since they're in Huntsville now and got all that organized. But at the time, we weren't sure what the schedule was going to be and all this, so we'll make it work, and we'll go and knock that out after work tomorrow. Is we're in one of the states, for those of you around the country, that does not have early in-person voting, and so if you're in person and you're voting, it's tomorrow for Alabama, Mississippi, New Hampshire. I think those are the only 3 that don't have early in-person voting. Others do. So I know a lot of you have voted, and so
wait and see what the other 3 do.
Yeah,
but
there's a little piece of audio here that
I like a little audio.
That is it has been sent. It's been bleeped because it has some language in there.
Oh, okay. You like those?
Huh? No, I just know you do. So
well.
But this here, what do you think is going on here? If you would just let me know. It's just been in the news too over the weekend. Okay, take a listen to this.
Kelsey. Hey, Kelsey. How does it feel your brothers are Kelsey, can I get a fist bump? Kelsey, can I get a fist bump? Oh my God. Let's go.
A lot of cussing.
What you think?
Well, obviously there was a Kelsey involved.
Yeah,
because you could hear that.
Yeah,
and it sounds like he had a fight with somebody.
Yes, he was at the Penn State-Ohio State game. Jason Kelsey was the retired older brother that was the center for the Eagles.
We're tired of seeing on TV.
And it looked like to me he was carrying what appeared to be an empty 12-pack and a beer. He was carrying something like that, and he was walking through the crowd, and somebody behind him wanted to be sharp and called his brother a name, and that made Jason stop and turn around and confront the guy, grab his phone, and smashed it like he was like he was spiking a touchdown.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, he answered the question.
Yeah,
didn't he?
He sure did.
Here's how I feel about it. I mean, wow.
They called Travis a slur, and we'll leave it at that.
And brother didn't like it.
And he did not like it. And I know he should have just – if you're going to put yourself in a situation where you're in the crowd like that, then you're gonna hear some heckling. For some reason, I don't know why they decided to say what they said when obviously that's not the case. Trying to. But it's something about people calling your family names. It triggers something. It's like you can mess with me, but don't be calling my brother that.
And
you know,
he didn't punch the guy. He just busted his phone up.
He did.
Now, I owe you a phone, maybe.
Yeah. I do owe you a phone, and I'm sure it'll be tied up in some lawsuit now.
At least I didn't jab you right in the head and give you a good punch. But
right. I think not grabbing the guy by the neck and slamming him like the phone, like you mentioned, and I think that was a little bit of self-control. But
it was.
He grabbed that phone. Let me tell you something. That phone is destroyed. And not only did he smash the phone, he picked the phone up and took it with him. Then the guy was like, "Give me my phone back." And then that's when Jason turned around and said, "You dealing with me now?" And the guy's like, "Ooh,
hello.
Can
I have my phone back, please?"
That's a large man,
sir.
Can
of course,
I have it back, please,
now here
sir?
he is, just in the crowd at the game.
Yeah.
Knowing that people are going.
So he was outside the Penn State-Ohio State game on Saturday, grabbed a fan's phone, slammed it in the ground after what he said about Travis. Then Jason went back, picked up the phone. The guy asked for it back. He pushed Jason. Jason then used a slur towards the fan 3 times, saying in all about ways of, hey, you want this phone? You can try to get it, and now you're dealing with me.
I think Rick had to do that to defend my honor one time.
Really?
I'm kidding.
That's funny, Greg.
He grabbed somebody's phone through it. No, he actually agreed with the guy that was yelling out about
I agree,
I
agree with you on that.
I've known him his whole life. You're right. What a jerk.
Yeah. So Jason Kelce in the news.
Well, the Kelces are getting the news, won't they? I mean, they've developed a brand. They were voted, #1 podcast or something?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they've developed a brand.
They have, and they put themselves out there a lot. And with Jason,
cash in.
Normally has to do with some type of beer in his hand.
Yeah. Now, when he was shirtless, crushing beer cans on his forehead, not a good look. I don't guess.
So I was getting some updates. I did not get to watch the Ohio State-Penn State game. I was getting some early updates, and I thought, Penn State's got them. And then Ohio State pulled ahead.
It was a close game.
Yeah, and then you could just see the pain on all the fans of so we can beat everybody, but when it comes to Ohio State and Michigan too, but this year Michigan I know is down a little bit. They just can't pull it off.
I know,
but they're still in the hunt. So we got to realize
this year you're not out.
No, we all have to change the way we think.
I mean, Auburn's still in it.
You and Auburn.
They're still in it. Don't give up, y'all. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
No. I think them and State are going to play each other in the first round. Quite a year.
Oh, my gracious alive. Well, all right, we'll take a break. I had a really good line, but I'm just going to go to break.
Yeah, just go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC? Then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with two devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We have a couple of stories we kind of want to just mention, and then we can dive deeper into them during the main show. But will you update me on this squirrel that was euthanized?
You talking about Peanut?
Yeah, Peanut the squirrel.
Peanut the
all
squirrel.
the controversy around it. And I think Peanut the squirrel's owner was a
YouTube guy. Here we go.
YouTube
He's
guy,
an internet sensation. He's the beloved pet of digital creator Mark Longo,
All right.
who would occasionally share Instagram videos of Peanut eating treats, jumping, being doing what squirrels do.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thought it was sharp. Then you get the haters. Anonymous people were complaining, and so here comes the Department of Health, anyway. They came in during the investigation.
Okay.
Peanut bit one of them.
Oh.
So they claimed they had to use. He also had a raccoon. Did I mention that?
The guy did. The guy had her. Okay.
So they confiscated the raccoon, whose name was Fred, by the way, and Peanut, and they euthanized him.
Okay.
So Peanut is no longer with us, him or Fred.
But there's a lot of controversy around it. I know Elon was sending out messages on X.
Oh, really? I didn't
and
know
others. And like maybe the squirrel was right leaning a little bit on the voting. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not because I haven't really dove into it.
I don't think that it was a conspiracy to take Peanut out because he was a Republican. I don't believe.
I think they were like, okay, so as the government, we let all this other stuff happen, but when it comes to a squirrel, we're coming to get you.
Yeah, that's kind of what he was saying. He goes, this state's got a lot of problems, and he comes on and he told the haters that he says y'all's fault for anonymously complaining. And again, according to the DEC in Chemung County Department of Health, Fred and Peanut were euthanized after a person involved in the investigation was bitten by Peanut.
Okay.
Well, so Fred probably said, I didn't bite anybody. What are you getting me for?
So that's the only way you can check them for rabies, right?
Is that what they're trying to say, I guess? Couldn't you, let's say you owned a raccoon or a squirrel and they were, pets, could you not take them to the vet and get them a rabies shot?
I don't know. And I just said something I've always heard. So some of you might contact us and go, Speedy, that's not right. I've always heard that's the only way you can check to see if they have it. But I don't know. Surely there's better testing than that, you know?
Well, I'm just saying,
right?
You give them a vaccination if they show no signs of it.
Poor Peanut.
The DC also notes it's illegal to keep young wildlife as pets since they are not, and they're right, are not well suited for life in captivity. Plus, they carry diseases, basically.
Rest in peace, Fred and Peanut.
Like I say, he said after they took Fred and Peanut away, he went to Instagram and said, well, Internet, you won. You took one of the most amazing animals away from me because of your selfishness. To the group of people who call the DEC, there's a special place in hell for you.
Are you serious?
That's quote. Oh, I mean,
hey, now
when I have a kid, I wanted a squirrel.
Oh, hey, I've seen Peanut jumping around his apartment studio, whatever. But he's just having time of his life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've known people that've had squirrels. Squirrels are pretty common.
It's all about the tail. It's really a rat with a fluffy tail.
It is, but they just look nicer.
The tail, we give the tail, because of the fluffy tail, we give it a pass.
We do. I mean, they don't bother me at all. I don't like rats, but squirrels don't bother me at all.
Squirrels don't bother me.
I had a flying squirrel jump and land right on my chest one time. Scared me half to death.
So it says somebody says squirrels don't carry rabies most of the time. It's very, very rare.
Yeah, they were just using a technicality.
You cannot isolate the animal and watch for signs of rabies without killing them. Okay, so that is accurate.
But I mean, basically, I don't think Peanut was showing signs of rabies, and if he'd been living with this guy the whole time, he ain't around other animals, except for Fred.
Okay. And the reports are not necessarily what way the squirrel leans left or right, but somebody said it's how the state did the whole thing. They show up, they treat the couple like they're criminals.
They did say 6 people showed up together. There were 6 officials.
Yeah, checked his wife's immigration status, treated them like
all over Peanut.
Yeah,
Peanut was an internet star, and it cost him. If he'd never been an internet star, nobody would have said a word.
Right.
So it's kind of on the guy.
Yeah. Man.
How about they hauled Peanut and Fred off and took them on that long ride? Man, I hate that for Peanut.
Oh, Peanut.
The Republican squirrel. I love how everybody trusts everything. The Democrats did it. He was a Republican.
Yeah.
I don't.
It is kind of interesting though, that bushy tail, that little fluffy tail.
Oh yeah.
We give it a pass.
Oh yeah. As long as you don't. That's what make. If the possum had a fluffy tail, he'd have a little more respect.
How about hunting hardwoods and it's a squirrel? You go come hopping through there, and you go, I'm not going to look, and then you end up looking every time. You think it's a deer coming through, and it's a little squirrel.
Oh, and what about they get to barking?
Oh,
Carrying on.
Yeah. I watch them though. They're amazing little animals.
You ever seen them with the black head and the white? They got the gray squirrels. I guess it's a fox squirrel. But
okay.
Yeah, they got like a black head.
I don't think I've ever
pretty.
seen one wild. Mm-hmm. I have watched them because you can get to a hunt where you're just by yourself. You have terrible cell service. You're out with nature and you start hallucinating almost because you've been out there so long. And I've sat there and watched a squirrel before and went, now this would be kind of cool to be the squirrel for about 5 minutes.
Them some guns are agile.
Running on a dead log, then jumping up, then climbing, then jumping from one tree to the next. And
yeah, you got to see them run a power line until they get in the wrong part. But they'll go right down that thing.
There you are bringing us back.
They will.
I got a story for you. Every year we hear of giant pumpkins, right? And you hate it.
Yeah. Well,
now that Halloween is behind us, now everybody looks around going, "What are we going to do with these pumpkins?"
Yeah, we got pumpkins out the ink.
But some men dream of even bigger things. The story says.
Oh, really?
Yep. We got a guy from Oregon. He grows them, but also decided to do something even bigger, and that's paddle one down a river for a new world record.
Okay, when you said new world record, that means there actually was an existing world record.
That's right.
Correct?
Yep. He did it.
Paddling?
His new record, 45.67 miles of paddling his pumpkin he calls Punky Loaster. He named it because it has bread loaf-like sides to the gourd. I don't know about all that. That's just how he got his name.
Thing.
He paddled his way to win the West Coast Giant Pumpkin Regatta this past 4 consecutive years. He's done that.
So
but
he hollows out the pumpkin.
He bettered his record. He's got the new world record, 45.67 miles of paddling his pumpkin.
Very special pumpkin.
Hold on just a second. I'm out.
I'm going to paddle until I can't paddle anymore.
Okay, let me go back.
Wow.
Let's get better audio.
It's a very special pumpkin. Grew it to try to be a boat. I'm going to paddle until I can't paddle anymore. Every year, somebody sets the world record for the furthest paddled in a pumpkin. And last year it was set again at 38.4 miles on the Missouri River. So I finally said this year I'm going to do it, so I applied with Guinness. It's going down the Columbia River, and we're going to set the world record for the furthest paddle in a giant pumpkin.
And did it. 45.67 miles. Can I show you real quick? Because I know
so
that
he
hollows
it out and sits in it.
He does.
Oh gosh.
Yep. And I just kind of want you to see him real quick, and then I'll shoot this over to Adler so we can have it for the main show too, if the guys want to do it. But it's kind of interesting to see. There's times that the water's kind of rough, and he's paddling. So here he is. There he is with that pumpkin. You got him. He's got people. See how rough that is.
The fact that it doesn't get overcome with water and fill up the sink is
that's
kind
pretty
of
impressive, isn't it?
Pretty
impressive. Kind of showed how he did it, and they backed him in, dropped him off.
Wow.
He worked hard on that pumpkin, and
he set a new record.
Look at him carving it out. It's like a canoe now, and he just paddles down the river.
He talks about his record, but there's probably only been 3 people ever try it.
Right. But 45 miles paddling doing anything.
Well,
that's a long
pumpkin,
way.
I'll admit that. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd go to all the effort to get clean out a giant pumpkin, get in it and paddle all the way down the river for how many miles? 40-something miles?
45.67.
I'd say that's a record I don't care about having.
No, I don't really care anything about that.
No.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Now, I love all the squirrel pictures that are being texted to 866-932-3244. Love it.
I got a bunch at the house.
Yo, everywhere.
Trees got nests in them everywhere.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Kamala, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at Robinhood.com/election.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once, and they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. The main show starts right after top of the hour, and this portion of the show is brought to you by Tax Network USA.
Oh.
You know, Election Day is tomorrow, and we've asked the team at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown everybody's talking about, and their advice was plain and simple. If you owe back taxes, do not gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win situation. Make a move today. Regardless of what happens on Election Day, it really doesn't change the situation you're in right now, and so you need to check out the folks at Tax Network USA and let their team of experts go to work for you. TNUSA.com/BigVox. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. So even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, 10 years, what gives these folks such an edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS. They know who to talk to, and they have a direct line to them. So see what they can do for you. Give Tax Network USA a chance. You can call them at 1-800-780-8888. Again, that's 1-800-780-8888. Or you can visit them at tnusa.com/BigVox and put this nightmare behind you. See if they can help you like they have so many others. Again, it's tnusa.com/BigVox or 1-800-780-8888. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Greg, I've got to cut to one update for you, the armadillo battle that I've been having in the yard.
They tearing your yard up.
Yep,
I got a few spots myself.
And I don't know what the deal is. It's an area. We get our house or our yard sprayed for weeds and stuff like that, and Cook's Pest Control takes care of the perimeter around the house.
Yeah.
But this is way off in the yard, and it's kind of he's skirting between me and my neighbor's yard, and he's working the whole subdivision, like the whole
got
road.
a little routine.
But from the help
Got
of the
morale.
audience, where this audience can actually help you a lot.
Yeah, they can. They can hurt you.
Right. And I appreciate all the experts that emailed me, and y'all gave me some ideas and what I should do. Now, trapping it was part of, hey, you want to trap it, and you got to find the den and all. I'm not into all that. I ain't got time
It's
for
a little
that.
much. A little much. Too much time.
Right. But taking away the food source thereafter that's apparently somewhere in the grass, I have first steps of that. That was last week, midweek last week maybe, and since then, no armadillo.
Really?
So we'll see.
Okay,
if that
that's
continues. We'll see if that continues. I saw an
Armadillo
interesting
out.
story. Yes. I don't know. I know the deep blue. It's intriguing. We'll get off into documentaries about different things in the bottom of the ocean and stuff. I love things like that. There's different explorers and stuff.
I do too.
I ran up on a documentary. It's a 3-episode documentary on whales. It's just on whales. Everything from killer whales to humpback whales.
Just think about how big them whales are.
The whales are ginormous.
I mean, we just take that for granted. There's some type of species out there that's just huge.
I love this one. This mother traveled 4,000 miles to have.
Oh, I
a
know.
whale. I'm thinking, what?
Who tracked it?
Now,
Anyway.
now they have the journey back.
Well, they do track
I'm
it,
like,
Greg.
whew.
They tag them.
Yeah,
Wow.
they sure do.
They got to go back.
They got to go back, and then they got to fight off orcas and different
orcas
things.
don't play nice.
Hey, the one
orcas
I saw,
don't get along with anybody.
One of the episodes was on the orca.
Oh, the orcas are doing bad.
And how they work as a family and
Yeah.
their bond, and they'll go after some food. So, boy, they love a stingray.
Oh, and what about the way they have like run plays?
Oh, yes,
Like
they do.
They
Like,
do 3-man weave and stuff.
Your distraction.
Yeah.
You go this way, you go that way.
What about them when they were harassing all them boats and basically they've studied it and they say we think these are the juvenile ones just having fun.
Yes.
Hitting boats.
And how about the foam bubbles that some of the whales use to push the fish into certain areas, and then they all come together. And
what about that big giant mouth? Whoa, and it's just full of fish.
It's I can't tell you how big it is. I mean, but they showed video of how they all work together. I got locked in. On this.
They're amazing.
It was actually Friday. It was on, and I don't know how I got in it. But they say a mysterious clicking sound. There's a whale story today.
Oh boy.
The mysterious clicking sound that was detected thousands of feet below the surface of the Pacific Ocean has revealed that it is the elusive sperm whale.
Hey. I'm uncomfortable saying sperm whale. There it is.
You are?
Mm-hmm. I try to avoid sperm whale stories.
Did you know that the sperm whale?
No, I didn't.
Is the loudest animal on the planet.
The sperm whale.
Yes.
Is the loudest?
Yeah, it makes the most noise.
Who said? How?
Greg,
There's a lot of loud animals.
I don't know. It's just what the story says.
You just want to say sperm whale. That's
The-
all this is.
the endangered-
It has nothing to do with anything.
The endangered sperm whale, which is, and it says right here, which is the loudest animal on the planet, is rarely spotted.
And has the weirdest name of all whales.
And difficult to study due to their lengthy, deep dive
so they go way
capabilities.
down. They go way down.
Oh, they go so deep. They say we're way down.
I would like the one on what's the Pacific Insurance one that jumps backwards? What kind of whale is that?
What now? I'm sorry, I was reading more about the sperm whale.
What's the insurance company that's got the whale for the emblem?
Pacific
Life.
Is it Pacific?
What kind of
Life?
whale is that?
I don't know. That's one of them. It says here that that these sperm whales are incredible, and this discovery is huge. After
they're incredible.
They are. That's what it
What
says.
is it?
It says it in the story.
What kind of whale?
Sperm whale.
Okay.
They recorded this audio from as far as 100 miles away over 7 years. This story continues to get crazy.
Oh boy, does it!
It almost sounds like a human machine. It says.
A human machine.
But they figured it. They figured it out.
Not though. It's not a human. It's a sperm whale.
Yeah. During this time, they captured a series of strange sounds that began slowly and then accelerated, and they have. It says that it resembles the hum of a television static, kind of. But there was this clicking sound, and they were like, "What is that?" And they found out it's the dadgum sperm whale.
And he's way deep down in the water.
It says here the sperm whales are known to produce the loudest biological sound on Earth, reaching up to 200 decibels.
Okay, that's how they measure it.
And they use these powerful clicks.
You thought a lion roar was loud,
right?
But no.
They use these powerful clicks to hunt in the pitch darkness depths of the ocean.
They like that down there.
Each click is a fraction of the sound of a sound. And
boy, you've lost me.
And it just they can pinpoint anything they're hunting just by the way
that
the sound comes back.
Really?
Yep. It's crazy, man.
In the depths.
Yeah, that old sperm whale.
Boy, he's something, isn't he?
He is.
You just love talking about him.
It's a big whale.
I don't know who named it.
Have you thought about how big whales are?
They're gigantic.
They're huge.
How about them big old tails come up?
Yeah.
And they don't seem to be, except the orca, they don't seem to be like wanting to kill anybody.
The orca, I'm telling you right now, to your point, everybody's got a job.
Yeah.
Okay.
Their intelligence
You're
is
a distraction. You're a distraction. And now just by going, and I do that, and I know, okay, now I'm going underneath.
And then you got the runners.
Yeah. Wow. They're great hunters, man.
They are.
But they do love that stingray, though. And
that's their delicacy.
Oh, yeah. This one here is, she learned how to hunt from her grandmother.
Oh, her grandmother.
That's what it says.
Wow.
That's what it says.
They've got grandparents.
Grandmother handed down the tradition.
Oh, that's a voice that the guy does.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was actually a lady.
Oh, it was a lady.
Yeah.
That was your lady voice?
Well, kind of.
Now that I can say that. Kind of a manly lady.
Right.
Kind of butchy.
Most orcas would not know how to do this. Look how shallow she can go. But she's on the hunt. She knows there's one in there. Oh, there it is.
That's good, Speedy.
She needs help. So here comes the family of young hunters that will carry on the tradition.
They were taught by their grandparents.
Yes. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we're off. Here we go. A brand new hour rolling now, coming to you from the Big Boy Studio. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you guys for being with us today. Hey, we go forward. Here we go. Thanks for being here. We got a lot to do. We'll unpack it on the show today. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess have already knocked out the kickoff hour. They go forward. There comes Eddie Van Adler. He's back. Hello, Adler. Hope you had a good weekend, buddy. He's got the YouTube option for you today. He'll be driving that bus, so enjoy that. However you get the show, whether it be live or archived, America's boldest radio stations, there's a live option on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. The YouTube option, I mentioned it, that's a live option. The Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, if you want to stream audio live, that's a live option. You also get full shows archived there, too. And then on the archive side, the YouTube channel has a daily archive as well, a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers. And then the audio archives can be found on our podcast channel. It also features a best of hour. And then there's the unique podcast that we do, not every week, but lots of weeks, called Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. There is a brand new one out from over the weekend. We interview A.J. Rice. Some of you have already sent some feedback that you enjoyed that hilarious talk about the very funny book, but in making an important point, the White Privilege album. So if you haven't caught the latest Rick and Bubba University, grab that baby as well. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Pull up a chair and stay a while. We counting them down.
We counting them down.
come on like a dream.
They said remedy, so I was looking for a remedy. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Well, Rick, we're 2 days. Tomorrow is election day. I wish it would all be over tomorrow, but I have a feeling it won't be.
Yep.
I feel like it will only be the start, so to speak.
You know how sometimes the audience will just drop one and you just say, hey, that right there, that had me laughing out loud. I don't know why. I don't even fully understand the statement. The statement killed me. Is the guy that emailed us, I was getting to the office today, and he said, with the college football playoff in uncharted territory, you're talking about we've never done a 12-team playoff.
Right, never.
And that reveal is on the same day of this election. The guy says, I think the chances of two things happening are pretty high, Civil War and Greg getting pepper sprayed. Yeah, and I don't know why the pepper spray line on me, but it really did. I thought he's coming up with some scenario where Greg's got into it with somebody over one of these two things.
Things are going to get rough.
Should those two things be on the same day?
We were talking about that last week. Who scheduled that? You know when they did
But I don't think our nation can take
they
it.
later came back and said, y'all do realize that's election. Well, we've already announced.
Our nation can't take that.
It's going to give me something to watch beside the politics.
Well, that's... I don't know what's more frustrating, watching teams that I like that are terrible or sitting down and watching these election returns.
Yeah. Well, look, the saying for tomorrow is too big to rig. You got to get out and vote. Make it too big to rig.
Well,
that's good.
I'll say this, a couple of little tidbits on that. And you remember you and I talked, and we've talked about this all week, last week. But Bubba and I did at least two, there may have been three podcasts about this, about can we trust the integrity of the election. And, of course, the people we interviewed all were people who come from the right, like we do more than ever, more than they do the left. And they said the same thing, that the Republicans have complained and talked about things that need to be changed, but a lot of them didn't get done, and one of them being how we handle early voting. So they have decided, and they told the folks on the right, we have to early vote just like the left does. I don't care if that's our tradition or our preference. We got to get the early vote in. And from what I can, indications are, that message was heard, because in the states where you can early vote, it looks like the right voted early just like the left.
Well, that's the thing.
Our state you can't.
How do we know? Is this based on
turnout.
Exit polling?
Yeah, voter turnout. Not. I don't know where it stands.
Right.
Just that it's a little like more conservatives did early voting than they normally do.
You know, the thing that I think is concerning is what we saw last time. We went to bed seeing Trump leading.
Yeah.
And it's almost like, they went, well, the big cities have not had time to get their votes in.
Yeah.
But it almost looked like they took the time they needed to get enough votes that they needed.
Yeah.
So it just looked suspicious. I'm not saying they did. I don't know. I think there was some things that are still unexplained. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it was not prosecutable evidence in a timely manner.
Yeah.
But if we can't have safe elections, we have no democracy, we have no nation, we have no republic. So we've got to make sure that is done right, and that people have confidence in the system that it's done right.
No doubt about that. So hopefully, and we've also been reassured by people that some of the things that went on in 2020 can't be done again. I already see stories, of course you don't know how true they are because you can't believe what you read, but the stories seem to indicate that there's been some things that they've caught, but unfortunately some of the things they caught won't be in courts till after the election is over.
Right.
And then there's some they caught that they were able to deal with now. It's all based on, as you've said 1,000 times, Bubba, it's 50 different elections. Yep. So based on what state it happens in, the process varies wildly.
And if you look at it, the fact that some of these problems we have based on 50 different state elections is a good thing because it makes it harder to cheat.
Mm-hmm.
If it was a federalized election, All you have to do is get into the system at the federal level, and you fix all your numbers. So the fact that it is divided up and some of the chaos in that is actually part of the defense mechanism to make sure it is a fair and accurate election. So, and we as believers are told to pray for our government. Government is an entity that God set up, not man.
Yep.
And pray for our leaders, and I do. And sometimes I pray that some of them are removed. I probably carried a little far, but
right. Well, that's part of it.
But no matter who wins, we're going to have to support them and pray for them, and hope that our country can move forward, because I feel like we're in a bit of a rut here, no matter how you want to look at it.
Well, I know you and I have discussed the very controversial person, Ben Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
He's a hodgepodge, but our pastor yesterday was kind of making the point that we've made before. I know you could make a case that he was a deist, but at times he wasn't a very good deist. By the way, he
didn't end that way.
Yeah, and he was. But in the Constitutional Congress, just what you just said, because this is the one thing I think we forget. You feel helpless, but no, we can pray.
Yeah.
And our pastor was talking about that. Ben Franklin, they'd been debating for 5 weeks. And Ben Franklin said, when the British were about to kill all of us, we prayed all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, but I noticed we haven't prayed in here much at all. And he said, I think it's time for us to come in here, and we better open every single day by asking for God to intervene on all this and give us some direction, and let's not even start our debates till we're done praying. And he did not say to many gods or some obscure God. He was talking about the God of the Bible, was quoting Scripture.
Rick and Bubba.
The story about me nearly being attacked in traffic.
No, Rick. I heard you slightly mention that as you walked in today.
Was it about farm subsidies? It wasn't. Well, so I guess some guy thought I was Bubba, and he thought I didn't understand farm subsidies. I don't know.
That's what I figured.
To me, some of these people that are dangerous, that go from zero to violence so fast. We hear about road rage all the time, and so. I'm driving the big Southern Comfort van now.
Right.
I'm
the Hoss.
I'm driving. my whole. I'm driving around an
it's
apartment.
A bus.
Yeah, and it's it really gets a lot of attention. Yeah, and so to me, and I think the thing where this guy got so upset was, you can accuse me of a lot of things. I don't think you'll ever say, really to a fault, now that Rick Burgess, he goes slow.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And but I have tried to make sure that I'm safe, especially driving, the big Southern Comfort van.
Right.
So we were approaching the other day, which to me is where you can really be dangerous if you're going fast. I don't really think it is that dangerous to go fast on the open highway, frankly. But I think when you're coming when you're coming through neighborhoods, when you're coming through schools, you're in the city. And one of them that I think is probably the most dangerous, road construction.
Right.
So we're approaching a road construction area. We're the lanes are full, so it's not like we're in a line. We're all in 2 lanes. So I, like the rest of the traffic, wisely begin to go the new speed limit, which is now 55.
Yeah.
They said, hey, you're coming up to where it's dangerous. We got a lot of stuff in the road. We got people working. We want to dial you down to 55.
And they're serious about that.
Yeah, so and
that's
plus,
the reason for
plus double the fines, and there's always troopers there. And it's dangerous, by the way. That's the bottom line. So I dial back the big van to 55 because that's the speed limit, and it's construction. Until we get beyond the construction, then we let it eat again, okay? So undoubtedly a guy behind me didn't like me slowing down to 55, which was the speed limit. But I've got people over to my right, too. It's not like, we're all
everybody's slowing
We're
down.
all slowing down, okay? So he just got as aggravated as he could be, I guess. I couldn't see him. I thought we were all just slowing down, then we'd speed back up. Well, undoubtedly he wanted me to move because he didn't want to go 55 in the construction like the rest of us were trying to do and be law-abiding citizens and be safe. So I couldn't find room to get over, and he wouldn't wait. So finally he just barrels out behind me and nearly crashes me as he swerves over in front of me and nearly runs me into the retaining wall, which I didn't care for.
No.
And so I kind of give him hey, man, I'm just slowing down. And he goes bizarre. He goes to start giving me
the finger outside his window, holding them up. So I'm like, well, look, eventually.
Double?
Yeah, they're just firing.
Greg?
Now, once again, he's flying through construction and giving the finger all at the same time.
While going 10 miles over the speed line.
Yeah. And so I'm like, well, man, so I think, well, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. And he obviously didn't like that I was doing the speed limit in construction like a lot of us were. He wanted to barrel through here like an idiot out of control. He nearly swiped me when he swerved over in front of me trying to be cute, and so I'm done with it. Well, we get on down the road, and of course now what I love when people do this, he does all this crazy stuff and ends up exiting about 100 feet before I get to the exit. Right. That's all he accomplished and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we're coming through construction. Well, I'd be doggone if he doesn't hit the ramp and starts giving me the fingers again. I mean, because see, my van, it's not like he didn't know who I was. Here comes that van guy again.
That's when you have to give him a speech. Now, don't get you.
I started thinking to myself, now, look, I wouldn't get beat up over construction. You know what I mean? And, and he's just, he's giving me out both sides as he's going down the ramp out of control into the village. So I don't know. I mean, this guy.
What did you do? Did you clap at him?
I waved at him. Yeah. That's always their favorite when I wave. Have a good day.
God bless you.
Jesus loves you.
Mr. Mean Man.
Yeah, and crazy person. But I apologize. I didn't mean to slow down through construction and safely maneuver.
Was it Charlie Sheen?
It may have been. I bet that guy.
You sure it wasn't our dad?
No.
You ever rode with him? Somebody makes you mad driving?
Yeah. But again, I understand about people poking in the left lane.
Like him.
Nobody hates that worse than I do.
Right.
I just want to explain to him that I'm not a poke in the left lane person.
It's a unique situation.
That's what's bothering you.
I'm a slow down for construction person.
That's what's bothering you. He thinks you think in his mind you're one of them left lane.
And I wanted to explain myself to him, but I was afraid he would like.
Buddy, I was over there when we got to the construction. I had to slow down.
Sir, I wanted to explain myself to you. I didn't get the opportunity, and I don't know if I could have got through the barrage of middle fingers to explain myself to you. We are back 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us again today. So tomorrow, Election Day, obviously we'll talk more about that even today and tomorrow. And, I know, Bubba, you said you've been listening to some different preachers and pastors, and some great word coming in from the late Harry Reid today. Harry Reeder, Harry Reeder, was a great pastor in Birmingham for a long time. He passed away over the last couple of years, but so many recordings of him, so they keep playing, some of these little vignettes he had on our local affiliate, which we hear coming in. And he said it so beautifully. They found an old clip of him talking about elections from the church's point of view, because that's, I know that's tough, because you're looking at something that God instituted, but it's also made up of fallen, flawed people. And our pastor yesterday said, no, the way God set up government was actually supposed to be a blessing to the people. But what's happened is sinful people have taken his design like they have done everything else, and they've messed it up.
Right.
But I thought Harry Reeder put it really, really in a way that was so easy to understand. He said, as long as we have been voting, there is not a follower of Christ out there that has not voted for an imperfect candidate.
Right.
We all have, every single time. And he said the only perfect, and he said, I'll use the word candidate, that the church will ever had is when Jesus returns.
Right.
And that won't be a constitutional republic. That won't be democracy. That'll be a benevolent dictatorship.
Right.
But we will have a perfect candidate. And no one will be opposing him.
Right.
And we will have a perfect person, a perfect king. Now, until that happens, we will not and have not. And he said, so what I do is I look at the election, and I love this line. He said, and I vote for the least imperfect candidate.
Yeah.
He said, they're both imperfect. I find the one that's the least imperfect. He said in the second part, and you've heard us say this too, he said in the second part is, I never have the notion that the government in its current state has the ability to transform society. It does not. Only the church has that power.
All right.
Government cannot transform society. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I will agree with from some people who vote more to the left, you cannot legislate morality. The government cannot transform a society. They can't. That's not their role, and it's not what they do, and they can't do it. That's the church's job. So there you go. I thought those were some great reminders as rolling in, 24 hours before we go to the polls. So, and I thought it was really well said. And we've said those things before, but, people like him, can say things so much easier and to understand than we can.
Oh, yeah.
So
he's such a great communicator.
Yeah. So anyway, just kind of keep that in mind, and then, of course, rest in the peace that God is sovereign, as we mentioned last week. And, it's going to be all right either way. So we can talk about something that's really important, and that's what we're going to do about this college football playoff.
Yeah, boy.
I'm looking at Speedy over here. He has a little notebook, and he's tried to write down all the things that happen. He's going to attempt to explain to us, like tomorrow night. We're told what if the playoffs started, these would be the 12. Is that tomorrow night?
How are they going to frame it?
Yeah. Tomorrow night is the reveal of the first college football playoff field or the rankings.
I got you. So
that's what it's all going to come off
and
of.
It'll move based on wins and losses.
Correct.
But will they tell us how they came up with these 12? Is that what this notebook's about?
I don't know. It's in
much.
Speedy's notebook.
So so what you've got is you're gonna have the 5 highest ranked conference championships will receive automatic bids.
All right.
The 4 highest ranked conference championships are going to be seeded 1 through 4 and receive a first round bye.
And pause. So we don't have a champion yet. So
correct. This is just the rankings.
This would be who's in the position to be the champion right now.
Yeah, I guess these are just right now. These are just the rankings. This is our top 25 rankings, whatever they do, and we'll see if it ended right now. This is who would be in.
Yeah, pick
right, and then now every Tuesday they're going to have a new reveal show and update it constantly.
By the way, update from my young Broderick, who is an Auburn fan, but is married to a woman whose family is tied to Indiana. Mm-hmm. He said he's completely shifted off Auburn and is pulling for Indiana now.
Okay.
He's an Indiana fan. He said, I watched Indiana play, and it's more fun to watch them.
Yeah. Well,
I agree with that.
You're going to have to.
And I said, why would you do that? He said, because I desire to be happy.
Give me the definition of insanity again, Rick. What is that? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome?
By the way,
just thought I'd check.
Saw 2 college plays over the weekend that I'd like to ask you all about, but we'll get to that later.
So the top 4 teams will, as I just said, have a bye in the first round. Seeds 5 through 8 are going to be the host games against 9 through 12. So you got the 7 highest ranked teams remaining in the first round. They're going to be the highest ranked teams will be the home team and host.
Speedy. So let's just say,
which would be kind of cool
that the AP top 12 is who the committee picks. Who would they, if the playoffs were starting next week, who would be playing who?
Let's see. Right now, I think, do you have Oregon, Georgia,
yes,
Miami, BYU, Penn State?
I got Ohio State at 3.
Okay. We'll see. Right now, I don't have the updated version in this story.
So Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State, and Miami would get a bye, right?
Well, you got to realize it's the 5 highest ranked conference champions. They're going to receive automatic bids. The 4 highest are going to get a first round bye, and then the 7 highest ranked teams remaining will be the round of 12.
Well, I'm just playing.
So it's not necessarily just the
hypothetical.
top 12. It could vary.
Right. Well, I'm just playing super hypothetical because that's all we got to work with right now, because we don't know who the conference champions are going to be. So then you would have Texas playing Boise State. Is that right? First round?
Yeah, you're going to have 12 playing 5, and 5's the host team.
Then Penn State playing Alabama.
9 will be at 8.
Playing Notre Dame.
11 be at 6.
Okay, like that.
And then 10 will be at 7. And then 4.
Well, it's exciting, though, because look, we're not arguing about
4
the top 4
will play
anymore.
The winner of 12 and 5. 1 will play the winner of 8 and 9. 3 will play the winner of 8 and 11, or 6 and 11, and then number 2 seed will play the winner of 7 and 10.
Please read that off the text line. That is so good.
Funny. Somebody has sent us a picture of the Alabama Welcome to Alabama sign, and under it says Governor Diego Pavia.
I love Vanderbilt funny. #1 in Alabama, tied for first in Tennessee.
This day and time, most everybody knows somebody with CPAP. If they're not, I don't think they've seen them. And then, it's a little box that's on your bed, and you got a tube coming over to a mask. You basically look like you're a fighter pilot trying to sleep. You know what I mean? And you're all geared.
It is pretty quiet,
and it's got positive air blowing, so that you don't snore.
Right,
and
it keeps you from
sleep
snoring
apnea.
and making noises, and you actually sleep.
And sleep apnea is when people stop breathing during the night, which is what Speedy's got.
And
I don't know that.
And sleep apnea. See, we really are just now understanding it, but I mean, it can kill you, and it kills you quickly. Reggie White, all SEC player,
Reggie White,
all American at Tennessee, played many years in the NFL with several teams, all pro many times. Died way before his time, and he suffered from sleep apnea, and I think he's really been one of the driving forces on this research. They said if somebody in that good a shape can die from it, you got to get on top of it. So I have this thing, and it's kind of a handle to have to carry with you when you're out somewhere.
I wonder about that.
Well,
they're getting more and more. It's getting better though, isn't it?
It's small and it's got its own little bag, but it's still something you got to deal with. You got to plug it up.
Yeah.
You know, Betty's not real fond of it being on the nightstand.
Sure.
You know, when she's
not
trying
real
to,
decorative.
Yeah, it's not decorative, Rick. Well, I think we can go with that. And you know, there's certain maintenance things you do, and you clean the filter out, and from time to time you have to get a new mask to go on it because you wear it out or the straps wear out behind it. And that was the case. I had a couple of good masks, and one of my straps broke on the back. Well, of course, they don't sell straps. You got to go get the whole mask, you know. Well, you know.
Here goes Greg.
So, you know, of all things, it is a medical device, and you have to have a prescription to get one, okay?
My goodness, I bet that's a joy.
Yeah, well, not, you know, again, I wonder.
Prescription.
I wonder who would abuse a CPAP machine.
Yeah. Is there somebody on the street dealing
what kind of sick, twisted, positive air games can you play? You know, I mean, really.
That's a good point.
It's like a prison sentence to have one. Who wants one? You know, come on.
Yeah, we can't sell these over the counter. I'll tell you where we could take this fun zone and put it in another direction.
Yeah, so I go into a provider the other day, and I just needed a strap to put my mask back on.
Come on, man.
I knew they wouldn't sell them. Do you sell masks? Well, yes, we do. Well, I would like to buy one. Well, do we have your prescription on file? Well, no, you don't. Do you have it with you? Well, no. I know this is shocking with all the things I have to carry around from the government nowadays.
Right.
All my various passes, licenses, and permits.
That's the beauty of being illegal. You don't have to castle them.
Right. I did not have room for the prescription that I got many years ago for CPAP. Will you believe they wouldn't even sell me a mask? I didn't want the box. I didn't want the box.
You didn't even want the.
I didn't want the pipe. I really didn't even want the mask. I just wanted the strap off the back of it. I was like, if you'll go in the back room, look the other way, I'll leave a 20 mask and I'm out of here. Okay, let's go.
What if you walked outside, took a turn right off First State, and you heard, psst, hey.
Yeah, I know. A guy with a trench coat. Hey, what kind of mask you looking for?
I understand you need a CPAP
I got medium.
mask.
I got big. I got gel. I got double fitting. What do you need?
Right.
What
you
want? I understand you want a mask.
You know, and I go through this thing. I mean, I can't even get a mask.
I'm missing the point.
I
am missing the point.
Let me ask you this. Who is abusing CPAP mask?
Well, Bubba.
What?
So you got to have a prescription for
activity
one,
can
right?
we do with a CPAP mask? I'm not asking for Loratab.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I want a mask. I want a mask.
An undesirable mask.
I mean, if all else fails, I could duct tape it to my face, I guess, right? But I mean, getting up in the morning would be a pain.
Did you get mad at them?
No, I got aggravated.
Did you get a mask?
The girl was only doing what she was supposed to do.
Did you get a mask?
I was aggravated at the whole process that I live in America and you can't buy a CPAP mask without your prescription.
Bubba, you must not be aware of the trouble we've got out there, people shopping doctors for masks.
Well, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I don't even think the meth heads use these things. You know what I mean? I don't know who.
We even got rogue doctors writing prescriptions for them for people who really don't need them. That's right. So you better look out.
Yeah.
I mean, that
right up there with Oxycontin.
Hey, that positive air. Woo! There's a ride.
Have you ever seen the destruction?
I mean, it's the same thing. Roll the window down and ride at 40 miles an hour with your head out.
I guess you've never seen the destruction it brings to a man who gets addicted to a mask.
I mean, so
family's ruined.
Of course, I didn't get one.
Start wearing it when you don't even need it.
I had to go back, find it, bring it back.
Walked out mad, knowing it.
Left out.
No, I did.
Walk fast.
I was mad. I was mad at the system.
Let's go. Move the chains. We're continuing. I don't know if y'all knew this. Y'all may not be aware of this. There's an election tomorrow. Just wanted to pass that along. And the Association of Mature American Citizens is out there. They're a powerful lobby for those of us. What do you like, Bubba? You like to call us, we're in the legacy group, mature American citizens, super seniors, whatever it may be.
Old fart.
There you go. Well, I think that's more accurate. But anyway, so all the discounts and travel stuff and benefits and help with Medicare and help with Social Security, all the things that AARP always tries to get you interested in, but yet they lean to the left, and we don't want to support those policies. So here's the conservative alternative. 2.1 million of us have said yes. So right now we are continuing the election year special. You can become a member of the Association of Mature American Citizens, 1 year, $1, which will include a subscription to the bi-monthly AMAC magazine, the best money you've ever spent, $1 for an entire year. Join now before this special is over, amac.us/bigvox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick, I want to say this too. I thought I was being clear last segment when I was saying we're just playing with a super scenario here. Just looking, we know that Oregon and Ohio State are in the same conference, so both of them can't be in the top four. Got that.
Yeah.
Got that.
Yeah.
Some of you texters are not hearing what we're saying. We were just kind of playing with the way the bracket would look. We know, and we said that. You don't know, and you can't even play a scenario until you know who the conference champions is. Right. So how else are you going to do it?
Well, I will tell you this: when it comes to social media and texting, things you can do real quick.
Yeah,
it's real easy to text or post before you listen. Finish listening and then have a response. A couple of things that did happen in college football over the weekend that left me perplexed. I went down to the farm to get ready for deer hunting season. You know what? I love those shooting houses that we love, you know, that are pretty much weatherproof.
Yep.
And I've only got 2 of those, and the other food plots and stuff have, and I appreciate it, you know, the kind of the wooden ones that, hey, yeah, money on those things, I can build you something nice, $750.
Oh.
And the only problem with those, and they are nice, is they're not weatherproof, which means what? Our friends, the wasp.
Oh yeah.
And I got to go kill the wasp. You know, I got to get everything ready. I'm shifting the cameras now off the feeders. Green fields are starting to get a little something. If we can get a little rain this week, they'll really come in. Want to get some different angles, look at some different places. Just you know, of course, I had to check to see how the pond was doing and catch some fish. It was just a service I had to do. And so I put the games on at Camp House because, you know, I have the bigger TV now after being ridiculed. So
you had a computer monitor for a TV.
Pretty much.
I know. Yeah. We don't watch a lot of TV there. But anyway, so I really was into the Ohio State-Penn State game because I thought, you know, these are 2 good teams.
And you knew what was going to happen.
Penn State's having a good year. But 2 things.
It happens every year.
But what I don't understand, is late in the game, and he's hearing about this all day long. What's the coach of Penn State? I can't think of his name.
Franklin.
Yeah,
James Franklin.
Ben Franklin.
Good coach.
Ben Franklin.
Yeah, good coach.
James Franklin.
By the way, they had that comedian you like that does the impression of him.
Yeah.
They had him at the game, and he kept being interviewed like he was the coach.
Isn't that his name?
Until this happened, then nothing was funny for Penn State fans. So.
Right.
So anyway, and you know, he's one of those coaches, and I hate when this happens because if you ought to have a team that really struggles, you'd take him all day long. And it is, well, we win a lot of games, but we can't win the big one. Well, Ohio State goes up 20-13. Penn State moves the ball down the field to tie the game. And I mean, they make this brilliant call that gets them down inside the 5. Okay, I want to think they were down as close to they were at the 2, maybe the 3. First and goal, okay, to score, and if you make the extra point, tie the game. And that would have left just minutes left in the game, maybe 3 minutes left if they score right here. Certainly, Ohio State could have come down there and scored, kicked the field goal. Absolutely could have happened. We don't know what would have happened. I'm simply talking about they're about to tie the game up. Yeah. Whatever happened after that, none of us know. They line up, and I can just hear the sound of offensive genius Bill Bubba Bussey screaming, "What in the world?" Now, keep in mind, and you've talked about this over the years, they have been nothing but brilliant on their drive down to the 2.
Yes.
Incredible calls, okay? All of a sudden, with the game on the line, they just take every ounce of creativity, everything that would fool the Ohio State defense, and just line up and try to run it straight at them with Ohio State's strength right here in the front, who just says, you're not going to beat us this way.
Right.
If the very first play, Ohio State's quarterback, and it might have been predetermined, and maybe he made a bad read. I don't know if that's on the coaches or on the quarterback. If he simply disconnects, he walks into the end zone just untouched. So then I thought, no, Rick, they're so brilliant, they're setting that up. They're setting that up.
Yeah, he's about to pull it and walk in.
They never pulled it out and walked in. They ran the exact same thing, maybe altering where they were hitting in the middle of the line. Then they get down to 4th and goal. They haven't even come close. Okay?
So here we go.
Well, on 4th and goal, they try the play that probably has the least chance of working, something involving the passing game from the 2. And, of course, it was a disaster because Ohio State didn't bite on it because, I don't understand that. It's like this was – and then you get over to – then I made the mistake of I was watching really good football. Then I thought I would torture myself a minute and check on Auburn. Okay? I thought,
as if you weren't in enough.
I thought this day at the farm is going so well, let's ruin it. Okay? Let me watch something that would just really perplex me. So then I see this. Auburn is behind by 3.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Right?
Yeah.
At one point.
They hold Vandy to what you want, a field goal.
Yeah, we can still score and win.
So
which
now
is probably not going to happen, but at least
But the only chance you have to win the game is just let them kick the field goal.
Yeah.
The only way
if it goes to 2 scores, you're out.
Right. The only way you lose this game is do something stupid on the field goal.
Yeah.
Who cares if they make this field goal?
Yeah.
All you still have to do is score and win the game. This field goal is a defensive victory. And you try some weird opportunity to block it, like these 3 points are going to decide the game and get penalized. And then of course it's 1st and goal now, and in goes Vandy. Game's over.
Vandy said take that 3 off the board. We'll take the ball.
What are you doing? Trying to
game's over
to leverage people to block a field goal that doesn't mean anything. The only thing it did is that you can't kick a field goal to tie it. But right now the game was over. The defense has risen up and has stopped them and put them in a field goal. That's a victory.
Yeah. The only thing is you got to score a touchdown. But you got a chance.
No, but if
you have no chance.
But if you mess this up,
if they score,
the game's over. And I couldn't. And of course, at that point, I just said, "Well, it's time."
Now you're talking about 15.
He stood on somebody's back or something.
Falk tried to jump over the line,
right,
and ended up on top of somebody,
which is illegal.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying, where is this?
And he's one of their best defensive players.
But where's this? Hey guys, time out. Hey, listen, field goal doesn't matter. Just don't even rush. Don't even rush. Don't let anything. Don't
run the kicker.
We don't want to roughen the kicker. We don't want any of that. This is what we want. Okay.
In other words, block save.
Only chance we
block
got.
save.
Let him kick the field goal. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Now we get the ball back with a chance.
Maybe he'll choke.
With a chance to win. Probably wouldn't have.
What did y'all call that?
But your only chance is to now get the ball back and only have to score once.
Yeah.
If they get this now and score a touchdown, it's over.
Yeah.
And it was.
Where's the conversation about this? This is you've got to be heady right here.
That's
good gracious.
That should be block safe, or in the punt you call it punt safe.
I would even say I pull the defense off the field. Just let them kick it. I know.
Maybe this will scare him.
I know you can't do that because they run a fake. But hey, everybody get in defense. Nobody rush.
Yeah.
Play defense. Watch for the fake. Don't try to block it because this is a victory. This is what we wanted.
We get the ball back.
Now, the way we're playing, we're probably not going to score,
Greg,
but you have a chance.
I got that. I'm strictly talking about this
you
moment.
have a chance.
This moment was handled poorly.
It's your only chance to win.
Yeah, it could have been that some Nimrod player went rogue and didn't listen to that instruction. That is possible.
Yeah.
And so whoever
I doubt if they know the rule. I doubt they designed him to climb up on people's shoulders.
Right.
And
I guess the plan was to clear the line and block it, right? But you got hung up.
Why are you trying to block it? Why are you trying to block it? The only thing that can go bad, the odds of blocking it are low. The odds of a penalty high.
You hit the kickers real high.
Bubba, the penalty's the only thing that's going to make sure the game can't be won.
I know.
Yeah.
I was sitting there watching it.
Well, you
know the thing,
and then I hated myself for ever looking at it.
The thing that I had to find some hope in is, we love Keith Aberstadt.
Oh yeah,
he's the biggest Commodores fan there ever was, and I posted a picture of him with us this morning. And hey, congratulations!
Amen.
You beat Alabama and Auburn in the same year. That's not easy to do.
And tied for first in Tennessee. Anchor down. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Not near as heroic, me trying to leave the Georgia-Auburn game.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
We went to the game, beautiful stadium, beautiful people, horrible game if you're an Auburn fan.
Are you saying the fans were rowdy outside?
Well, no, it was different than that. I'll tell you exactly what happened. There's the shuttle buses that bring you for different places to the actual campus. You get out, walk through the campus to the stadium and all this. And by the way, I will say this, if you've never been to a game in Athens, everything's downhill going to the stadium. It's all uphill coming back.
Uh-oh.
How about this? Get hammered, then have to walk back up there on the way back. But anyway, so I get on the shuttle bus. Now, I have, my sons with me. They're 12 and 10. But I know when it comes to drunkenness, people are looking through different glasses. So we sit down on the shuttle, and we're on the bus, and the shuttle guy says, we're going to wait here and make sure I've got as many. And I'm like, So you've got us in Auburn colors sitting on the shuttle bus, just sitting right in the middle of it all.
Yeah.
And and this must be something they do among the students because it seemed to be organized. So I'm sitting there, and a drunk girl, first of all, bangs on the window of the bus, and as we turn around, children including, she shoots us a bird up against the glass in our faces. And
no, she doesn't.
And classy chick. Yeah, and I said, there goes a classy young lady right there. So she staggers off, and I think, well, maybe that's a.
If it was a close game, you could almost see it. Yeah. But if it's such a blowout, why use the torque? You know what I mean?
Is this Occupy Athens or something? What are we going?
Shouldn't you be worried about Georgia Tech now or something?
Yeah, now, keep in mind, these are not people who attended the game. These are just drunks who are wandering around the campus. So then, and this is the one that really came to the dilemma, because now, Papa Bear's going, wow, my children are here. You know what I mean? Right. And that's where if you're grown, adult, you have to deal with it. So you hope someone have enough sense to go, wow, there's children here. So then here comes Mr. Fraternity.
Oh, we love him anyway.
And he beats on the window.
Wow. I mean, all these people are outside the bus?
Yeah, and they're beating on the windows of the bus. So I know what's about to happen now, so I'm telling the kids, hey, and he keeps on beating on the window.
Don't look.
So I was going to just kind of give him the, hey, man, won't you, and I point to the children. You do see the children here. And I give him the, hey, look at the children. And he gives them a bird in their face. And gives us.
Oh, man.
So then there comes this moment where you go,
boy.
All right. And I think to myself, no, let me lay it out, because I think to myself this, because I was very calm, and I thought to myself, I remember being young and stupid like this young man here, and it would benefit him if a grown man would step off the bus and whip him. Right here in front of everybody.
Right. You would have been doing him a favor.
I would have done him a favor. I mean, if I had just stepped off the bus, it really is not about protecting the children. It's twofold. Mm-hmm. I don't like the way you're treating the children, and really, a grown man whipping your would help you right now.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, you would benefit from that. You'd go, man, I tell you what, the next time I go beat on a bus when there's a big bearded guy on there with his kids and shoot his family a bird, I won't do that anymore.
No, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Check that off the list.
You might even address, hey, maybe I drink too much. It might have been a moment that would save this guy.
Right.
And then I thought to myself, but then, wow, the police come. Yeah. It's a big scene.
Fighting as adults.
Yeah.
And you're easily identified because he'd have just said the big bearded man.
Yeah.
Beat me
yeah.
up.
Right.
In the orange shirt.
The gregarious bearded man. So I didn't do that, obviously, because it's not the right thing. But there was that moment where I thought I could even help him. It's not even about my children.
Right.
He needs a grown man to
it's part of an education.
He needs
part of an education
because as he continues to do this, that is going to happen. You know what I mean? And
eventually it's going to happen.
And I could have whipped him in a very controlled manner. They would have taught him a lesson.
Maybe even spanked him.
Yeah. Put him over my knee, because he wasn't a real big fella.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now, he thought he was bigger than he was because he'd been drinking courage.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
How about
picked up
courage?
a couple feet.
Yeah.
Courage.
Yeah. He'd been sipping courage, and boy, that's when you get I actually did that one time leaving a NASCAR event when I actually went over and explained to the fella, now I understand you're sipping courage right now, but I'm going to tell you what's about to happen. and you need to make a decision on whether you want to. Because we're out here at NASCAR events, there's no police around.
No,
you know what I mean?
they're not going to waste time
I can
on a
beat
fight.
you up, stuff you in somebody's trunk, and move on.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You're telling me this wasn't a movie; it was real.
Right. But this time I would have had to get up, get off the bus. The driver would have said, "Sir," he'd had to stop me.
Yeah.
I'd have to push the driver out of the way.
Kids are crying.
We probably wouldn't have got a ride to the airport, and it would have been a bad scene. It was not the right thing to do. But for a moment, I really was thinking, but I could teach him a lesson, Lord.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Holy Spirit said not the thing to do. But hey, I love when some drunk fraternity guy shoots my kids' birds. Man,
Did you
awesome.
fire back? I know it was hard.
No, I did not. I did not. Now, I did have to tell the kids to put their fingers up. But,
well, Rick, you know what? I'm proud of that because that's just a Burgess instinct.
Right.
When fired upon, you usually fire back, and they couldn't help it, Rick.
No.
Valid point, Ken Osborne. Okay, we're back. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba. So having some fun today, and a lot going on. Of course, Greg and I today. It actually was yesterday. Mama turned 83. 83
Mama.
years old, and you know,
happy birthday to Mom.
All the grandkids.
Congratulations, Miss Burgess.
All the grandkids called her Nana. So what I did is she wanted to. We went to Friday night. You know, mom. We always were. People want to know, and Mom breaks this point. I can't even give you a number, but Mom says she wonders, can anybody give an estimate of how many football games she's been to?
That's unbelievable.
So when you think about Mom, which the kids call Nana, so she went to ball games because her husband coached for 35 years. I don't recall that she ever missed a game.
I don't think so.
At high school or college level.
Except she had surgery one time.
Okay, one time.
In
all right.
college.
And then you have the games she went to watch her two sons play. And only one of those years were the two sons and the dad on the same team. So that's extra games.
Yeah.
She also has gone to watch her grandkids play.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple grandkids.
Multiple.
Yeah, she broke her arm watching one of them.
Right.
Sure
Yeah.
did. She got injured.
So
She was
I don't
on the
know.
aisle.
And so one of the things with her health issues, you know, she had the seizure, and so she's done fine since then. Okay. And of course, then it got to where Dad couldn't go to games, and so she said she thought she was ready. She wants to do two things before the season's out. She wanted to go watch one of her grandkids who's on the dance line where our sister teaches at a high school called Gardendale. So she's a Rockette. You know, they get because they're the Rockets. Bubba, let me tell you something about Gardendale, and you would have loved it. Do you know how they come on the field?
No.
With a countdown like the launch of a rocket.
Oh, that's good.
That's a good one.
And the
They
guy
got a
comes
rocket
on
at the school.
Yeah, look,
I saw a rocket at the school.
Well, they have a rocket mascot, but nobody will put the costume on.
Right.
No, that's not even a joke.
Right.
They can't get anybody to do it.
Really?
They can't get,
Don't you know when they bought it, they tried it all? No.
Well, they tried to get somebody to do it for a competition because you had to have a mascot. And my sister, who's in charge of the dance line, she said the judges called her over and says, "Now tell me what your mascot is again." When the mascot came out, we were trying to
rocket.
And I didn't know.
Blue Origin.
Did you know there's Gardendale purists, Bubba, that will not let an astronaut be the mascot because they tried to do that because a rocket can look a little, as we all know, and so
people like Greg.
And you know what the purists said? We're not the astronauts, we're the rockets.
How you
We're
going to argue with that?
So we're not going to have an astronaut. And
How you going to argue with that?
So anyway, but Bubba, they actually have the NASA guy coming T-minus, and they count it down.
I love it.
With the team jumping up and down behind the sign, and then when they
I gotta go see
and then
that.
when they say liftoff, here they come. So it's really, of course,
Wish a rocket would fly over.
Of course, got beat. There it is. Oh my gosh, there it is.
Okay, that's okay.
Guys,
that's not bad.
What's wrong with that?
Well,
If you just looked at it like a person,
maybe
not
could have
Greg.
designed it a little
How about
different.
this? Looks okay standing there. Not when it stands.
Once it starts dancing,
That's where it all comes from.
When you glance, though,
look, it's got a spaceman with it.
you almost think shark. Too.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like
Right, a little more like a
Right.
shark. Maybe, but anyway.
It's tough to pull off, but
It
what
is.
a cool deal.
So anyway, and you know how we love to chant and sing. So
there he is.
Okay.
I like the
Adler's
smile on his
Adler's
face.
on fire now. But anyway, so what we did, you know how, and you
I
know,
always love to see a big smile.
right. So Nana wanted to go to see her daughter in the dance line for a game, and this was I don't know how it went. I know they got beat, but I don't know if they're out of the playoff or what. Maybe the last game. But she said we're going to go on this one, and there's my sister there, and with mom. Look at the mom. Look good. Look at her.
She sure
She's
does.
83 years old.
Look at her.
Huh?
Come on.
Nana Brait. She's 83 today. And so I had everybody sing that. We sang Nana Brait. Nana Brait. And of course, I was told that got old quickly, but it was. So anyway, so we took Mom to the game. Met a lot of folks that listened to the show.
She's back in her natural habitat.
Natural habitat, and actually, didn't take long. She knows football. She'll be into critique some of the things.
She'll question the call.
Yeah, now I don't know why we're doing this. And because she immediately went all in on whatever team her kids are tied to. Yeah. And grandkids. So that was great. And then she wants to. It went well, and she wants to this Friday night. If the weather all works out and it's a good night, it looks like Nana will also attend a playoff game with her other grandson, who's the only football coach we got in the family. Yeah. Following in Dad's footsteps, and that means that we'll get Greg involved. Yeah. Because now Greg's got to get involved, and he'll take us all to the playoff game Friday night.
Oh, no.
Okay. I got it covered.
You talking about the one
got a plan
that needs details and he doesn't have them?
I got a plan.
You do?
Yeah.
I like this
I
plan.
got a parking pass. It changes everything.
Yeah. Instead of us all meeting, let's all get in one car.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can get Nana there. Now, we'll say this. We're not in a hurry to get to our seat, so you need to be.
We need to leave early.
Right.
Because I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody this, and I know this ain't going to happen. I like to be there an hour before kickoff. I like to watch pregame, and I like to settle.
Well, there'll be no issue here because, of course, I caught flack. Turned out being correct. I had us there an hour and a half before kickoff.
I can live with that, but that is a little.
Because
hour's perfect.
I didn't have a parking pass.
That's true.
And so I said, no. We just get Nana because it's Nana Brait. Nana Brait. She's 83 today. So what I said,
but you don't want to come in the middle with everybody else. At the last minute.
And so listen to this. Got caught huge. Well, Nana, look at the clock. It's 20 after 5, and the kickoff's 7. And I said, but look right here.
You don't know about traffic.
I said, do you see the parking space right there before the gate? I said, you see the gate that our sister got the ticket set up. We're supposed to go in. And how about this? Are you ready for this? When my victory hit, we look up and guess who's coming? We look up and guess who's walking toward us? My niece.
What?
The granddaughter that my mom wanted to see. So now she gets pregame time with her. We get a bunch of pictures made with her.
All on the front end.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's good.
But anyway, so
wow.
And how about this? Is everybody standing there getting their picture made with the very person we came to see? Perfect. That might not happen in the game.
See, that was a bonus, Rick.
As I looked
that
around,
was a bonus.
I looked around, and then we saw my sister. And then she comes, I can't believe y'all are here. And I was like, well, we're here because I got us here early.
Yes, none of that would have happened if you hadn't.
I said, would y'all like to ease to our seats as opposed to having to run to them and fight somebody for that blanket that our sister put on 2 seats that aren't reserved? See, now we could wait and come later, not see Kinley, not see Angie, and get to the stands and fight people over the blanket. Now we can do that. And then everybody was kind of like, you know what? Don't you like not being in a rush and not everybody? I get a lot of flack for settling.
I'd rather kill time than be behind.
Yeah. So
look, can I ask y'all another story too, dealing with football? We had the story. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. Kenny Dillingham, the head coach at Arizona State, was fed up with his kicking game. And he said we're going to have an open tryout.
Yeah.
Did he get a kicker?
That's a good question.
Remember they destroying the kid that had trained all these years because he tried to walk on before, and he had a tryout. I don't know what happened.
They said Auburn's having one today.
Well,
God bless that kid that's sick, and God bless the kid that's not getting it done. But I mean,
wow, it's tough.
I know that's hard. Yeah. I will thank Auburn for this, though. They forced me to go fish, and I wasn't sure I was going to. And I ended up catching a bunch of fish, and that wouldn't have happened if I'd have been committed.
No, that's true.
So, hey, let me tell you something. It was therapeutic. I had to do it. You can't watch that.
It'll get on you.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so let's talk about Blaze election coverage. Big election tomorrow. First of all, do your part. Go out and vote, obviously. But if you want to see election coverage that doesn't frustrate you, you need to subscribe to Blaze TV. If you're already a subscriber, good news, you're ready to go. But Blaze TV is going to give you a front row seat to every single crucial moment. It's not going to be just election night. It's a live, unfiltered look at the truth, the way the mainstream media will never show it. You know what the mainstream media is doing right now. They're polishing those scripts, and everybody's been handed their propaganda. You're not going to have that with Blaze TV. So how about this? You talk about the most ambitious broadcast that Blaze TV has ever put together. Glenn Beck, Megan Kelly, Liz Wheeler, Allie Beth Stuckey, Steve Deese, Stu will be there from the Beck Show, a powerhouse team, and they will be bringing you just the facts. If you want to find out more, all you have to do is go to blazeelection.com/Rick and get $47 off your subscription. blazeelection.com/Rick. Get $47 off the subscription, and you get immediate access to the full library of exclusive content, which includes this show, an hour of that, and real-time engagement with Blaze TV hosts, totally unfiltered. blazeelection.com/Rick now, $47 off.
Speedy, you were telling us something. You the father of 3 boys, and you were telling us. You get into
coach of many teams.
Coach of me, but when we become, being a husband has its own bizarre things. Then you become somebody's dad, and things get even weird. Just the things you deal with in parent world. But your middle son had a strange request, right?
Yeah, and for some reason he went to Terry with it for her to come to me with it. And
he went to mom.
Yeah, and so she came. She said,
"That's
"Hey,"
a strategy."
She's like, "Hey, JC's got a plan for his birthday party at the end of October," and I was like, "Okay."
Oh boy. That's here. You realize it's October now.
Oh, I know, and this has been a couple of weeks, and I think it's real because Terry's behind it, and
if Mama look,
yeah, she says, "Now look." JC wants a couple of things. He wants to have a party at the house, and he wants you to turn the front yard into a football field, line it off, and everything, and have a football party, and then have a dance afterwards.
A dance?
And I said, a dance? I said, what are you talking about?
With girls?
And he said, yeah, and he wants a big white tent, and underneath the tent, he wants you to be the DJ.
He wants to bring Calvin's Playhouse back?
And I said,
for your son's 11-year-old birthday party?
Daddy Playhouse.
I said, you talking about DJ Daddy? I said, he don't know nothing about that now. I said, now what do I play?
Rick, you don't play that.
No. Let me be very clear about that. And I said, so you talking about instead of Calvin's Playhouse, call it Daddy's Playhouse?
Oh,
I mean, that sounds kind of weird.
What, does he know about when you were the DJ extraordinaire?
And listen, it goes a little deeper.
You haven't been
which makes me want to do this. She goes, and he's questioning if you were any good or not.
As a DJ?
And I said,
he's trying to play that card.
I said, excuse me? I said, are you his agent or something, Terry? Why won't he come talk to me about it?
Right.
And he says, well, he's got it all planned out. And I said, honey, we live in a very nice neighborhood. I can't be DJ Daddy out in the front yard and it echoes throughout the neighborhood.
Why not?
And I said,
invite them over.
I said, I mean, homeowners association loves to write letters. I'm sure we'd get one. And I said, we'd have to go and invite all the neighbors. And I mean, I said, one of the reasons why I love.
There's no way you do it without your bass, right?
No, right. And I said, one of the reasons I love to go have birthday parties somewhere else is you leave and they clean up.
And
that's what you pay for.
I love birthday parties other places.
I said, do you realize the headache behind getting a white tent, renting a white tent? I'm like, I was fumbling for Fun Source's phone number. Hey, y'all have white tents?
Oh yeah, they'll come through.
And and he wants the sidewalls and lights underneath the tent.
Lights.
And I'm like, who is he?
Where did he see this and get this idea?
Does he think he's P. Diddy's son or something? I mean, and she said, well, look, he's never had a big birthday party. And I said, so he wants to play football. and then have an after party? Was he want a pep rally too?
You know what he's having? Homecoming.
Yeah. But she
Are
said
girls
he's
coming to this?
He
Sure
says
they
that
are,
he-
Bubba. You ain't gonna Daddy DJ playing without the girls there.
And he said, now look, he is real serious about you being embarrassing him. If you're not any good, he doesn't want you to do it.
If you're not any good.
And I said, if I'm not
She
any
went
good,
that route.
I
She
said,
knew
honey,
that.
does he know that's how I got you?
Oh.
And then she didn't like that.
Right.
And I was just kind of playing. I told her I apologize.
Somebody fell in love.
bet-
Somebody fell in love with the DJ.
That's right.
I bet Adler would come do it. You didn't want to fool with it, Speedy.
Oh, I am there.
No, because you would look like one of them out there.
Or you could go this route.
Coming to the Playhouse. Playhouse. That's right, coming to the Playhouse for one time only. You know him, you love him. He's coming to the Playhouse. He brings his mastery of
You've
the
been waiting to play
airwaves
this, baby.
straight to the Playhouse.
See, JC don't know about this.
No, he doesn't.
Here we go. Thanks for being with us. We're hitting a couple of weekend stories, chatting with you. Coming up later on the program, we haven't had a chance. I mean, we got the texting option. We're seeing what you guys are putting there. But we'll get some of your actual phone calls coming up before the show is over. As you heard, the gang all here today. And Bubba, as we start this hour, this may be a big test for you because we've talked about this.
Somebody let me know how the tryouts went.
Right.
I'm still looking for
Well, I have good news for you, too. Though this segment is going to be difficult, but we'll keep it light. We'll try not to be angry. It will be difficult, but I have good news for you, and I'm checking to be sure that it is current. I think last night in the Vikings-Colts game, did the Vikings win?
I believe they did, but I don't know the score.
You know, my youngest son who struggles, he's picked two teams, Auburn and the Indianapolis Colts. And he told me last night we were visiting with Mom.
21-13.
We were visiting with Mom, and he said, tell Bubba he'll be just fine tonight. the only team that can break your heart more than the Vikings. But I reminded him.
They've got two.
I told him.
Two Super Bowl
I said,
wins.
y'all have two Super Bowl wins, and you may have more if you go back to – did Johnny, you ever win one?
Let's see that didn't they beat the Cowboys in one of the early ones? I remember them playing. I rember the
bottom
kick
line is
to
they
win
won
that.
Super Bowls. That's the bottom line.
Yeah,
and I
absolutely.
reminded him of that.
Yeah.
So anyway, but I want you to know that I think we have highlights coming up later in the hour. That the mascots played the Little League team again last night, and a fight broke out between mascots and Little League players.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
Okay, so we'll look at that, and it looks like that was from last night. Okay, so now let's deal with the thing that we'll need this in a minute to make us happy again.
Hey, this is Will Ferrell, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba. This has been an elaborate hoax.
Will Ferrell. We know that not everything that Will Ferrell's ever put together, we feel good about. But overall,
he's a funny guy.
We find Will Ferrell to be a very funny guy, and that moment that you just heard when he called our show kind of won us over to Will and everybody that I know that deals with Will Ferrell says that he and our experience is a kind, gentle soul. Okay, but unfortunately, I think he's sometimes maybe so open-minded that his brain falls out, and this is the thing I don't get is the left has become so angry. Have you felt this? They're starting to threaten us. I mean, if we don't agree with them now, they scream in your face. I mean, we have the video y'all have all seen of one of them screaming at a baby in a stroller because her family, supports Trump. And we just had somebody on the text saying that a Little League team had a Trump sign, and the other team's parents that were leftists started calling them rapists and all this kind of little kids. And so the left is kind of – the problem with people who have an emotional worldview is when those emotions go bad and they get mad. Well, the guys have told us, Bubba, Adler and Speedy and Greg, it's like he's waiting on it. Now, over the years, Bubba and I have openly talked about how all of us as human beings tend to give a pass to people that we just like when they do things that normally would upset us.
Yeah.
And I gave Tom Petty a pass, okay? So
face.
let me tell you where Bubba and I are going to land on this Will Ferrell. We have to do this to protect ourselves. We think Will Ferrell's trying to be funny. Now, Greg has assured us.
Remember
that
when
is
he
not
played George Bush before
Right.
and all? I mean, he has a long history of doing these comic things.
But
that's where I'm going to be at.
But we're about to Will Ferrell. First of all, yes, as of until this video.
Remember more cowbell.
Haven't seen this. Haven't seen this. But would we agree right now? We know he's voting for Harris and he loves the left,
I'm sure.
and we give
I'm
him
sure.
a pass on that. He's on our list of people.
I gave Charlie Sheen one.
Right.
You know,
I gave
a lot
Tom.
of his
I
activity.
gave Tom Petty one.
Yeah.
But do we give Will Ferrell a pass?
Well, let's see it.
Okay. So here it is.
It does have a bleep.
There's a word that has to be bleeped in
It is bleeped, but just
Okay. Good. Okay. All right. Good. All right.
I'm just one person? No. Shut the up, Gary. Last time, only a few thousand votes kept Trump out of office. And this time, we will hold you personally responsible, Gary. Don't forget to vote, Gary.
What is that? Who's Gary?
Gary's just like
a guy made up.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
See, to me, look, he may have meant it. He may have meant it. He may have meant it.
I knew he was for Harris.
Seriously,
that's
but
not a.
I can't take him
surprise.
serious though because he's so funny looking. He's just funny to me. He may be number one funny on the list just for his actors.
Right.
Him and Vince Vaughn.
Yeah, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I'm okay. I mean, he's voting for that.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I thought
I'm gonna give him a pass.
I thought he was going to like threaten me, like he's going to beat me up or something.
He'll be funny either way.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. That. Now, in an interesting turn of events, Saturday Night Live Saturday. So they tried to pull a let's give Kamala a little love, and from what I've gathered, you guys have told me the Trump administration or the Trump campaign has called him on it.
Is that Speedy? Is that accurate?
Yes. Yeah, on Saturday Night Live, the FCC responded, and it says here the equal time rule that the commissioner claimed that Harris on SNL violated the equal time rule.
You've heard Bubba talk about this a lot because he we all try to get versed on this, and we get approached sometimes from candidates, and we'll say, well, look, you're inside the window of an election. If we bring you on the show right now, the FCC could deem that your opponent should also get equal time, so you're better off not to be interviewed by us inside this window.
Now, there are exceptions to that. Bonafide news story is always one, which, depending on how you frame it, you could probably always make that work to some degree. But she was in a comedy bit, right?
Yeah.
So that technically doesn't fall under the rules. It doesn't give you a pass to allow her. So the Trump administration could say, we want equal time, and they would have to comply.
And evidently they did. And so during the NBC was forced to allow Trump to air a 90-second advertisement, from what I understand, during Sunday Night Football and NASCAR because of the FCC regulations in order to provide equal time.
Yeah, they NBC did file a notice with the FCC to provide Trump with equal time, and that's to what, because she appeared for 90 seconds, 1 minute 30 seconds on SNL, so that's how they got that.
And what's funny is Lisa and I were watching it, and it would come on, and I made the statement, and she agreed. I said, at least they've been fair and made fun of both sides, so let's see what they do tonight. And I'll be doggone it. I ain't even got the words on my mouth good, and there she is.
Oh, so they brought her on and loved Kamala and all that.
Oh, yeah.
She's basically having an argument with herself.
Right. Yeah, Maya Rudolph is, it looks, she does a great job.
Oh, she's got her. When she says, even Kamala said something about, so is my life that bad? She goes, yeah, kind of.
You want to hear
or a little,
quick second of it?
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah.
Okay.
With a cool new stepmama. Kick back in our pajamas and watch a Kamala.
Anyways.
Okay. Well, we know this, and really, and somebody's pointing this out, I am aware of that. Now, Will Ferrell, that might be something we look at. He also has a new Netflix thing where his transgender friend and he travel all over, and it's look, Will, when it comes to more where we are morally and politically, he is not with us, and we know that. But he he as far as a person on that list of getting passes, it's just hard for me to be mad at Will Ferrell.
I just can't hardly do.
I've never considered him to.
He's just Frank the Tank to me. I can't be mad at Frank the Tank.
Like when Keith Olbermann, back when he was relevant, when he would say things, I would just want to fight him. When Will Ferrell does it, I almost go, well, bless his heart. You know?
Yeah, it's two different approaches.
Right.
I will give SNL credit for their sketch they did with John Mulvaney. It was funny. John Mulvaney was the host, and the name of this sketch was a game show called What's That Name? John Mulvaney plays a lib who, at the beginning, he goes on this big tirade about how this is the biggest election to save democracy. Democracy's on the line. The host of What's That Name says, you said that less than 8 years ago when Hillary Clinton and her running mate were running against Trump. So, what's this guy's name? And they brought out Tim, who was Hillary's running mate. Yeah. Hillary's running mate. And they go, what's Tim's last name? And John Mulvaney in the sketch cannot think of it, which is hilarious because nobody can.
No, I can't. I couldn't. I can't right
remember
now.
it all.
Exactly. It was such a great sketch. And he guessed it wrong, and it just showed the Democrats the sky is falling attitude that they have.
They've had that before, yeah.
And they even made fun of John Mulvaney for tweeting remember their names, talking about during the BLM movement, and they were like, name 2 people that you tweeted out remember their name. Besides George Floyd, and he couldn't do it. So it was a pretty good sketch.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we're hitting pancakes. I mean, and we go to this. Sherry claimed that we had lived in Birmingham, Alabama, too long not to know more about it.
Okay.
She said, we're two in our little circle here. She goes, you realize that we got like a pancake house here that's like what they have in Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg. And I said, what? And she goes, all my friends have told me that. So we get up and we go there, and it was number one. Is outstanding.
Y'all went to IHOP?
No, we did not. It was not IHOP. It was, when you go to Gatlinburg, those pancake houses, like we have one. Yeah, it's like called the Original Pancake House.
Really?
Yeah, in downtown Birmingham. Outstanding. So then
I've noticed there's a lot of places called the Original Pancake House. Have you ever noticed that?
Right.
I mean, I bet the IRS has a tough time figuring those out when those returns come in.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like if you remember the speech from Santa to Will Ferrell and Elf.
Right.
Now, they're all called the Original, but the real original. Right. But anyway, so this one, I mean, I didn't know we had like a Gatlinburg pancake house.
You talking about the ones that's shaped like a barn?
Yeah. But, I mean, those, you walk in there, it's got thousands of different kinds of pancakes, and we just have a blast and all that. And then we decided we would become tourists of Birmingham, where we live. We would become tourists, and we would just try to go see things.
What?
And we rode around all day. And like I remember my parents were growing up, and they would talk about that they always went downtown to that old theater, and they would eat Gus's hot dogs, of course, the original. Mm-hmm. And so I start looking for it. By gosh, we're going to eat. And, of course, the Burgesses, our tour of our city involved touring the famous food of our city.
Right,
you know what I mean?
right.
Yeah. And then I got like kind of frustrated because, the boys, like the place was, it was old school. It was like walking into a little place and it's just one of those little, I mean, it's not much wider than this console, and you get your hot dog and, I don't know if I want to eat hot dog.
I think
you will eat a Gus's hot dog.
And you'll like it.
Yeah, Dad, I'm still full from the pancakes. No, you're not.
Dad, we just ate 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that was 45 minutes ago. Have a Gus's hot dog, man. You're going to have one. Let me tell you something. Gus is special dog, and it's called special for a reason.
Is it special?
It is special.
Now, did you do all this in your big van?
No, we actually went in Mom's station wagon.
Okay.
we wanted to hip it up. We went in a station wagon. So anyway, we're doing all that. We go hit the sides.
Now, Rick, did you go to the Vulcan, the Roman god of Forge?
Of course. And
the man with no pants?
Sloss Furnace. Only go there during the day.
All right.
You know what I mean? Where the old iron ore was made.
Hold on, Rick. Did you really go to this?
Oh, yes. We and how about this? We were going to hit. I mean, the boys started begging, please take us home. Why are we riding around our city? And I said, well, we got to know about. We're going to go do our stuff.
And Rick,
we've
when
done
you got
all this
done,
stuff. And then I said, look, guys, if y'all complain about this day that your mom and I are going to have with all of us together as a family, if you complain again, we will go somewhere where you'll learn something. Don't make me go to an educational place because we will. And boy, that shut them up.
Or go
please.
shopping for pants.
Yeah.
yeah.
I said, we will not only.
I hated that as a kid. I hate it now.
I did too.
As you can tell.
I said, if you keep this up, I'm going to go somewhere historical, and we're going to read every historical marker, every one of them.
Rick, you mean you go do that one
All
day?
of them, Daddy.
That's
right. It was a day like we would have loved. So anyway, so we get back.
Hey, look what happened right here.
Yeah, we get back home, and we have a great day, and then we hear from
Rick. When you got back home, did you say Atlanta? Take that.
Yeah, how about that, Atlanta?
Uh-huh.
So
Memphis, take that. Nashville, take that.
So we come back. Really, we are good at food. Birmingham, you know what I mean? Our food really is outstanding.
It ain't like we got a professional team to go watch.
The city of 1,000 lunches.
Might as well eat.
So when we get back, you remember me talking about this. Then the 9-year-old declares, "The weather is warm, meaning hobbits can go out barefooted. I would like to shoot a few scenes from The Lord of the Rings." I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I rewrote The Lord of the Rings." He's an aspiring movie director and producer. So,
well, he picked a big one to take on.
Yes, he did. He has rewritten Lord of the Rings. Now it's only a page and a half, but
so he's just getting started.
So we cut to the chase on his version, which I like. So we had to get our costumes out, and we had to go out and shoot. And let me tell you what's funny.
Why couldn't I have driven by?
Right. By the way, I'm playing the role of King Roosevelt, but I'm also various orgs.
But I can see you as an org.
Yeah, but how about this? He's got the script out there. We're having to shoot the scenes. He's cut in action. Okay, the whole thing.
No.
And he's saying, do not get anything that's modern in it. I only want you to get trees, and because I've created a forest in the backyard, and we shoot. So, and then as it's over, this is his quote. "All right, I think that's enough for today. I'm gonna go in and look at the dailies and see if we got some good stuff."
It's a wrap today.
And you walk into his room, and he's got his little computer set up, and he's checking out the scenes from his.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out today. If you missed it over the weekend, enjoy that. A.J. Rice, our guest, his new book, The White Privilege Album. Funny book, using comedy once again to look at a very serious topic and kind of point to the absurdity of some of it. All right, so, Bubba, I promised. Will Ferrell's thing wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but I still want to watch this because I think it'll just be fun.
Oh, yes.
We can't get enough. We can't get enough of these mascots playing these Little League teams. I don't know if it's pregame or halftime. I guess it's probably pregame or halftime. I don't know, in these NFL games.
Probably halftime.
So the Colt, who for the Colts seems to be, no matter when we have these games, he's a dominant player for the mascots. And Brody, my son Brody, wants him to actually play on the team to help them win. But this time a fight breaks out. He roughs up one of the Little Leaguers, and the Little Leaguers' teammates are ready to defend him. And Bubba, let me just say you're welcome. So watch this. Now watch this little push here.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, look, now here comes his teammates. Now they're going after him.
Look,
now they're trying to look. Now here comes the
Viking.
Here comes the Viking to come over. Look, Bubba.
Oh, he pushes his stomach up.
And the Vikings protected him. But watch him throw the kid down, then push him down. I'm telling you, the Colt comes to play.
He's serious.
The Colt comes to play, and I can't get enough of these mascots.
That is hilarious.
That is,
and you know
funny.
those kids are loving that.
Like when he pushes his stomach
Look.
He lost his jersey.
Yeah, I guess one of the little kids took his jersey
He ripped
off.
his jersey off.
Yeah, I don't know how that gets put together and who organizes that, but can I just say on behalf of America, you're
So
welcome.
good.
Bubba, a little shout out today.
Rick, shout out went down to a special birthday party yesterday. Meg Wilson, that used to work with us. She said, tell you guys hello.
Hello,
and
Meg.
She had a birthday extravaganza in her neighborhood last night, complete with food truck and a lot of other activities. So.
Oh, how about that?
Oh,
So
good stuff.
what kind of food truck?
It was. It did Italian type stuff. They also had Philly cheese. Just all kind of good stuff.
Yeah.
We had some fried. Was it fried ravioli? Was really good.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, I think it was called the rolling pepperoni or something like that. Was the name of the truck.
Did you just say the rolling pepperoni?
I think that was the name of it. That's great.
That's fantastic.
But happy birthday, Meg.
Yeah, happy
Fried
birthday.
ravioli. I didn't even know this was a thing. I love ravioli.
Oh, you had me at fried.
It's really good fried.
Wow, it's all crispy, like it's like
Yes,
breaded.
Yes.
This is amazing. I didn't know this existed.
I was going to ask you, speaking of things like that, where did you finally land on the charcuterie board?
What do you mean?
Do you like a charcuterie?
Oh yeah, I
yeah.
love them now. I couldn't say it for a long time, but I learned how.
Did I say it right?
Charcuterie.
Charcuterie.
Yeah, close enough.
So
Charcuterie.
anyway, we have.
I'll even ask now. If we're gonna have a ball game, I go,
Yeah.
you gonna fix a charcuterie?
Yeah, right.
board?"
Yeah. Yeah, so we also had a thing we went
got
to
Greg to look up
after church yesterday where you ever have friends and they'll meet somebody that lives far away and they'll go off and have a wedding in another state that nobody can get to.
Yeah.
And so Doe Travis, his son, and he got married. But he married a girl from Minnesota, so they went all the way to Minnesota, and they got married. So a lot of us, I mean, that they can't. You really got to take your numbers down now when you talk about. So they did the reception in Alabama months later for the Alabama friends to get to come over and see it. So they had it over at their house. But Bubba, I'd never seen this before, and Sherry had to bring cupcakes or something. And I walk in and I see this little cup. It's like, I hate to say it, it's you did pizza in a cup.
Yeah.
But this is charcuterie in a cup.
Oh,
and
really?
it was this little cup, and like I look sticking up out of it, and I see the various meats and cheese and fruits, and I'm like, is that charcuterie in a cup?
Just walking around.
And they're like, as a matter of fact, it is. Interesting.
That is.
A little tougher to eat than I thought. Because you're holding a
But
cup.
if you're driving, that's the only way to do it.
Yeah, but think about this. You know how they put them on those giant toothpicks.
Oh, is the toothpicks in the cup too?
Yes, and so you've got.
You better be careful then. I wouldn't recommend that while you're driving.
You have on the big toothpick. You'd have like meat, a grape. Cheese.
So it's already made. It's like a shish
there it is.
kebab.
That's exactly what it was. It was just like that right there. Yeah, and that was an interesting
walk around and eat while I talk.
Is that for Colt fans?
I don't know. A charcuterie in a cup. So I'd never seen that before. Interesting. And
I wonder who the inventor of charcuterie in a cup is.
It's not Bubba.
It's not Bubba.
Sadly.
It's pizza in the cup.
Bubba and I were late to the charcuterie game. We were kind of against it. We didn't understand
kinda weird
it.
what they
It
call it.
was frou-frou, but then I we modified it and got into it.
It ain't bad.
And I'm kind of
Perfect to snack on.
I'm in a little bit.
I like cheese. I like cheese.
Yeah.
Give me some. I'm kind of in a little bit of a. I've got two that have been married for a little over a year now. Greg's got all his grandkids. Speedy's got a grandkid. And then I go to see all my friends at this gathering, and they've all got grandkids. So I finally just sat down when we got over to Mom's house later, and Brody and Cameron, and I said, guys, y'all saw how we looked. Why we have no grandchildren, and they said, well, we're planning to have kids later. Mm-hmm. And I'm getting the same thing from my oldest kid. And I said, I turned 60.
You're not getting any younger.
I'm running out of time, and I'm seeing all my friends with their grandkids, and I don't have any. And I have two people married. Well, what are we doing? And y'all are young, you're energetic. Have your kids while you still have the energy.
And while you still have the energy.
And so we got in the car going home, and I said, I'm kind of in a dilemma on how I want to pray for these sons of ours and their wives. What do you think about me going to God and just asking Him to intervene and just give us grandkids? So can you do that?
He does.
Yeah.
But I know.
I'd say if it's on your heart,
right.
go ahead and fire it up.
That's not a bad thing.
And you ought to see them. They look kind of scared, and they said, and because I shouldn't have said this, Dad, we kind of planning we want to have kids, and I said, well, we'll see.
We'll see about that.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see.
Pray about it.
Daddy about to go talk to the Lord. And then they just had this look on their face. I said, it's up to him, but I certainly will ask him about it. We certainly will talk. I mean, we're running out of time. I mean, I'm 60 years old. I'd like to be able to hold them, carry them, play with them. I mean,
no way you ever see them graduate high school.
I mean, I love, you know, I was grabbing everybody's babies and holding them, and and then I was like, you know, they feel so snuggly. Greg's kids are sending me videos saying Uncle Rick's coming.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and all this is great.
The baby of the family's already calling for
all this is great, and I love all this, but I don't have the access to them because there's somebody else's. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. Let's take phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I want an update. When we got here today, the guy started printing out stories from around the world for the show today, and the printer is acting up. We had a kind gentleman who called and tried to help us to troubleshoot a little bit. One of the worries was, did Greg go get recycled paper and it's ruined the printer? You know, to me, because I cannot stand recycled paper.
I got here about 4:30 and was printing fine, and so I asked Speedy, hey, when he got here, was he able to print? And he said, yeah. So something in the process. I don't think it's the paper because we've printed stuff on that paper.
Same paper?
Yeah.
It's not recycled paper, is it?
No, he got the good stuff. He said it was on sale, and it probably was, but it is the good stuff.
Well, I tell you, recycled toilet paper, we got to take another look.
Hello?
It's calling Speedy's office. Speedy, you in there with the printer?
Yes, I got it in the headlock.
All right, what's going on with the printer?
Well, it's just the weirdest thing here. Hold on, let me close this right here. Hold on, let me see if this works. All right, there we go. It's like it just printed this one little piece of paper, but then it says that I got to open the front door because it's jammed. So I open the front door, and it's like it's printing, and then right before it delivers it to send out of the computer, it's like the paper's not going through the little slot that it needs to go through, like some little wheel or something is off. All right, so it's checking the printer now. Hold on. It's checking it. Hold on. Checking printer. Checking printer.
Right.
And see, this is where it fools you because it's like it's working, and then it won't.
Okay, Speed, thanks for clearing that up.
I just saw Greg walk by the window here with a plate of food, going back there to help, like he's going to do something.
He don't care. He'll get a rip. You know? I mean,
I love when he'll stand there with his coffee and his plate of food, and he'll say it's off kilter.
See, it just did it again. It just did it again.
Well, Speed, we got that.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know what to do for you.
All right, so I'm opening this up. I see, and then there it is. There's the dang paper. All right, so see, it looks like it's not going through the little slot that sends it out to the top. It's getting stuck in there.
Well, I mean,
hey, buddy,
I'm not sure what you want me to do about it, bud.
This is my world, and I print stuff.
I know you do. This is where, but this will be, Bubba will use this when he gets back as the next step because we've been discussing it for us to go wireless, and everybody would just look. I'll set up some kind of little apparatus.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't get them. Dang it! Hold on, I got my bat. Can I hit it?
No, I wouldn't do that. Do we release that, or do we pay for that?
What, that printer?
Yeah,
it's ours.
Is it?
We pay it. We pay.
Well, yeah, go ahead then.
All right.
All right, but how's that working?
Stupid son of a.
How's that working? Did that work? Speedy, did that unjar it?
Crap.
Did that unjar it?
No, ink just went everywhere.
But didn't it feel good though?
God, I got ink everywhere.
All right, hang on, Speedy. I'm gonna conference the people through to you. We're getting.
Gosh, ink is a dust. It's a cloud of ink.
Well, I mean, look, you just try to stay out of it then. Just don't breathe it in.
Don't get in Greg's food. Don't hurt yourself, Speed. I need you this afternoon.
Hey, where's the vacuum cleaner?
All right, look, Speedy, we got some people calling. I don't know if this is about printers or not. But
I need the vacuum cleaner, Greg.
Of course, Greg's got his plate of food.
I got mad at it and started hitting it with a. I know. Dang it. I know. Don't breathe it in.
Don't breathe it in.
Just don't breathe it in. Just go away. I got this.
Speedy, it may be too late, but there are people that are trying to help you.
Okay.
All right, hang on. Let me see what we got here.
Hey, good there. Well, just go get Bubba's key and get the dang vacuum cleaner.
I don't even know where his key is. You got to talk to him. That's his boy.
I need to
talk to him. That's his boy.
Y'all need to see the floor in here. You need, hey,
crap.
Drink yesterday in the kitchen.
Did he mess the kitchen up yesterday too?
He spilled a Diet
Just don't
Coke
breathe it in.
all over the place.
You can't breathe it?
No, I don't think so. I got ink in my nose. It won't work. It won't work. It won't freaking work. It's like it's still. See, like right here, I had to open the printer and go get the paper, and the paper is fine. It's printed, but it won't deliver it out.
55 minutes past the hour. You know, it is interesting as we get ready for tomorrow. We do have, you know, the all-emotional, all-caring, all-loving left that keeps trying to tell us that we should be afraid of Trump because he'll weaponize the government and go after people he doesn't like. But yet we look at the left and they keep weaponizing the government and going after people they don't like.
Right.
While
saying be careful.
Right.
Of Trump
and one of those people has been Michael Lindell. They've tried every way in the world to get rid of Lindell.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they've tried every way in the world. It just doesn't work because, you know, right now we still have somewhat of a capitalistic economy. Now, we don't have it like it should be. Right. Capitalism, if you'll just let it run and let it eat, oh, wow, what it can do. But anyway, mypillow.com/BigVox, it goes back to this. You know, we've said before that we know there's been all kinds of attempts by various groups on the left to be mad at the faith part of Chick-fil-A. But they just can't stop eating that sandwich. They can't do it. And I think the MyPillow is the same way. The MyPillow is so superior to any other pillow options, even leftists secretly sleep on them.
Right.
Do you agree?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And right now...
It's the Chick-fil-A of bedding.
Right now, Mike Lindell's doubling down with the standard MyPillow. Normally retails $49.98. Right now, it's only $14.98. The Queens are $18.98. The Kings are $19.98. This is $30 to $50 savings right now. So don't miss this. I've already seen an email that says that what I'm talking about today, we're getting a new copy tomorrow. So I don't know whether this deal's about to go out tomorrow. I don't know. But go to mypillow.com/BigVox. That code is BigVox. Use that and get these savings. Also, you can just use the link that we have at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. It's a great product, and you shouldn't let any political group tell you who you should and shouldn't buy your stuff from. To the phones we go. Let's go to Derek out of Springfield, Illinois. Derek, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
You guys remember how you felt when you found out about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny? I am 45. I've been listening to you guys for about 15 years. And on the radio this past week, I heard the anniversary song. And for 15 years, I thought you guys came up with it. I didn't know it was a real song.
Wow.
And my mind was blown. And so my bubble was burst.
So
Little River Band.
So you're telling me you must not be familiar, as Bubba just said, of the catalog from the Little River Band. Do you know them at all?
I actually never even heard of the Little River Band. I'm a kid of the 80s,
right.
But you guys just sang it every time somebody gets a shout out, and I just thought, wow, that is such a catchy tune.
Well, you won't
even came on the radio, and I thought, well, I've heard of this before.
So you're not familiar with the Lonesome Loser. Have you heard about the Lonesome Loser?
Yes, I've heard that.
That's Little River Band.
Well, I just thought that was yours.
No. Don't be telling them you don't love me, 'cause baby, I do. There's Little River Band. Reminiscing, spending the hours reminiscing. I mean,
I'm sorry, guys. You guys introduced me to Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, gosh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah. All right. Have a good one.
Sorry,
Thanks.
buddy. Yeah, I bet that was a shocker. We thought everybody knew. We continue. 866 We Be Big. To Georgia we go. Big player tomorrow, Georgia. Mike is on. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if Greg's still punching cake and throwing bread all over the place, and is Adler still hunting trash cans?
I don't think so. Didn't y'all get past that, Adler? Greg? Now, Greg, I think at any moment could still do that, but I think we're past that.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jay, also in Georgia. Jay, go ahead.
First of all, Greg is just a bundle of joy answering that phone. It seems like he really loves to do that.
Isn't he playing?
And, yeah. Second, he's just like, hey, who is this? What do you want? And so anyway, that's neither here nor there. Hey, Friday, I catch you guys on the archives every day. I'm 3 hours behind you guys, not in time zone, but I mean as far as catching you on the archives.
Got it.
It was driving me crazy all weekend. Rashida Jones is Quincy Jones's daughter. That's who he was trying to think of Friday. It was driving me crazy, so I just had to call and tell you.
And he passed.
91.
The bad haircut. The new commercial with a bad haircut.
Yeah,
that girl.
Yeah, Quincy. Oh, yeah. Quincy Jones went on in 91, right?
Yeah, that's what I see. I
Legend.
couldn't say that.
Yeah, I know you couldn't. Yeah, 91 years old, Quincy Jones. Interesting that Jay brought that up. Went on in. A legend in the music industry, and of course, a lot of you may know him from the video of "We Are the World." We continue. Aaron, out of the free state of Florida. Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
So I was calling. I didn't know if y'all have seen Randall Terry, who's running for the Constitutional Party. Now, he knows he's going to lose. He's not trying to take votes away from Trump, but what he's doing is he's exposing SEC laws or he's using SEC laws to expose like Kamala and some of them, and calling out churches that would vote for these pro-abortion candidates, and basically calling them out that the blood's on their hands. And he also is exposing these radical abortion initiatives that we have in 12 states right now. But the funniest one he came out with was he had an ad that he called out all the cast of The View and the late night guys running it during The View and comparing them to Nazis for supporting some of these abortion initiatives as well as Kamala.
Wait, his commercial went on right in the middle of while The View was doing their show?
Yes, and because of SEC laws and he's running for president, they couldn't stop it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
ABC even had to come out with something about it, too. It was hilarious.
They put a disclaimer before and after it.
I didn't know that was his ad. I've seen the ad, and they had to put a disclaimer out. You're right, yeah. I didn't know that was his ad, though. Yeah. So, no, not familiar with him, but I have seen that ad. We continue. 866 We Be Big going to Jeff in Huntsville. Jeff, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, I got some. We need to talk about something here.
Okay, buddy.
I'm in your shoes. I'm 62. I have a daughter that's been married 4 years, and a son's been married this past year. I have no grandkids, so I prayed about it, and God answered that. I now have my own 3-year-old and my own 15-month-old boys.
Really?
Yes, I do. I just dropped them off at daycare.
So you? Oh no. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, your kids didn't have those. You and your wife had those.
Me and my wife had those wild two boys. So
at 62. At 60.
At 62.
Oh,
that's right.
Okay. Oh boy.
Well, you better aim them prayers in the right direction.
I was about to say.
I think you need to clarify.
Let me reel that all back in. Lord, it's up to you. You do whatever you want. We'll have those grandkids on your timeline. That's funny. We continue.
Drop them off at daycare.
Just drop them off daycare, Rick. Be careful out there. That's good. Let's go to, is it Tyler, maybe? Tyler, Rainsville, or Tyke?
Yes, sir. It's Tyke Berry.
Oh, hey, what's up, Tyke? Go ahead.
What's up, guys? Monkey Grass and Green Acres first.
Thank you. You go right ahead.
Been listening to you guys a long time. I am 45 years old. I had 2 kids early. I've got a 28 and 26-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
My dad had 3 other kids by another wife, and so they're quite a bit younger than I am, but they hadn't had any grandkids, so he started praying for grandkids. My dad is a man of God, way closer to God than I'll ever be, but he started praying for grandkids. Well, I already had 2. So within 2 years, my two brothers and my sister had kids. Well, then I had one.
Oh, he put one on
another
you.
one.
And you'd already given him some.
One on me.
He put one on.
And so I
got to be careful here. You guys are giving me great guidance today. Thank you so much.
Hey, 4 grandkids in 1 year. Well, he kept praying. Well, 2 years later, we all 4 had another one.
Oh my God.
So He got 8 grandkids in 2 years, and I said, Dad, you got to stop praying, please. Because I've got a kid that's 28, and I've got a kid that's 8.
Oh no! Oh Lord, help!
Same wife.
Oh Lord, help, Talk. Oh, give him a break, Lord. Oh my goodness, what a powerful! Yeah, hey, look. What does the Bible say? When a righteous man prays, God starts moving.
That's why I said stop praying.
You learned that one, didn't
Well,
you?
you just got. I think y'all are not being real clear in your prayer.
Right. Hey, Daddy, give us a break. That's great.
Be sure to get the names right.
Yeah. Well, they're all fortunate to have a man like your dad.
Yep. That's right.
Amen. All right, we'll come back 15 minutes to the top. Have a lot to cover on the program today. We'll jump into more of it. Stay with us as the Rick and Bubba Show recaps the weekend. It's the stories of the day, chatting with you, and more to come. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Indiana man accused of driving 3 blocks with 4 children strapped to the hood of his car was being held in jail Tuesday on charges of drunken driving and neglect.
All right, before Bubba gives you the details of this story, here is the good news. All of you listening who are parents, you're about to feel better about yourself. I mean, the mistakes you may have made as a parent, you're about to feel a lot better.
The Fort Wayne police said the mother of the 3 children also were being held on neglect charges. The other child belonged to the man. None of the children, ages 4, 5, 6, and 7, were injured, according to police. So they strapped a 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old to the hood of the car.
It says hood.
And drove off.
Not the roof.
From a
it's all
liquor
bad.
store.
I don't know why I'm thinking the roof is not as bad as the hood. But, I mean, where am I coming up with that? All right, to the trunk. Why am I so upset about the hood?
Yeah.
But I would. You think I should be upset enough with the fact that it's just strapped to the car and not inside it? Why are we not inside the car? Does it go on to say that?
It said, according to this, they thought that they were apparently they were traveling a short distance, and they believed they would enjoy it.
Well, I tell you, I don't know what y'all are so upset about. We ain't going very far, and I just strapped them up there, and they were loving it. Just wheeling on. Faster, Daddy, faster. Of course, he had a blood alcohol level of
0.17, twice the legal limit.
Didn't they say they actually spotted them strapped in at the liquor store?
Somebody had phoned it in, and apparently a federal marshal heard it and actually pulled him over.
Says apparently the woman also with the man was intoxicated. I love this part of the story. The man and woman's relationship was unclear.
Mm-hmm. And their degree of sense.
Well, there's a little twist in the story. They went on to do blood tests on the children and found their biological father was a man named Hatchet in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Right.
And so I think...
Who would have thought?
And he hadn't paid a dime on him ever.
I tell you what, if y'all be quiet and let Daddy and my lady friend here come over to the liquor store and y'all quit yammering, I'll strap you to the top of the hood and ride you a piece.
I mean, what are you thinking?
All right, pull it a little bit tighter there, sweetie.
All right, breathe in.
And you know one thing I'd like to tell you and to show you how much I love you? I, too, think they should have fired you for being so sexy.
Yeah.
You are a sexy woman. So,
and keep in mind, all these stories we've covered today, these people can vote.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
And think about this. They're also God-fearing, hard-working, upstanding men and women who are right now unable to get adoption cleared.
Yeah.
All right, and here's Cool Breeze with his 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old strapped to the hood of his car, drunk out of his mind, rolling down the highway for a piece.
We
weren't going far.
It sounded to me like they couldn't even identify who belonged to who.
Well, at least he strapped them down for safety.
So was it the woman's children? And because it said,
Rick, it's very confusing.
All right, let's go back. All right, one child it said belonged to the man. the mother of the 3 other children. They are a man and a woman. One of them's his. The other 3 are hers, but their relationship is unclear. Well, I got the kid this weekend. You got yours? Well, let's go over and get something from the liquor store, put them on the hood, and let them have a blast.
But the way the story's written, we don't know if it was the 4, 5, 6, or 7-year-old.
I'm going to tell you, though, because I'm going to bet that these 2 individuals whose relationship is unclear.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet that both of them have been kind of on a probationary move of getting to see their kids.
Yeah.
Okay, and this one's going to hurt.
Yeah, and it should.
When their spouse or other parent that they had the children with,
or the legal team they're battling,
whatever. When their lawyer finds out, this will hurt privileges to see the kids.
It normally will.
Yeah.
Well, frankly, I don't know why y'all hauled me back in here in court. I don't know what it's upset about.
Everybody's having a good time.
We just driving a short piece, and they were loving it. We strapped them in right. We knew how to lock it. Wasn't like we didn't know how to use a strap. People frown on you taking your live children and treating them as if you're hauling home a piece of furniture.
Yeah.
Have you also noticed that some of these people that are into all this and causing all this havoc are not at a job somewhere?
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So as we work our way back, more stories from the weekend. And we're updating you. Big election tomorrow. We're all over that. We've hit that a little bit earlier. We can talk more about that coming up. A couple of man churches coming up this weekend. If you're looking to get out and get plugged in, Opelika, Bubba, where you were over the weekend, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. James Spann is going to be there at their next man church. So they're in their 5th year doing the strategy. And this will be their next gathering. They got a great room, too, where they have these man church services. You'll love it there. James Spann, if you've never heard James speak, be a great opportunity to be there and plug in to one of our curriculum. I will be in beautiful Athens, Alabama on Sunday night. Clements Baptist Church is they're rolling through the strategy as well. Honored to be there to speak on their behalf. So Athens, Alabama, if you want to come to Clements Baptist Church on Sunday night, Lord willing, I will be there and look forward to that time together. Bubba, Charles Barkley, oh my goodness, as Greg has described him accurately, a walking, talking contradiction. Charles is a lot of fun, not overly consistent, but it's a lot of fun. As a matter of fact, after we hear what he's about to say now, isn't he voting for Kamala too? Is Charles voting for Kamala?
No.
Oh, I'm sure.
Why not?
He had that rant about if black people vote for Trump, you're stupid or something
that's
like
right.
that.
He had to wear a shirt that says I'm stupid.
I'd have to disagree with Charles on that one. That maybe people are thinking for themselves and they remember the economy and they look at the current state of the economy. And now someone like you, it may not impact, but it certainly will them. But here's Charles. He's we like Charles. He's fun. He's talking about how he made $30 million instead of $3 million following Michael Jordan's advice. Hey, man, what about Bubba? So here is Charles Barkley explaining this advice.
We both go to Nike. They signed Michael and they signed me. And Michael gave me some great advice one time. He says, hey, man, why you need all that money? I said, dude, what you talking about? He says, I was looking at your contract. You're making about $3 million. Tell Nike you want $1 million and you want the rest in stock options. And I said, thank you, Michael. Okay, I'll run it by my guys. He says, that's a good idea if they're going to be great. I says, this dude's the greatest basketball player I've ever seen. Let's do it. Or just do it. I actually made probably 10 times the amount of money, and I'm still with Nike to this day.
So when he realized that Michael was going as well, so he's going to be able to make money off Michael and him if you do stock options. That's right. And and
options, baby.
So he said, I was going to take the $3 million guaranteed and be out, and Jordan says, take the $1 million in stock options. You'll do a lot better. Nike's going places.
If it goes up, you're in
good
shape.
I think he realized the greatest player that's ever played is going to be their new face. Right. I feel pretty good about it.
It's a pretty good gamble.
It is
on the upward trend.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know whether Charles is still in the Kamala camp and anti-Trump. I don't know. Mike Tyson. Now, you're going to have to help us here a little bit, Adler. I'm not familiar with, how do you say this name?
It is how you think it is.
Just like the terrorist group?
Yes.
Hezbollah?
Yes.
So there's an Arabic influencer, and he has one of these horrible diseases that makes him tiny.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyson is going to admit that he thought he was a baby?
Yes, we actually played this clip a long time ago.
Don't get off on this rabbit hole on social. You
okay.
won't stop watching.
Okay, I won't.
Yes.
Yeah,
So this guy is really popular in
Very.
both the Arab world and in the United States. And he has the same name as the terrorist organization, which is wild. But I think it's like a pretty common name in that world, you know?
Oh, okay. All right.
And we played the clip of Mike Tyson meeting this guy, kind of when he was at his peak of his fame. And Mike Tyson just like snuggled him and like kissed on him.
I remember that.
Like he was a baby, because Mike Tyson didn't know. But we did. It's never been confirmed that Mike Tyson didn't know.
I thought he was a baby.
And so Mike never commented on it, and he was
Marauder tattoo. Has he got it?
he's got it.
It's there.
It's the Marauder. I got the
It's
Marauder.
on there.
So here's Mike Tyson admitting that he thought it was a baby.
Hezbollah. Is that what it said? Hezbollah?
The short guy. The short guy.
Is that a real video when you cradling him? Is it like
No, he's snuggling him like an infant.
There was a baby.
I thought it was a
does
baby.
look like a baby.
And I didn't know. I'm hungry. He's punching me. I don't know, man. That's how I am with children.
That's how I am with you.
Looks like a child.
Hey, he'll punch you in the face too.
I've seen that.
He will. He'll come up and
Bap. I thought I am right too. I thought he was a baby.
He does look
26 years old.
He's a 26-year-old adult man.
How about Mike not even denying it?
No, I thought he was a baby. Oh, that's good.
Well, I mean,
I don't blame him for that one.
I don't either.
Okay, I haven't seen 25 here, Adler.
25.
Okay.
Yeah, 25. Wait a minute. See, I didn't see College Game Day.
Okay, yes.
Did they convince Nick Saban to wear a costume?
They did.
No way.
They
Nick
did.
Saban didn't wear a costume.
There's two things
on
from
the
College
set.
Game Day. We got to.
Did he?
Yes. Look, here we go.
What in the world?
Bubba,
do you
he
get
is
the man
in.
who has everything
He's in the Penn State.
Is he Winnie the Pooh?
Nittany Lion.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
Bubba, retirement looks good on him.
It's the new fun-loving Nick
This is the new
Saban.
fun-loving. I can't.
Wow.
Guys,
Short that haircut
there
on.
was a day if you were the producer, and somebody said, "I'd like for Saban to wear a costume."
Oh, you just go, no
and
way.
somebody say, "Who's
No
going to
way.
ask him?" I think they would draw straws to see who was going to ask him. But he wore it. Doesn't he look like he's just having the time of his life?
He's just having fun.
You know what?
We can't play the one when they bring out the food.
Yeah, he didn't know what tahini was, I guess. Or
Excuse
whatever.
me?
He said,
what happened?
He said,
What happened?
He said, "What's this blank?" And it got picked up on Mike.
Uh-oh.
And the whole crew just lost it. They got to laughing so hard
Because it was like a caterer bringing it, almost like an advertisement for the local restaurant.
You know how they always
do
bring
that a lot.
somebody
Yeah, they do
local
that
and
a
they
lot,
just
yeah.
feed them and they had a spread of food and they put it all on the counter. He's like, you got picked up on my, hey, what's this?
He called it something bad.
Yes.
And hurt everybody's feelings. All right.
And it was right in a gap of like silence.
It couldn't have been who said it.
Lots of people were talking, and he was like, "Now what is this?" And we can't
might
play
read
it.
his lips here.
Yes, but the food looked
Look at
good.
the face.
Here it comes.
Look,
Right
that's how
here.
Greg looks every morning. It's the same face.
And he's about to say it right now. Get ready.
We're not going to play it. Are we?
No, we can't play it.
I wish we
But
could.
watch the
Right,
I wish we
you're
could.
right. There it is. He just said it.
He just said it.
Everybody's
Look
losing.
at McAfee. Hey, Lee Corsley,
Lee doesn't.
he don't know.
Lee
He just
doesn't know
sees
what he
everybody
said.
laughing.
God love Lee. God love him.
What's this blank?
So,
That's funny.
Bubba,
Hey, Coach.
yeah, okay.
Coach is having fun.
You're broadcasting,
Good for him.
Coach.
Good for him.
Bubba, you know I'm not going to do that to you, but if you look at Nick Saban and the fun he's having, my goodness, he's got the Nittany Lion outfit on. He's eating food, everybody's bringing, he's laughing, he's cutting up, and then there's Hugh Freeze.
Hey, did you?
You talk about
There was a lot of strange activity after the game this weekend.
Right.
Got a little chippy.
I've seen some clips and things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if
after
you-
this
did-
particular game.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear the music they were playing?
No,
We're not going to take it.
I was fishing at that point.
Exactly. Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was. I I was fishing at that
So
moment.
what is this part of the press conference?
Yeah,
here?
dude.
Yeah, he
All
claimed
right,
he
so
didn't
we're-
hear. He claimed he didn't hear the booze.
So we're up against the break. Do y'all want to come back and give it its own segment?
Yeah, probably
okay,
so.
okay, so well, it's always there's the there was the.
I fully expect the eagle to fly away, just not come back. Just head open.
Y'all ain't putting me back in that. I saw somebody
I ain't
interviewing-
gonna fly over.
Somebody
this
said they couldn't find the eagle. They found him in Mobile. My goodness. Top of the hour. If you leave us, don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives every day. You can catch those audio and video. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I get very serious about this kind of stuff. So much we'll punish you if we don't think the job's getting done. Now, I'm not to the point of the gobble gobble song yet, but I'm starting to feel that way.
It's out there, Rick. It's what we call on deck.
And I am, though. Here comes the first round of punishment, and that's I'm going to bring Eddie Van Adler on the show.
Hey.
Yeah, and so this is the first round of punishment of us not getting the job done. You've written a song today for our World Vision Radiothon.
Yes, I have indeed.
Now, this is an original?
This is an original song, super serious. So y'all better listen up, and y'all better call 806.
No.
866-806-HOPE.
Hope.
Hope.
Or go to rickandbubba.com and click the World Vision banner, y'all.
What a spoke. All right, there you go.
Rick, you got me?
I got you.
I'm not catching much guitar.
Yeah, there's plenty of guitar.
Okay. You all got it? Okay. I know you've been spending your money on stupid things. Like sweaters for your dog or dumb old engagement rings. Last night you bought virtual radishes in the game Farmville on Facebook in your bed. You could be getting real food to real people, but you bought a Honey Boo Boo ringtone instead. It's $1.15 a day.
That's good.
I'd waste that money anyway.
It's true.
Oh, yeah.
It helps families survive, and it keeps kids alive. It's $1.15 a day. You know, a lot of listeners ask me, Chris, you can barely afford a puppy. How do you afford to sponsor 2 kids? It's $1.15 a day, that's how. And sponsoring through World Vision helps kids get food and necessities. But it helps you too, actually. You can put their pictures on your fridge. It's a total power move and females love it. Plus, it'll make you feel better about how you lived your life in college, hypothetically speaking. Of course. It's $1.15 a day. I'd burn that money anyway. It helps families survive, and it keeps kids alive. It's $1.15 a day. You really shouldn't have to take financial advice from me. I'm just a tiny, crooked singing clown that has issues with authority. But where else are you gonna spend that money? I know you're not tipping because I've worked in the service industry. Twice the tax, people, twice the tax. If the check is $30, the tax is $240, so you should tip $4.80. Or just $5 even if you're not a jerk. $30 bill, $5 tip. This math can be applied at all levels. While I'm talking about money, I'm sick of bank tellers looking at me so condescendingly. I'm like, here's a check for you to deposit, please. And the teller's like, yeah, if you want me to cash it, you have to have money first. You think I don't know that? You think I don't know that? It's $1.15 a day. You'll flush that money anyway.
Yeah, easily.
Mm-hmm. It helps families survive, and it keeps kids alive. It's $1.15 a day. I want to give a shout out to my two guys I sponsor. Hey Adon, hey Asan. What's crack-a-lackin'? This is actually a quote from a letter I sent them.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Hope everything's going good. I'm okay, I guess. I can't get into the app store on my phone. Talk about frustrating. Don't you hate it when you forget your Apple ID? Seriously. Talk about a brain fart. Anyway, lots of love. Eddie Van Adler, a.k.a. Chris Eagle. A Don and a Son, I give you $1 to each of you. I messed up the rhyme there. Don and a Son, I give $1 a day to each of you. One day I'd like to meet your family, your posse and your crew. I hope my money helps you in life and maybe helps you with the ladies too. Because I've found American women like money and some things are just universally true. It's $1.15 a day.
Everybody sing it. That's good, man.
You'll Obama that money anyway. It helps families survive and it keeps kids alive. It's $1.15 a day.
Oh, you wordsmith. You wordsmith. Yeah.
We're here, and we are thankful for a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here. We look forward to chatting with you again this hour, reading your text on the text options. You heard the mention of the store coming out of the break. Talked about this last week. A brand new order of spatulas has come in. Once they're gone, they're gone. Also, the Christmas-themed tea glass is back again. That's the one that started the series. The hunting one is still available too. But a lot of you are asking, hey, I didn't get the Christmas one when we did it last year at the end. Is it going to come back? It has. And then there's a few other items that you can find at rickandbubba.com under the store, or just text store as you start kind of thinking about things you want to get as we get into the holiday season. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us now for over 30 years.
30
we do appreciate
plus.
it. Thank you very much.
All right, so the Auburn Vandy game.
Oh, we're gonna go there again.
Well, Vandy. I mean, they're an incredible story this year.
They really are.
They're fun to watch.
Diago.
They're physical. They're exciting. They're creative.
You think Hugh Freeze is seeing him in his sleep now?
Yes, they're.
This is the third time he's beat.
They're anchoring down. I will say this, and we've talked about this before. And look, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that none of these coaches want to hear from us and tell them how to coach because of our vast experience.
Right.
We once won some little league games, but anyway, but I would just.
I do know what insanity is.
Well, I was going to say I do. I would. I don't. I mean, this player that Vandy has was in the portal. And of all the teams that would have been very familiar with his abilities, you would think Auburn would be one.
Yeah, they saw him. Hugh saw him up close at Liberty once, and then he saw him at Auburn last year at New Mexico State to the tune of 38-10 or something.
So you would think if here's a transfer portal, and I'm looking to turn a team around and maybe look at a quarterback situation, you would think you would go after him, because you're certainly not ignorant about his abilities, to your point. But anyway, so
Rick, why would you do that with all the talent they have?
Well, don't be negative. Don't be
I'm
bitter.
not. I'm
Don't
being
have
straight.
rude.
I'm being straight up.
No. So anyway, and I'm going to try. Is it Diego Pavia?
Yeah. Close enough.
Yeah, Diego Pavia, coming off victories against Alabama, now Auburn, and others in their wake.
Second one in 2 years overall.
Right. And and by the way, we haven't even mentioned, which is also on our list today, and I forgot this to mention, that South Carolina has took down Texas A&M.
Oh, I mean,
Oh,
put it on 'em.
Rick, what a win! Stormed the field. It's been announced they're going to get fined $250K for that.
Yep.
But
why would you storm the field in that
That's not
situation?
storming
I
the
would
field
just
worthy.
come on.
But it just shows you, though.
A&M was leading the conference.
It shows you
but,
now
I mean-
on any given Saturday. You've heard the term any given Sunday. It's the same thing on Saturday now because this is just another version of professional football. You can get beat by anybody on any day. So here we go. Here is back to Auburn. Here, and we'll get to the other. Here's Diego Pavia talking about being overlooked by other teams. And here we go.
They thought I got lucky. Like you heard, like what they were saying in the interviews. Like they thought I got lucky last time I was here. So just to prove it twice, I'm that type of guy. Just come out, give it all I got on Saturdays. And so today was an ugly win, but we found a way to win.
Did they talk to you in the transfer portal? Did they offer you, or they just kind of overlooked you?
Nope, they didn't talk to me. Coach Lazinski, actually our linebackers coach, talked about like they didn't want none of us out of the portal. You know what I mean? They basically told all of us like you ain't good enough. So that's a chip on the shoulder. That's what we lead with, and so we're just ready to come out every Saturday and come compete.
Nonsense.
It's just football.
Nonsense. It's just football talk. It's just football talk. At the end of the day, they lost. We won. So they can take that how they want to take it.
That's the player that got pretty chippy at the end.
Yeah, they were
nonsense.
They were on the field afterwards, and he started chanting
Nonsense.
some stuff, and some Auburn players took exception to it, and there was
beat him.
Just football nonsense. Yeah. Well, we've said the good thing about the game of football, you can silence everyone if you'll just beat them, and win the game. That's the only way you can keep those kind of things from happening. And if you don't, then the spoils, as they say.
Yeah, that goes to the victor.
Here's
too. I will say this. I don't know. I know his coach went to Vandy, and he went with that coach. So I don't know how many people pursued him in the portal. He really didn't elaborate on all that.
Well, now he was asked, did Auburn pursue him, and he said no.
Yeah, but I mean, you could say that about 120 other schools. Too,
No, but
maybe.
you just beat them,
right?
And I know you can.
But
and you beat them last year when you were with New
right.
Mexico State.
But the point is, obviously, he used that as a motivating factor to himself. And that's one of the things I always thought was interesting about Michael Jordan. He would, if there was not a situation he was being disrespected, he would make it up.
Of
just to
course.
get mad.
Oh, of course.
And it worked very well for him,
Oh, we've all seen this. We've all played. I mean, the one of the greatest motivators ever is they don't think you're any good. They don't want you. They think they're going to beat you by just showing up today. I remember Dad, and I look back now and realize that how some of that was not true. There's no way it was true. If
but it worked at the time.
Greg and I played at a high school that was about an hour from Birmingham, okay? And so anytime we would play Birmingham schools, and I realize now that I'm a grown man, this is not possible, okay? But he would convince us that they don't even know where Oxford is.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we were, which is was an hour from Birmingham going toward Atlanta. Hey, they don't. You know what they're doing? They're out there right now. They're Birmingham school. They don't even know where Oxford, Alabama is located. They ain't never heard of y'all. Now keep in mind, we were one of the better teams in the state in our division. They probably had heard of our high school, but he had us convinced. Nope.
Full disrespect.
Yeah,
it works. Good.
They don't think y'all gonna be able to get on the bus and come to Birmingham. They got those nice buses. We gonna get on that yellow school bus because we ain't got the money they got. They're laughing. They're already thinking about who they gonna play next. Another Birmingham school. You think they're worried about somebody coming out of Calhoun County? They don't even know where you live. And of course, I realize now that wasn't true.
And Rick, let me.
but it works.
Let me say this too, because I know I'm getting beat up about this.
Are you?
I do think that Hugh Freeze is a good coach, and I think eventually he will get it turned around.
We're talking.
You got to get some.
But there is a
classes in
CBS sports story out today that points out that with the loss Saturday to Vanderbilt, he now has a worse record than Brian Harsin at the same point. This is where Brian Harsin was fired at 9-12. Hugh Freeze is now 9-13.
Right. But there's other factors that go with that. You're looking, where is that,
the old bear cupboard, and the fact that
Parsons responsible for a little bit of that.
Yeah, he was not having good recruiting class as far as their rank. Now, Freeze is.
Right. Yeah.
He's had some of the best, one of the best ones I've ever had. So, and sitting,
and that's what you got.
Real good now.
Of course, now you got to get in the portal.
Then you got to convert them to own the field.
Oh yeah, no. The
Which
point
in the past has not turned out very well.
Yeah, the point we're looking at right now from the show standpoint is, and Greg keeps pointing to this, is watching the stress on Hugh Freeze and just watching, he's just like, good gracious,
Yeah, it's just like-
and all this. And so here's him saying, apparently there were some boos. I don't know.
there
and,
were.
and he said he didn't hear those, but so we'll see.
I'm sure you heard the boo birds, probably sense the frustration. I think there was an expectation this team would be better in year two. Why is it not?
Yeah, I didn't hear any. I don't hear that, but we're just not consistent enough. Obviously, in critical downs offensively, I think our defense is playing really at a high level. Offensively, when we're not able to create explosive runs, it seems that we really struggle to protect the passer and to throw and catch some. So, but and we're not playing very well in special teams. So that's a bad combination.
In other words, our kicker can't kick a field goal.
Right.
Okay, so if I heard him right, defense is playing good, offense and special teams not getting it done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Besides that, we're doing great.
Yep. Hard to win with just one.
South Carolina, huge win.
Hey, they got a defensive front that's real deal.
Yeah. So we'll hit that and some other stories from the weekend when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We talk about this all the time.
Okay.
Our parents were just so uninvolved. I mean, hey, where are the kids? They're out there tossing giant darts in the air.
Tell him get in here. We're going to go to town and sit up on the armrest in the front. Don't worry, there's no seat belt. What's that?
Yeah, no
Rick,
seat
there he
belt.
goes
I don't
on his-
remember anybody wearing a seat belt.
No, there he goes on the bicycle with the seat broke off of it, but he can ride it anyway. He may get an enema when he gets, when the chain comes off.
Where are they going on their
Right.
bike? I don't know, as long as they're back by dinner.
Yeah. Hey, I had to be back before the street light came on. That was
Well,
bad.
I had to get back when I heard the whistle.
Yeah, the
My dad
whistle.
could whistle so loud that you could hear it a mile away. And then all the buddies would always get me in trouble. Just 2 more plays, 2 more plays, because we'd be playing something.
Oh, yeah.
And then here comes that next whistle, and it's you could tell it's a mean
Oh, yeah, he's
whistle.
mad then.
Yeah, I ran home
repeat
so
whistle.
hard. My mom had just cleaned the sliding glass door. I ran home so hard, I swung around the corner and ran right into the door.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never forget that.
Like a
Boom!
blackbird.
It
Like a
just-
blackbird.
Yes, you can just bounce back.
Oh yeah, because I mean, you would go off all over the neighborhood, and every parent had to have some kind of signal that could signal you home, that could carry through the houses.
But Dad's was confusing because he used the same one to call the Beagles that he used to call us.
Yeah.
So we didn't. If he's calling the Beagles, we'd run home.
So you
thinking it
and
was
the
us.
Beagles ran home together.
He'd start off.
That's how your dad called you?
We didn't know if that was dogs.
That's how your dad called you.
Yeah, it's either us or the Beagles. We just had to depend on what time of day it was.
And you remember everybody would learn to do an impression of the so-and-so's parents, how they called them?
Yeah.
And you knew somebody was in trouble if you're ever with one of your friends and they got the 3-name call where they say all 3 of their names. Golly, you go, man, what have you done?
Richard Lawson Burgess.
Yeah. What did you leave? What happened? And then
they scatter.
They give you that look like,
Hey, what'd you do, man?
They found a broken window.
They show up next day with them legs striped,
Oh, yeah.
pair of shorts, and tore their legs up with a switch.
And your Gus the Mule helmet.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember when somebody else's dad would jump you real bad?
Yeah.
And your parents would thank him for it?
Oh, yeah.
They wouldn't sue him?
Oh, no. You come home and get another.
Oh, yes. Awful. I remember my dad getting on people and their parents calling to thank him.
Hey, Johnny, I tore your boy up. What'd he do? Well,
And they didn't listen when I said quit playing with the fire.
we'd get in most trouble on rainy days because there was nothing to do.
You're up under the carport.
So then you'd get up under the carport or you'd go inside and then, what are y'all doing in here? Get outside. It's raining outside. What do you do? You know?
That was always trouble. You always got in something you need to be in. If it was a good looking day, you'd be it would take up your time with the things you should be doing, right? The various sports. But you get a day where you can't get the sports going. Look out! Now you're coming up with all kinds of games.
I mean, things get broke.
Bad. Yeah, you know what it is. You always end up with something but your parents. You know, like, hey, let me show you something. That's how it always goes bad.
Yeah.
You ever been up to somebody else's house, too, and get in trouble over there is a bad feeling. Because you're in trouble there and you're uncomfortable, and then you're headed back to your house where more trouble waits.
Yeah, you thinking, hey, they're going to get a call.
Right, and there wasn't no cell phone.
Everything all
either.
right?
You had to hear an old bell phone. You had to hear an old bell phone ring.
Remember we'd all stand in line in the kitchen drinking out of that one jug? In the
Yes.
refrigerator. We'd be hot out in the yard and we'd run in for water. We'd be lined up in the kitchen all drinking out of this one jug.
Let me tell you,
Or the hose.
Oh, yeah.
I
The
loved
trash, man.
the water out of the hose pipe.
That was the best.
Yeah.
That old rubber taste was just number one.
It was. It probably wasn't good for you, but it did have a unique taste. You got to admit.
Well, yeah.
I
Trash, I bet it does.
suggested to Betty when we built the house that we put like 100-foot stretch of hose pipe in the water line in the basement just so it'd have a good taste.
You know,
a little flavor.
You know, when you're a stupid little kid, though, you don't even think of the things you're putting on your parents. Like when all the kids would come to our house because we had the best backyard for the three sports, and we would play football. But I wanted everybody to have the same colored shirt on each team. So I would go into our house and pull out shirts that were the same colors, not just jerseys, just like it might be my dad's shirts or whatever to put on because you put them over shoulder pads. And then all the kids would leave, and they would just dump nasty shirts in a pile in my mom's house. And I remember her getting upset about that. I didn't get it. I'm like, well, what's so bad about that? And I didn't realize that we were just bringing laundry and just piling it up on top of her. You know, all the kids go home, they just leave dirty clothes all stacked
I hear
up.
your dad. Honey, where's my shirt?
Oh, yeah. I'd go from coach's shirts in a second. Because I knew I had some white ones and I had some black ones.
Yeah. Road at home.
Or some gold and some whatever. I could do all kinds of uniforms with them. Of course, that meant, now my mom has like 8 shirts that have been added to the laundry.
Yeah, we used to make our own jerseys and color them and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Then we'd rip them up.
Yeah.
It wouldn't last very long.
Tearaways.
If you're coloring your own jerseys and drawing on them and
Boy, it takes
then
a long
you use them
time.
as tearaways, it goes quick. First play of the game. Hey, man, I worked on that jersey all day yesterday. Can't you wait the fourth quarter to rip it off?
My mom has like a picture of us on basketball one day. We got white T-shirts and put.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. I just realized this clock right here didn't change. But over the weekend, as we went back to standard time in our state, and most states did, or some of you just stay on standard time, you don't ever change. But so anyway, I looked. One of the clocks did adjust. This one right here didn't. So I looked down for a minute. I thought, man, where did an hour go? All right. So a couple of things from this past weekend too. We're going through college football now and hitting some of the highlights of that. Speedy showed us this a minute ago. Video 27, Adler. So this is Louisiana Monroe. And apparently, this is the offensive line coach, and
he is going berserk.
He loses it. Apparently, an offensive lineman was on the field that wasn't supposed to be. Looks like he goes after. Look, he's telling him not to go into the game, and he's losing. And the kid runs back, and now the coach tries to throw a shoulder into him. Now he's after him again. Look, he's going crazy on the player to the point that one of the other players has to get between him and the player.
Is that the head coach telling him to calm down?
Yes.
Look, I mean, here he is. He is losing his 64 is running. Did you see him flying off? Look, now he's going after him.
Oh my
goodness! Right? Yeah, that's somebody has got to get the creatine down.
Yeah.
Look.
All right, so that's him. Is that him running? Okay, that's
him that runs.
That's him running on, and he's screaming, "Don't!" And then
right.
Easy.
Yeah,
he's just saying he's losing his mind. Everybody calm down.
Easy.
No,
I think that's the former.
Do you think that
it is? He was the
Vince.
Yeah.
Who's this person?
No, the coach that's acting up.
No, the head coach it was offense coordinator at UAB with Coach Clark, and then he was the interim coach for a year. And then they hired Dilfer.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Somebody's got to.
He's doing really good.
Do you think the coach will wonder why his headset doesn't work next?
My goodness.
I'll be honest. He was mad, and I get it. But once he got off, I let it go.
Yeah, you got to let it go.
You can't run back
You
there.
made your point. You got him off the field. There's no need for the other part.
Slammed your head.
And I believe he's aware that you're upset about it.
Yeah, he got it.
Roger that.
He got that.
Hey, got coach upset. Got it.
Yeah. I remember.
Hey, at least he's hustling, boy. He came off pretty hard.
He should have kept running further so he couldn't catch him.
Get right through the tunnel.
That's so funny. South Carolina, big win. The They played better defense than Texas A&M, and let me tell you.
So did the Hedges.
Yeah,
the Hedges.
Guys, I mean, how many? We're going to do this for every win.
It's
I
like
mean,
they
at some
can't.
point,
It's like they can't get over through the Hedges are always a problem.
They sure
people
are.
have people
They're
struggle.
playing better defense than A&M.
Look, I know that A&M was leading at the moment, but A&M the past few years has not been that impressive. I mean, I mean, I get it, but I mean, you're going to storm the field every time you win a game.
Well, everybody was hyping A&M up, saying, "Look at them; they're the premier team in the SEC right now."
Yeah, but I think I just go to the
Look
locker
like
room
the
and say who's
goats ate
next.
that bush.
That's funny. Horticulture class at least has a project now.
Buddy.
Hey, add that to the 250,000, replacing all that.
Tennessee beats Kentucky. A big miss by the officiating crew.
Yeah.
Apparently, we this
Kentucky quarterback came off the field.
Right, and
Now, do we have an explanation?
The defensive lineman or somebody that was on the sideline kind of gave him a push, and the refs didn't catch it.
55.
He acted like he was just defending his.
Just trying to keep him from falling on everybody.
He extended his arm.
Yeah, I mean,
it's funny.
He didn't jack
he
him up.
didn't
He just
step
put his
towards
arm.
him.
All right, let's
He
watch
didn't
right
step towards him.
Push, little push.
Here it is, right here.
Yeah.
A little high. I've seen worse.
Look! I love him showing the official, just trying to keep him off of me.
I didn't.
Just trying to keep him off of me.
Wouldn't you do something?
Man,
You're like,
that's
hey,
funny.
man, I didn't do it.
If
He was okay until he went like that.
Yeah,
If he'd have just
but they
kept-
didn't call it, right?
No, they didn't.
That's what you do when we get food. You're like, me first.
That's right.
Miami keeps their season going, beating Duke. But there was a wide receiver for Duke, Jordan Moore, that people are saying incredible catch, even though Duke did lose. But here is the catch from the weekend right here. Everybody's talking about this catch.
Sprint right, downfield throw.
Whoa.
What an unbelievable effort from Murphy.
I mean, he snagged it.
Oh, yeah, wow. More and more people are starting to do that. I
saw an update on that game, and I thought, man, Duke's blowing them out. And then checked again, and Miami was up by like 15. I'm like, what happened there?
Miami keeps finding ways to win. I mean, that's what
their
they're-
quarterback.
Yeah,
He's good.
He's good.
He's one of them guys nobody wanted coming out of high school. He played at Incarnate Word or something.
Yes.
Okay.
And ended up here, and he's pretty darn good.
He's now an incarnate, very good receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Here's we have a referee who intercepted a pass and got tackled. Was
he trying to score?
Was this the funny follies from the weekend?
Yes, we got.
we got to have that.
Yeah.
So when was this? Do you know?
I don't. It looked like a high school game or something.
He think he was going to take off with it?
Why would the defensive player tackle him?
Well, the ball's tipped and it goes to him. I guess he's just.
Does he think that
And then he
counts?
stops.
He was following through to
about
get
it.
the ball. You know,
That's good. That's funny. Drive Greg.
You ready to give me that?
That's sharp.
All right.
Got him a rat tail.
Yeah,
He does.
He does.
I need to go with that look.
I thought rat tails were over.
Yeah.
Is rat tail back?
Making a comeback.
Well,
the mullet has. The rat tail might as well.
Yeah.
So here's also Ole Miss, who, by the way, looked great. But
playing good.
we love Kiffin humor. We do.
Yeah,
Yes.
Kiffin is actually going to catch a pass.
Yeah.
Right. A little errant pass to the sideline.
Now, he
He
won't-
catches it. Watch what he does with the ball.
Yeah.
That's what's funny.
Oh, bad snap.
High snap. Dart recovers it.
Straight
and
to
it's
Kiffin.
Incomplete today.
Here's the sideline view.
Check this out. Lane Kiffin catches that football and then, in frustration, disgust, slings it down the field.
So mad.
And the ref.
Was he throwing to? Well, another official.
Official not very good hands.
No, but the
did he
spiral on it.
expect Lane to chunk it?
Maybe not.
It looked like he jammed that middle finger too.
Ooh, I've done that.
That's terrible.
Lane Kiffin.
I mean, he had a nice spiral there.
He did. Down the sideline to who was he throwing to? Well, another official.
And Bubba, just as we wrap up our highlights,
This is bad.
huh?
This is bad.
The last one. All right, so Bubba, we know people can get over aggressive in softball games and charity games, and apparently we get a co-ed situation going, and some guy thought he was playing in the World Series.
Oh no!
In a corporate softball game and takes out a woman.
This is ugly.
Yeah. So look.
She's running for home. And
What in the world?
no, that's a knee surgery.
Oh, man.
She's holding her knee.
What is he trying to do?
Tagger.
They threw him the ball.
What
he
an
dropped
idiot.
it.
Well, I couldn't
Oh,
see.
I see. The ball is coming to him.
I think there's a
Looks like he
combination.
just tackled.
Yeah, that guy
Oh,
grabs
yeah.
and flips it back.
Yeah, the guy
I
grabs
can't
it.
see what he positioned the guy at the plates in.
Okay.
All right, so here comes the ball. He's going
It's
to
not
get
a
the
bad
ball.
relay. Not a bad relay.
I think he went to get the ball. And,
Guys,
and
Is he
couldn't
falling
stop.
over forward? Can he just not
Yeah,
stop?
I think
it?
there's a combination.
I think the toss made him lean
Yeah, right.
way
It did,
into
right.
it. and
I don't think
hit
he meant-
her.
Feels
didn't
bad for busting somebody's knee up.
Boy, she was hurt
I mean,
too.
y'all, her knee is. Oh my gosh! Oh, I can't watch that.
I can't look at it.
That's a backwards knee.
This is
That's
when-
a backwards
didn't see it
knee.
back.
And there was a huge crowd
Oh,
there. to
it's
see it.
backwards, right?
I can think the catcher in his mind said, "Oh, I'll go get that," and his body said, "No."
Well, you rung his bell a little bit.
Can I tell you what's funny is the guy who feels bad comes up, kind of stops it. Hey, we're good. Hey, she's hurt. You hurt? You okay?
Oh,
Everybody's
boy.
so hoping she'll stand up and be okay, and she's not going to be. Phone calls are next, America. Weigh in on the things we've discussed or bring up a new topic. Speedy goes to the phones. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Glenn Geist from Swamp People. Glenn, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Fine.
You know,
I'm great.
when I started watching the show Swamp People, and it just owns me. I've even got it set up to be DVR'd so I can get caught up in case I miss episodes. I thought that I had seen it all until you started being shown on Swamp People, and you are another level of swamp person. And I was reading a little bit up on you. So you literally were born and raised in the swamp, living off the swamp.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean there's no exaggeration on that at all.
Oh no.
Just you would go out and kill and eat and catch whatever you.
Hey, that's the way to be, man.
Self-sufficient.
Is there any animal you would not eat?
Armadillo or possum. That's why I won't eat a possum, man.
Glenn, I can certainly say we understand where you're coming from there.
Well, let me jot that down. There's possum off the list.
Yeah. That's why I won't eat them.
Well, you know what, Glenn? Well said. Well said.
He's pretty adamant about it.
Yes, he was. And I know,
Rick, we need to let that build up in case we need to do it again.
Okay, I'll let that build up a little bit.
I think we had a five-bell alarm there.
Those of y'all watching on Ustream,
that's real, too.
if you're watching on Ustreams or you're a golden ticket guest, just tell everybody else.
Yeah.
Now, I notice you have no shoes on.
Oh, yeah. I don't like wear shoes, man. It's too hot for shoes.
So, I mean, you don't wear shoes.
I even go in the woods barefooted. So.
I noticed. Oh, no, I've seen it. I've seen you walking around through those trails and back through the bayou and no shoes on.
Yep. I don't know. I just don't like shoes. I guess I'm like Mama. Mama didn't like shoes neither.
She never wore them?
Well, only when she go out or something, to the store or something.
So do you ever wear shoes? Like if you go into town, will you wear shoes? Well, I guess sometimes you have to.
Well,
like
some places you have to, yeah.
And of course, does it ever get cold enough in the swamp for you to really wear them in the winter?
Oh, well, I'll wear them in the wintertime.
Every now and then?
Yeah, I wear them in the winter.
Glenn, what is your shoes of choice when you shoe up?
I don't know. Maybe tennis shoes or something.
Yeah, nothing fancy.
Nah.
Glenn, how did all this get started?
Yeah.
I mean,
How'd they find you?
Day one, when somebody sit down and said, we are thinking about doing a TV show, would you be interested? How did that happen?
Well, at first, I told them no. Me and Mitchell told them no, a couple of times. And I don't know, and then we told them we'll try it, and went on from there.
Did they literally come to the front door and knock, and or how did it begin?
No,
How'd they find you?
Somebody, one of our friends sent something on Craigslist or something, Sent our picture in, wrote a little bit of something.
That was
the next day or so, they was knocking at the door.
All right, so they did come to the door. So had the other swamp thing already started, and somebody said, "Oh, wait a minute! If you're doing Swamp People, you're missing.
Yeah,
you need to go find Glenn."
It was
and Mitchell.
already rolling, yeah.
Yeah, so y'all came because to me it seemed when I was watching it, you guys kind of came in later after it already started.
Right.
Yeah, like they were looking for another level.
Right.
And well, I mean, because really with the other guys, and I enjoy it greatly. They go get alligators.
Yeah.
And you and
me and Mitch.
Yeah, y'all did a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, garfish, fish, hunt.
Yeah, and I noticed too a couple of episodes you guys would and I know sometimes they're doing a TV show, so you can tell me what's reality, and sometimes they go, "Hey, why don't you do this?" Did they pretty?
Yeah, but what we did is real, man.
Right, because I noticed like one time you guys, I can't remember what animal it has. I think you had a rabbit.
Yeah. We traded for a turtle and
you
stuff.
saw a guy and you said, "Hey, we're going to trade up to a better meal." Were you tired of rabbit? What did you think? A turtle was a better meal?
I think turtle was better, man. Because shoot, man, we made a sauce piquant out of turtle.
What did you make?
Sauce piquant.
Yeah. Now what is that?
It's like a red gravy with tomatoes and all that. You know.
Mm-hmm.
It's good.
Yeah, I saw you making it up. I didn't know that's what it was called.
And then the rabbit, I made rabbit sausage.
Yeah, I saw
The
that.
rabbit's good. Yeah, I did.
I saw you doing the
rabbit
rabbit
sausage.
Yeah,
That
I
was-
saw you doing that. And you put it through the little grinder, and then you never made it into those sausages.
Man, that was awesome too.
Now, what about?
We got some deer sausage here. If I could get Greg to cut it
Yeah,
up.
we do have some summer sausage.
I got plenty of deer sausage too in the freezer.
I bet you do. Now, do you try to take a deer or two every year to keep the meat up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, how do you normally hunt them?
Just in a blind.
Yeah, just on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all this, because I mean, I would think living the way you lived, which I can tell it's your passion, you love it, wouldn't live any other way.
That's it.
But now you're on TV.
Yeah.
Has that been difficult? Has that been?
Not really.
I mean, if you don't come out.
Here we go. The lines are wide open, and you're ready. First phone troll of the week. Calvin Speedy Wilburn taking those phone calls now. America, your turn. Make a comment, ask a question, shift to a different topic. Maybe the one we've been talking about last few segments doesn't interest you. You'd like to go in a different direction. We hand the show over to you. Now, we are telling you to be disciplined. We are telling you to be disciplined. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Those will receive an instant buzzer. And, of course, at the end of 30 seconds, if Greg nor Bubba gives you a timeout, then we will end your call at 30. This was designed to allow a lot more opinions and a lot more people on the show. We have 10 lines, a little harder to manage than most talk shows. They don't use 10. We use 10 for a bigger sample. A little harder to manage. So the phone troll was a great idea to help manage that and get a lot of opinions and comments on in a short amount of time. So if you dial right now, you should get in. Speedy is setting you up and getting you ready to go. We will start with Flip out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Flip, you're on. Go ahead.
I got a story, make a Southern Baptist deacon run and shout like an old-time Pentecostal.
Oh, come on.
Last night, we was going to bed, and my little 5-year-old granddaughter called me and said, "Pops, my first baby tooth is loose. Will you come pull it for me?" So they bringing her down to let me pull her first tooth today.
How about that?
Flip. You to do it, Flip.
Well, I tell you, a lot of y'all really rubbing it in with your grandkids today. But some good warnings as well. Landon, Tuscaloosa. Landon, you got 30 seconds. Go.
Okay.
Anybody want to take a shot at what that was? Anybody? Adler, this is
No idea.
Kind of your area?
It's not my area.
Okay. Let's go to Asa out of Sweet Home, Alabama. 30 seconds. Go right ahead. Lines are opening if you want to join us. Asa, go ahead.
Hey, guys, one of my favorite bits of Greg is when he took your dad and your mom somewhere, and they had to go over, or he didn't want to go over Cataquilla Mountain. Please tell me the trip to the football game next weekend potentially has to go over Cataquilla Mountain, and if so, please rag him about it.
Let me tell you, if I'm going to be in the car with Mama, Greg, and our wives going to a football game, I promise you that Monday looks good on the story. Yeah. Especially if we got Greg as our point man.
Oh, boy.
But we're going to get there fine, Greg. It's going to be good.
I got a couple of route spins. We got to guess the traffic on that one.
Yeah, and I understand. Look, I've already told everybody that when you do this, getting there earlier makes it easier on everybody.
Yes, you got to get there.
Yeah, let's get
don't
settled.
Be the showing up at kickoff.
Let's get settled.
I will see everybody out there. The kickers kicking.
Oh, I like it. Let's get settled.
I like them.
Let's go to Nick in Florence, WLAY. Nick, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Morning, Biggin.
Hey, buddy.
I just gonna tell you our coaches, our senior year we came in on a Thursday with some headstones on our field with all our names on it, quarterbacks, all the starters. Oh, I fired everybody up. We was ready to run through a wall. And about 5 years later, I ran into a coach. And said, well, I remember how fired up we got over that. He said, yeah, me and a couple other coaches, we did that.
Yeah.
Y'all got out of school.
That's the way it normally was.
We had guys.
That's right.
We guys in our county did the exact same thing. It must be one they all pass around.
Yeah.
It was our big rival, and everybody's running in the schools. Have you seen the end zone? There's got headstones out there with some of our players' names on it. And, that's usually done by your coach, or if not, people the coach knows.
Or the dad would tell us, don't believe that. They didn't do that. That's somebody from the community. Remember, he said, if you need anything, I got to fire you up. You don't need to play.
Yeah, Dad would always get upset about that.
He would go ahead and bust. He goes, nah, they ain't from them.
Right.
He said, that's somebody in our community trying to get you mad.
Okay, somebody said that, and that's why, Adler, I thought there might have been a chance that you would know that it's Patrick from SpongeBob the guy was doing.
Yeah. Wow.
That SpongeBob bunch that's a weird trip.
But why was he doing Patrick from
Well, that's better. Yeah, that's good. Let's go to South Dakota. JC standing by. JC. Go.
Good morning, guys. Going to give you a weather update and a pheasant update.
Okay,
good. 48, light southeasterly wind, 16 pheasants in the last 3 days. I'm less than 3 miles from my house.
Oh,
enjoy Alabama.
JC. And I'll tell you about my trip to the farm Saturday, 82. At least the humidity has gone down.
Yeah, and I tell you, the leaves are falling now, and the wind started blowing. It's really pretty. We've had a very, very mild fall. Been very pleasant for weeks and weeks.
Yeah, it was a little hotter, because I was sweating a little more than I wanted to. But the mornings and the evenings are fantastic. In Alabama, when we get rid of the humidity, we're happy really whatever the temperature is.
Oh, yeah.
Because that humidity is a game changer. Let's go to Cole in Pensacola. Cole, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Glad you're working. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Hey, Friday, guys, we're talking about fireworks and this and that. Got one when I was growing up. I was probably about, 15, and you know how your parents says always be careful with them fireworks, don't shoot them in the house. Well, I was out of those little light sticks, so I go in the kitchen, get a piece of paper towel, twist it up, put it by the stove, get it going, and I had the bottle rockets laying right there, and the next thing I know, it flames up and it falls on the bottle rocket. And them suckers started going through the kitchen.
In the house?
In the kitchen, flying around, popping. I said, oh, my Lord.
Oh, goodness.
Back up, Terry.
Back up, Terry.
Back up, Cole.
Yeah, the door slams, and it's my dad. He says, what in the sound, H-E double hockey sticks is going on, boy? I said, Daddy, I said, help. He said, boy, you better get this cleaned up before your mama gets home.
Hey, man, that's all he cares about. Don't upset Mama. He really doesn't even care.
He's just glad he didn't burn the house down.
Oh, man, that's
yeah.
Back up, Cole. Let's go to Ben, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Bubba's timeout is gone. Only Greg remains. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, so Chat GPT is great. You can ask it any question, and it'll come back with a neat answer. I asked ChatGPT to give me a Kamala word salad statement about Rick's beard, and it said Rick's beard is not just facial hair. It represents a commitment to self-expression and individuality, a symbol of the diverse ways we manifest our identities. In many cultures, a beard can signify wisdom, strength, and community. It's essential to acknowledge how personal grooming choices contribute to our broader conversation about authenticity and the celebration of uniqueness as we appreciate the intricacies.
Wow.
I couldn't help you.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got the gist of it.
Yeah.
It was good.
We're going to play
a little long.
We're going to play
it. It was long.
We got to play in a minute when Cardi B's teleprompter goes down.
Rick.
By the way,
hey, first of all, what a classy broad to have endorsing you. You ever seen any of her work?
Yeah, I agree. I thought the same thing. If I'm a political party, I don't even want Cardi B's endorsement.
Have you seen her reaction when people criticized her?
No.
Oh, okay. Language City.
Anonymous in Alabama.
She is.
Isn't she a classy one? Anonymous, you're on 30 seconds.
Hey, Rick, Bubba, I feel your pain, brother. As an Auburn fan, the only good thing we can think about is this. If there's another pandemic or longshore strike and we can't get toilet paper, we can go to Auburn. There's plenty of it up there. They're sure not rolling anything.
That's a good point. They got plenty. Because they had some on standby.
That is funny. Joseph in Clanton. Hey, Chilton County. All right, go ahead, Joseph.
Hey guys, thanks for everything y'all do. This is more a prayer request than anything. My daughter will be induced tomorrow, my first grandchild. Just pray for a healthy baby, healthy mama.
Oh, congratulations.
Thanks for everything.
We certainly will. Joseph, congratulations.
Now,
buddy.
did he say grandchild?
He did.
Oh,
everybody
rub it
really,
in your face again.
everybody really.
There they are, Ricky. We got them out and showing off.
And all in God's timing.
Eating cats.
We continue. Greg in Madison, Alabama. Greg, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys, there's a video on YouTube. It's been on there a long time. If you Google "lizard jumps on newscaster,"
yeah, we've
the
seen
guy's
that.
holding a snake.
Yeah, we've seen that one.
Yeah, and he loses his mind.
He does.
Is that the one in Dallas?
Yeah, it's almost. He almost goes into like you think
spasm
he's
almost.
Yeah, he's going to die right there on the set because he thinks that thing's got him. He thinks that thing has got him. Rex, Laser 96.1, Starkville, Mississippi. Go,
Hey, Rex. Good morning.
Buddy.
I wanted to say, first-time caller, and I wanted to wish my niece, Mackenzie Murphy, a happy 19th birthday.
Thank you, buddy. You got it in right
Rex.
before the buzzer got you on a shout-out. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More to cover on today's program. There's an election tomorrow, I think. We got a few more things from the sports world that's look interesting and funny. We'll hit those as well. More of your phone calls still coming. We see your text that you're sending us on the text option as the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Elephants, and you know what? When I told the guide, because they know all the animals,
right?
That in our state, that our two main football teams, because they have all sorts of eagles there too, all sorts of them.
Right.
They said, which we saw them, they were unbelievable. And I said, we have an eagle that flies around the stadium and lands in the middle of the field.
And eats a hot dog.
Listen, if you could have seen his face, and then I said, and our other team are actually the elephants. I mean, their mascot's an elephant. And he was like, are you kidding me? And I'm like, no, it's unbelievable. So anyway, seeing an elephant, we came upon elephants, and there's elephants just all into the brush and standing back in there. And then, like, there's an elephant that just takes a tree and just pushes it down. Like
for fun?
Like it's nothing.
Was he eating it, or was it just for fun? Like, I think I'll just
trying
push
to eat some of the acacia or something off of it. Just pushes it down because he couldn't get to something.
What about the environmental damage they cause, Rick?
Well, boy, I'll tell you what.
You think hogs are bad? Get a herd of elephants.
I wouldn't want to tell him about it. And we had a female flare her ears up at us and charge the Jeep.
Really?
That was interesting. I said, I guess we're supposed to be quiet again. And so that was interesting. And we saw little baby elephants, little tiny babies.
Do they hold their tails?
Yes.
Isn't that funny? Do the elephant walk?
We got some pictures of that coming up. So keep checking down the gallery. So anyway, then we've
lost Speedy to leopard hunting videos.
I'm just trying to find B-roll.
All right.
Oh, but look at that. How funny.
So then we take a break. And they say,
it's like my house cat when he's going after a bird.
And by the way, you go on safari just like you go deer hunting. You safari in the morning, you safari late afternoon.
Oh, sure.
So in the middle of the day, you go back to the lodge, and the food's outstanding. Mm-hmm. So there was an offer. They have something called safari on foot.
Oh no!
And so
like where the snakes are.
Yeah, acacia is the name of that tree. So anyway, thank you, Sherry. So so we're like on foot.
Sherry, you need to come up here and straighten Rick out.
You really
do.
do.
Telling us wrong.
So then they say no children can go that are younger than 12.
Or anybody with bananas in your pocket.
And I said, okay. So now they said they have people to watch. So really in a surprise move, my wife says, I think we should do that. And in a bigger surprise move, I said, okay, I'm in. So it's
Rick, you live by the code. I shouldn't have an animal that can take me.
But I'm going to.
And your fear of dying from an animal attack, and you're on foot in Africa.
Right.
I just want to be sure I understood that right.
Right. Now let me say this: we have two guys with us who are rifles that are 458s, is what they're called, and the bullet on the thing. I mean,
so it is a true 458.
Yeah, and they had two of them. Two people, one up front. And so listen to this safety talk. And this is where Sherry came apart, if she's listening.
So it's almost a 50 millimeter.
Yes. And to take down a Cape Buffalo elephant.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, so we get there. And
it's almost a cruise missile at that point.
And then here's the speech. Everybody up, and I need everybody to be real serious right now. And I'm like, I am in. So it's Sherry and I.
Yeah, man.
Listen, it's Sherry and me. It's John Collier and his wife Julie. It is John.
I can't believe you're doing this.
It's John Jr. It's Big Love, and it is their oldest daughter, Catherine. So he says we will walk single file. And we will not get out of formation.
Oh, no, Rick.
He says, you need to really listen to me right here, and I am in.
You don't want to see that coming.
He says, under no circumstances, no matter how afraid you may get, if we get in a bind. I didn't like the use of the word in a bind.
Yeah.
He said, we know these animals. We know what to do. We have the rifles. If we're in trouble, he says, do not run. Do not run. He said, if you run, you'll be tired and dead. He said, you will die if you run. Which
Because
to
they
me,
think game on.
yeah, to me, that's important.
That's an instinctive thing to
Yeah.
attack if you run.
If you want to get to the bottom line with me, tell me if I do this, I die.
Yeah.
Okay?
Now, Rick, how many guns did they give y'all? To hold?
None, which concerned me. So then he says single file, and listen, let me take the two dads. Y'all get at the back and tackle anybody who might run if we get in the bind. Do not let someone run. And I'm like, And when he does this, Sherry turns around now, understanding the situation, and says, what are we doing?
Yeah.
And she's like, Rick, what are we doing? And
see, my thought would be if somebody takes off running and I'm in the back, I let them run because that way the animal goes after them, leaves us alone.
Don't think that didn't cross my mind.
Right.
I mean,
that's just the way I would look at it.
I love my wife, and I love my friends, and I love my children. But I got to tell you, if one of them runs, they're on their own.
Yeah.
Okay. But so
we'll send somebody back to look for you.
Right. So anyway, because you're right, the animal then will blow past me chasing them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're back. Field of Greens. Look, I had an emailer just in the last 24 hours. Let's talk Field of Greens. Bragging on what a difference this has made. You know, in the times we're living in now, you know, every day you turn around and, you know, somebody's trying to spook you into another vaccine, another this, another that. You know, one of the things that we all can control, because I don't think we're ever going to live in a society in this fallen state where it's ever going to be disease-free. So one of the things, and there's only so much you can do about exposure, but one thing you can do is have a really, really strong immune system. Now, there was a time our society knew that, and having a strong immune system was one of the most important things you could do. Now we do too many things that only weaken the immune system. And one of the things that really helps your immune system, the proper nutrition. Hard to do that on your own, but with fieldofgreens.com, it's already done for you. Another thing is, how can I feel better and, you know, have clean energy? You know, we're hearing all these things. People start these energy drinks, and you hear, whoa. Those things are problematic. Be careful. Those things aren't good for you. Field of Greens, a good clean energy because you're getting the proper nutrition. And what you're feeling is your biological age is improving. And what we want to do for, you know, quality of life is to have a biological age that is younger than our actual age. And one way to do that, again, is the proper nutrition. Our vital organs really need certain fruits and vegetables, and Field of Greens make sure that your body gets those. And if your body's getting the right fuel, everything runs better. Bottom line. They even will go as far as to say, if that doesn't happen for you, your health does not improve, your doctor doesn't notice it, you get your money back. So free shipping and 15% off right now if you would like to join us with this wonderful product. Fieldofgreens.com in the promo code BIGBOX, or just go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we have a couple other things out of the sports world. You know, Mondays are usually a little sports heavy. Some of you like that, some of you don't. But we're trying to do things that would just kind of be interesting no matter whether you like sports or not. So we haven't, you know, there's nothing that we love more. Speedy doesn't, but we all love, you know, awkward social situations.
Rick, we thrive in them.
We thrive in them.
There's plenty out there.
I can't get enough of it. But apparently, we have a relationship between Coach Tom Herman and Alex Golish. They've played each other in the AAC. And apparently, Speedy, you know the background on this. Somebody ran it up on somebody last year.
I was reading on comments, and they said they had a history from last year's game, and that's all it said. I didn't really know a whole lot more about it, but like something happened late in the game where a coach was running it up or something.
He went for 2.
Is that what it
when
was?
he was killing them?
Okay.
So is this the Tom
this-
Herman that was at Texas? Remember, was everybody thought was going to be the next greatest coach, and he bombed out at
Tennessee?
Texas.
Texas. Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
All right,
That's
so
right, it
so
was.
it's South
I
Florida.
came from Ohio State, I think.
and they're playing. Is that FIU? Is that the Owls?
No, yeah,
that's yes.
The Bulls
Yes,
and
it
the
is, it
Owls.
is.
Is that
It sure is.
Atlantic or
That's the one that Lane Kim was so fired up about.
Is that FIU or Florida Atlantic?
Yeah.
Atlantic? I get
It's
those two
F-
confused.
It's FIU. No,
it's FAU.
No, it's Florida Atlantic.
It is okay. See, I confuse those two schools. I don't know the difference between FIU and FAU. I just don't. I'm sorry.
They're not far from each other.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know the difference. Sorry.
But here's the
Florida.
handshake. Go ahead, Speed.
Yeah, no, you got it.
Yeah, here's the handshake. It is
It's
not
pretty aggressive.
It is not happy. And it's a blow
Look
by.
at the face.
It's a blow by, and then a chase down, and then a head shake, and then a
what?
I mean,
We get all that?
All
Well,
of it.
if you get
blow by, then a chase down,
Oh, I see it.
shaking hands with other people, shaking hands with danger.
Oh wow, Bubba.
Chase down. We got a chase down.
And Tom Herman and Alex Golish getting into it.
So he's mad about something he did last year.
And this year, the blow by. It got him.
I think what happened
But
is
the Bulls are beating them bad. So,
but watch this. I think he really gets mad about what happens right here.
Yes.
Because
Did you see
I'm not
the-
done yet.
The lady,
well,
I don't
if
know
you got
if she
that, you ought
is,
to be stand there and tell me why you're doing that.
something with the athletic department really cut him off because he was.
Is that
still
who it
going
was?
after
Is that who
well,
got him?
Watch the black-haired lady come in.
Okay, because I wondered because he does disappear, and you must have saw who got him. I
Watch
didn't
this.
see it.
So you're gonna see the. I mean,
It looks like he was grabbed by Courtney Cox.
Is
or
it
something.
funny
I don't know what
that
it
is
was.
it funny that the South Florida coach it has edge across his hat while he's being edgy?
Oh, Edge City. And boom, see you later. And the guy's like, hey, whoa, wait a second, buddy. And he uses some language.
Some language. Yeah, he does.
Tries to chase him
But
down.
look, well, turn around, big man, and defend yourself. Tell him why you did it.
All right, Bubba, where is it? Who
Shakes
gets
him
him?
off.
Right.
Just what? No, stay with it.
Yes,
Stay with it.
It's here comes Courtney Cox. Right at the camera can't change right here. And she's gonna grab the skin of his arm.
Look, he's
Oh, I
trying to
see.
go.
She's
She
got the
cuts
skin
him
of his
off.
arm.
Oh,
His
okay.
shirt, grabbed him by the shirt.
Oh, I didn't see that.
a minute.
Wow. Did you just
Look.
say this is Courtney Cox coming to get him?
It does look like her.
That's arm skin she's got.
Now that's a little much.
Can we go back to something? I
Is that
apologize.
possibly his wife? Because that's what my wife would be doing.
Yeah.
For these those
Possibly.
of you on radio, we're just going ooh and watch. But
Yeah.
there's one more I gotta ask about. USF's cameraman. Look, he doesn't.
She's got papers in her hand. That looks like athletic department. Somebody.
I don't know
doesn't
if
it?
you can pinch somebody.
My wife.
I mean,
that's
her.
why I think it's wife.
She's
That's what
gonna
I'm
be.
talking
She's gonna be in trouble like that coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. Get over here.
If you remember,
Acting like you got me.
if you remember, that
You're
was
all over YouTube. Get over here.
What's funny, if you remember, and it was a legendary story from as many we have on Dad, and I had a situation like this involving a game, and Mom and Dad were there. Do you remember this story? So my wife does whoever this person is doing, and she meets me at the middle of the field when the game's over because the guy through the fence said he was going to fight me in the parking lot. Some fan, and he said he hated our show. Remember, he made a big announcement. I hate your show. I hate you, and I'm out here in the parking lot. Okay. So had to get there early, so I'm in a different vehicle. I'm in my truck, and Sherry gets there with my parents in another vehicle. Okay, and my parents at that time might have driven themselves there, but I'm not in the same vehicle with my wife because I'm there early coaching the team. And she comes up to me, meets me right in the middle of the field. She goes, "Do not look left or right. Go straight to your truck, get in and go home. Do not go out there and engage that guy." And I'm like, "No, you're right. I'm not going to do that." And so I look and I see Mom and Dad's gone. Do y'all remember the story? And I looked at Mom and I said, "Dad," I need to get home. I said, "I just want to tell you, enjoy the game, whatever. Where's Dad?" And Mom says, "Oh, he's in the parking lot." Said he went and got him some popcorn. He wants to see if he's going to fight that guy.
Let him get away with that.
He actually said it differently, but the bottom line was he had his popcorn. He was like, "I'm gonna see how this goes."
See how it turns out.
Two different views.
Two completely different views.
Go home. I'm out here.
Right? Yeah. Sherry's instruction correct. Dad's a little flawed. Probably not the best.
Kind of self-serving.
Probably not the best. But he was ready to go. And he said, "I'm gonna see if we're gonna have a fight out here."
Oh, that's good.
But I'll never forget that. I remember talking to the ref and I said, "What is that guy saying?" And he said, "I think he's screaming he hates your show."
What's that got to do with the game?
And I said, "Well, that's gonna be an interesting walk to the parking lot." But I think actually the guy, like the next season or whatever, came up and apologized.
Okay, so
Did you hold a grudge like this other guy?
Yeah, I did. No, I didn't.
So there was a little bit of history there that helps us a little bit right here.
So Tom Herman was beating the crap out of South Florida and kicked an onside kick at the end of the game
last year, I guess.
Yeah, and so now
still mad at him.
Who's that in the picture? Is that his wife?
Tom Herman can't believe he's at FAU.
Yeah, this year the South Florida went for 2 after kicking them, beating them pretty bad.
Gotcha.
So that looks like who it was right there standing next to him in that picture.
Okay, it was his wife.
Yep.
That explains it.
And now the behavior makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, she can, she can do that.
Yeah, she can do that. Yes, she can.
Yeah, they're right.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Show, it probably happened seriously 12, 13 years ago.
Oh, a long time ago, yeah.
And I remember, and if I remembered exactly right, I think I told you I was a little late getting to work because when I was taking a shower that morning, I did a little extra clean there around the belly button. I about passed out.
Right.
And I mean, we got to talking about this last night riding home, me and Betty, and she got to laughing. She said, when you mentioned that, I don't know why you have to stick your finger in your belly button.
I'm finding it right now. I'm finding it right now.
And Rick, I'm going to tell you, it's like shooting pains and yellow, you see white. I mean, how can your belly button be so sensitive? I mean, really, if you just stick your finger in there and twist it one time, you about lose your breath.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that?
And I know there's a lot of...
I want everybody just to do it one time.
It'll make you stand on your tiptoes.
This is how it started with him. All right, and I'm asked the question.
Like a skunk ran over
I'm
my
asked the question 12 years later again, and that is, why do you stick it in there and roll it around? I mean, who does that?
Trying to clean it.
Well, I know, but I mean,
Speedy, because
he may be.
But you're the only person I know that can stick it in there, and it's like all the way down to your fight knuckle.
Because it's there,
you lose your hand.
Well, so it's pretty deep.
Well, yes, finger. Look, do your finger, and it's all the way to his knuckle deep.
Well, that's something I do private.
I mean, you got the deepest belly button I've ever seen.
I'm afraid I'm gonna pass out.
Well, it's like it's a tunnel. It's not a belly button.
Get all the way up there in the end and just give it about a quarter twist. It'll take your breath away.
Bubba's belly button
hurts me.
That makes me uncomfortable.
Bubba's belly button is so deep. And so, and
how deep is it, Rick?
Well, back when his children were younger, they used to play in it as like a swimming pool.
Yeah,
fill it up with water.
And I heard that he's also collecting navel lint to make a navel lint pillow.
Oh, really?
Well, and I can't remember our research back 12 to 15 years ago.
I'll play it if you want.
But I remember wondering, do you outie people have that same sensation, or is it strictly in people?
Do they just rub it?
If you have an outie, how do you ever wear a shirt?
Right. I don't know.
I mean, I couldn't make it to work. I'd be so nervous.
I guess I'm an innie, but it's not very deep.
Yeah, but guys,
I'm not deep any.
Does it ever weird you out that's how we used to receive our nutrients from our mother?
I know it.
I mean, that's
that
weird.
Is weird.
Yeah.
The belly button is a weird human body mystery.
It's a strange one.
It is.
Bubba,
when God designed it, that's what he went with.
That's what he went with.
And you got to think, well, how about that?
How long's your index finger?
How about
according to who it is?
Bubba, you can feel it. I'll wait till you spine if you tell
the average index finger.
I see yellow
I don't know.
lights.
Mine's not average.
A skunk run over his grave.
All right, let's.
Bubba, do that again. Your whole index finger's in there.
Well,
what are you doing? Tickling your spine?
I can't help. I've got a deep one.
All right, let's talk about the latest update. What the belly button is in the news again, and this is going to freak people out even more.
Rick, this is actually from the Fox News website. It says, call it a twist on the study of gut bacteria. Scientists sampling DNA strains from the navels of volunteer donors have found 662 microbes that are apparently new to science.
662. They went with not 660.
No, 662.
In your belly button.
Showing that the human navel is apparently a ripe environment for bacteria to grow.
Was it hurting anybody?
See that, and I'll tell you why that this is important. That's again, science tells us things we already knew. See, if you disinfect that area, you won't have that problem. That's how people started, by drinking shots out of their belly button.
Body shot. There it is.
Bubba, I'll tell you, if anybody ever drinks out of yours, they are instantly drunk.
Yeah. Look,
let me order a pitcher. All right, Bubba, come here.
Look, if you have a low tolerance,
right,
or maybe and I've talked about the alcohol laws for our little people, but I mean that would put them over the top right there.
You're no question.
I mean, absolutely.
And how about I've got an.
Wait a minute, I think I found him.
How about this? I've got an innie that like it has and my birthmark is coming out of it, so it looks like there's shellac leaking from my belly.
You got a leaking belly button.
You've always had
it
that.
Didn't
What
close
is that?
off good.
Oh, stop. He's got a birthmark. Looks like.
Yeah.
It looks like my belly button's leaking.
He's got a Gorbachev belly button.
I do. It looks like something leaking out of it.
We used to call it the Great Gorby.
Yeah, it does.
Isn't that weird?
Oh, wow.
Belly buttons are weird, and now we're finding
they really
600 and
are.
something bacteria in there.
No, get this.
He sticks his finger in
They
there all
call
the
it.
time.
You ever dug around in there and came out with something?
No,
Rick,
what are you doing? What are you losing
You
there?
clean it out.
Well, okay,
I'll tell you another one.
but what else?
If you're in a swimming pool and you ever go by that jet blowing out and it hits you in the belly button, seriously,
you'll travel in time.
Somebody will have to throw you a life raft out there.
Yeah, Bubba, we got to talk about your belly button. I think you've got like an extra sensitive one that a lot of folks
I know what he's
don't have.
talking about. I
Now,
know what he's
Speedy,
talking
yours
about.
is numb for some reason.
It is.
No,
And
I just don't
investigate.
get in there and play with it. I mean, I don't understand what you're doing.
You've never
Well,
had
I'm
a jet
sorry
of water
about
shoot
that.
in it or something?
I have
Who's volunteering
not.
to dig off in the belly button right now?
I'll dig off in it.
I did a minute
But
ago.
Bubba,
I like to pass out. I started seeing
his
yellow.
whole index finger from the top all the way to the knuckle disappears.
Look,
Do
on
it.
special occasions, I'll get my
By the way,
phone in there.
how about this? I just did it. And I
Jack Horner?
Bubba, I just did it, and guess what I saw? New colors. Colors I've never seen.
I had the same sensation one time when I grabbed a power line.
Yep, same thing.
It's the same feeling.
Slams your teeth together.
And now, Speedy, you were telling me that your youngest son, I think a very good idea that his teacher told them to come to school dressed as an adjective.
Yes.
Now, he is the comedian of the family.
Right, and his nickname in the family, he's the youngest. He's 7. We call him the boss because in most families, if mama's not happy, nobody's happy. Well, in our family, if the boss isn't happy, nobody's happy.
Yeah, right.
And so.
Let's go, baby. So a brand new hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here, and we're ready. Say hello to Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
You can do that on your own time or live. It's available either way. So election tomorrow. Maybe I've heard about it.
I know a lot of you are sick of it, and we are too to some degree.
We're all sick of it.
But we're not going to know any more tomorrow or Wednesday than we know right now, I have a feeling.
Well, we keep asking ourselves because we love to do this kind of stuff. We'll go ahead and look in the future, and we'll say, Lord willing, we're here on Wednesday, okay? And we're all sitting here. What are we saying? And we've all come to the conclusion that there'll be no resolution on Wednesday's show.
Yeah,
It'll be all kinds of protests and this and that, and y'all hear about this and this, that, and here we go.
And don't believe what you're seeing late Tuesday night because you could wake up Wednesday and it'd be totally different.
Totally different. It means nothing when you go to bed.
All right, so
I'm just worried about where the tide is in that poll.
a tide. I will say on Wednesday's show there'll be more arguments about who the top 12 is than the election.
Yes.
In our culture, where we live. Where we live.
Yeah.
Also, I would like to ask all of you here, because we all are early risers, some more early than others. Anybody committed to watching the elections all the way through and come and staying up?
I did that when Trump
Raise your
won,
hand if you're committed.
Maybe I should as
Nobody.
Omen, but there's no way.
I'm going to try my best.
How many of you will
I don't even
watch?
think we need to worry about it till maybe Friday.
Yeah, they're gonna be settled.
We're gonna have so many allegations of, hey, I checked my ballot and the machine wouldn't read it, and so was piling in votes.
Did y'all see that thing that guy did? He took a video of people cheating.
There's gonna be drop boxes on fire.
Dinesh D'Souza's gonna be calling the hotline.
Yeah, the mules will be running.
How many of you will watch the playoff coverage instead of the election coverage?
While it's on,
I'll
I
do
will.
both.
Yeah, that's 6 p.m.
I can
Central
stay up
Time
that
hour.
late.
That
Well, how long?
6 o'clock, Bubba.
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
We can do
now
that.
that it gets dark, I pretty much get sleepy when it gets dark. So I may be in bed by 5:30.
Oh yeah, you will where we live. Okay, so I don't understand this. If you're trying to win the election, okay, and you're having a rally, I don't know any party. Even a party that's even if it was the party, okay?
We're here to party.
Who is stupid enough of all the people you have access to? What benefit is any party that Cardi B gives her endorsement? Why would anybody
Take a
want
look
it?
at Cardi B's lyrics
why
or
would
her
anybody
presentation.
Want it?
I mean,
why would anybody want it?
Unfortunately, she's popular and influential in our society. It's a sad thing.
But you have many other people that you can bring up that have just as big a following, if not more so.
Yeah, that don't have a song.
And they're willing to talk.
They've gone through the whole Diddy guest list. They've gone through the whole Diddy guest list. They don't have anybody else.
It's so razor close right now that anybody that can come up that has any weight that can pull any one person, they'll let speak.
Well,
on either side.
And they're going for the stripper vote here.
Yeah.
And Bubba gave us the clip, I don't know how long ago it was, of the guy that was saying, so the left is upset about the Christmas song, Baby It's Cold Outside, but they think Cardi B's song is perfectly fine.
It was Rick. Her most notable song was number one in our country the same week they came out to ban It's Cold Outside.
And it's
extremely
offensive.
So the left is they don't have, there's no consistency. Of course, as we often said, they're emotional, so there wouldn't be. But Cardi B is just nasty.
Yeah.
That's a nasty person, and I don't know why anybody would ever say, "Let's get her up to see if she can get the."
Well,
there was a time.
Is this? Are we after the nasty vote? What are we after?
Well, y'all are going to enjoy
it
this.
tells you where we're at.
And again, for those of
society,
you,
it really does.
And for those of you listening on radio, I apologize. There'll be times where you're like, "What's going on?" There's nothing. The teleprompter stops, and she gets Greg blocked. She don't know what to do, finally, an assistant runs a phone out to her for her to read. But while she's it's extremely uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable.
So why doesn't Cardi B know how she feels about Kamala?
And that's what everybody's saying.
Yeah, that's my point. Why can't you just talk from the heart since she means so much to you?
Yeah.
And she's just gotten up there, so she didn't even start. It never worked for her speech.
Did they not let her go through it one time? Man?
Teleprompter versus Cardi B.
You two are going to lean in on
and
this.
y'all, it's bad.
It's y'all.
Yeah,
and she's had a lot of plastic surgery, but you can still see her emotions through all of it.
That tells you how bad it was.
Well, don't forget too, Adler. She's not even asked to come up and talk policy. Just tell your little nasty followers why you want them to cast their nasty vote.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
from your heart.
You don't even.
I promise you, she has no idea.
There should be nothing she needs to read.
She has no idea what issue. She knows nothing.
Okay. All right, and she's going to point to the front right now.
1 second, guys. 1 second.
She pointed.
She's pointing at the teleprompter. It's not working. She starts to get a little bit of a hot flash and takes her white gloves off. She's like, okay.
She's just looking for that. That's
Now
something cheerful.
She's looking around for a handler.
Okay. So I don't take lightly the call.
You don't.
Sorry, guys. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous, guys. I've been waiting for this moment this whole life.
Now, normally I'm half naked. I'm not nervous.
Now,
about
finally,
that.
she just calls out her handler. She's just going to call her by name.
I need patience over here. Patience, where are you, girl?
Patience? Is that what she said?
I need patience over here.
I need patience to listen to you.
She's on the backstage.
Wow.
Still standing there.
Still standing.
Still there.
And finally, patience.
Hold on. How you guys doing tonight?
You always gotta go.
How you guys doing tonight?
Twice.
Are we ready to make history?
Here we go. That's all she
Are
knows.
we ready to make history?
What did she say?
Ready to make history.
Are we ready to change these 4 years? No. Are we ready to change the next 8 years? Because we're going to make sure we have Kamala Harris in office for 8 years.
Why didn't she just say
There's precious.
All right, so now she's got her
phone.
Now
phone.
she can read how she feels about Kamala.
She got her phone.
Yeah.
You know,
In case
honestly,
she didn't know. And
honestly,
listen, her response to this, she got mad because everybody was criticizing her, and she just, and you can imagine the language.
Who? Classy?
Classy. No.
You know what you call her, Greg?
Classy B.
Huh?
She's classy.
Oh, boy, ain't she? Classy broad. Chick.
Do we want to hear what she has to say?
Oh, that's good.
What I don't understand is why she couldn't just come out and do what she was trying to do. Go out. You got everything you need. Let's make history and elect the first female president of the United States, and let's keep her in there for 8 years. Come on, y'all, let's do it. And walk off stage.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what WAP stood for, a woman as president.
Oh, Bubba, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You can leave. Bubba's out.
Rick had one.
Do we want to hear the actual speech?
Let's hear a minute of
I
it.
believe in every word that comes out of her mouth. She's passionate. She's compassionate.
Now, she had to read
shows
this.
empathy. And most of all, she is not delusional. Yeah.
Oh, somebody else.
Yeah.
is.
Kamala recognized that this country is at risk, that the economy needs to get stronger, that the cost of food and the cost of living is too high.
Right.
Damn, it's even high for me.
What is she talking about? I mean, what is she saying?
Happening.
What is
It's so
happening?
funny. You needed to read that off your phone to say that.
Yeah.
But
How about that?
But they're all this stuff that you finally read off your phone, it's happening while she's currently running the country with her whatever this president is we have right now.
What, 12 out of the last 16 years?
They're the party in charge. What are we
and have
talking
been
about?
for a long time.
Yeah, all these problems that need to be fixed.
Been right there.
Cardi has no idea.
Some people are saying she didn't. We've been told how we're supposed to say Kamala. She didn't even say that right.
Well,
Very
again,
racist.
her response and her language. She's classy. Hey, Rick, we're days from the election, and this is who I choose to put up there to speak on my behalf.
Look, I hate. I'm not over here trying to help
Come
the left because I don't want them to hang on to power. But I just can't imagine any political strategy for any party involves Cardi B.
There was a time when that would not have happened.
Maybe what we're seeing is desperation. Back to Adler's point, they'll just take any group they can find. We'll be back 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This story come from out of Pat Sajak here. What are we?
For
what
some
is he
reason,
admitting to, and why?
He was being interviewed on ESPN2.
Why,
the Pulse.
by the way, why are we interviewing Pat Sajak on ESPN?
I'm not sure. They have this new show in Helms. You might know all about it. And it's pretty good. I've seen it just once or twice where the father son look like they're sitting in the kitchen and they're hosting a show. It's pretty funny.
No, but to me, ESPN. One day,
ESPN.
one moment, ESPN's carrying a spelling bee. The next, now they're interviewing Pat Sajak. What's our obsession with words on ESPN and spelling?
That's weird.
I mean,
stories on ESPN.
It's just memorization.
Yeah. How about this? I loathe Wheel of Fortune. Loathe it.
I'm going to give you the lead in and everything.
Rick, seriously, I don't know why anybody would watch. I like to watch Vanna walk out years ago, but that's it. That's the only thing.
I've never solved a puzzle on there. Never. I never can get it.
I know.
Not one time.
I don't think I ever have either. Now, my mama used to, when you walked in her house, she was watching.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
When
see,
they're too vague, it'll say, okay, it's a phrase.
Yeah,
what the?
Yeah.
I knew
She had
I-
that and the newspaper and a crossword puzzle out.
when I knew I was a loser,
Hate
when they had
those
all the letters but two, and I couldn't guess caterpillar.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Rick, this is what's sad. So many of the puzzles, there's one letter left. And they can buy the vowel to solve it, and I still don't know what the word is.
And that whole buying vowel thing.
Yeah,
Why you gotta
Don't get me
buy a vowel?
started. People buy all their vowels to get the puzzle. They got no money left.
Exactly.
All right, Pat Sajak admitted that there were times that if you're watching Wheel of Fortune, he was drunk.
Yeah, here's the lead in and everything.
Drinking at the wheel.
Watching America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Well, hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Here's an example of being drunk at the wheel, but don't worry, this story does not involve a card.
Well, it does involve the Wheel of Fortune, right?
Yes.
This one involves Pat Sajak and Vanna White, the longtime team of Wheel of Fortune. Sajak tells our colleagues at ESPN2 that in the show's early days, he and White used to slip out between tapings for a couple cocktails. Just two.
In NBC in Burbank, we had a place called Los Arcos across the street, which is Spanish, as you know, for the Arcos. And we go, and they serve great margaritas. So we would go, Van and I would go across and have 2 or 3 or 6, and then come and do the last shows and have trouble recognizing the alphabet.
Sounds like you did more than one.
Yeah, that's right, folks. Confirmation this.
So he just admitted that there's times we're watching the Wheel of Fortune that he and Vanna have been drinking margaritas and came back in, and they started showing like moments where he's trying to spin the wheel. And of course, now you're watching everything going, I wonder if I saw a drunk episode.
Yeah. I bet you they kissed, too.
There he goes.
You know it.
Well, I mean, let's be honest.
You don't think so?
Well, I start,
been on a lot
and
of
I
years.
asked the question in the break. I said, is there more going to come out about this story when it's all said and done? Because Vanna is an attractive lady and has been known for that over the years. We found out she couldn't act after the movie Venus, but
went back to flipping ladders.
Yeah, and but I mean, she's a very attractive lady and she got her job because she had an oversized head. We remember that from Merv Griffin. You remember that? He picked her out.
I don't.
Oh yeah, her head was too big for her body.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that was true.
And
really,
but look, they
is
get
that,
over
is that
there.
a trait they look for in letter flippers?
Rick, I don't know. He was kind of setting a new standard.
Right.
But I mean, they
You
get
can't
over
flip
there.
the letters. Your head's too normal.
And you get over cheese dip and you have a few margaritas. I mean,
and tear that sugar up.
Oh, silly
tear
juice.
sugar up like Wayne.
Yeah. I mean, did Pat reach over the table and say, what does KISS spell?
Right.
What does it?
Look, I got news for y'all. If you drink 6 margaritas, you'll kiss an ugly woman.
Yeah, Vanna didn't have a chance.
That's a great point. You got your drunk goggles on by then.
If they're really good, if it was 6, I don't know how you could find her face. I mean,
it ain't got to be Vanna White. You're kissing Senorita who's bringing you your dip.
Yeah. Or the first contestant.
Don't turn the lights on.
And I hate to bring it up, but when
maybe that
our
explained
human
Richard
nature-
Dawson.
Okay, our human nature, if it was 2 to 6, really means 8 or 10.
Well,
that's a good point.
You lose count.
Rick, how many did you have? 3?
It
maybe
definitely
4?
means 6. It definitely means 6. Yeah. The fact that he threw us a
Or
6
was
out
he
there.
did he just say that as a joke?
Yeah, he did.
1, 2,
And
3.
you know the handler that was in charge, because that's how I think of them in between tapings. Where are they? They're back over
Well,
there.
it makes you. It makes, and y'all brought it up.
Well,
y'all brought it up. I think we need to develop it.
At least this is mild. He ain't Bob Barker.
Right. Well, that's right. But looking back,
we don't think.
Looking back, I'd like to hear from Richard Dawson. I mean, because I'm gonna tell you what. If anybody acted like they were drunk hosting Family Feud, he was kissing everybody.
He acted like he was drunk every single show.
Minutes now past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. Getting toward the end of 28 shows left. If you are listening to us live, if you got the archives, thank you for being with us there as well. So here we go. Big election coming up on Tuesday. We haven't talked about it a whole lot. I don't know that there's anything else left to say. And surely this is a pretty easy decision as far as the things that matter. But you have a lot of emotion, and apparently the Democrats making their final plea with us, and the first, what would you call him, first husband? If she were to be elected president, the husband of our current vice president, and we're talking about Kamala's husband, Doug. I'm never comfortable saying his last name, so I just won't do it, and I understand why she did not take his last name. But and as Greg pointed out, if he had been grew up in the county we grew up, the nicknames he would have gotten would not have been appropriate and should not have happened. But I'm afraid it would have been his reality.
Yes, right. No mercy.
Yeah,
that was the motto.
Not condoning it, and I wish it wasn't. But so anyway, we have Bubba. Do you want to set this up? He wants to.
No, not really.
Does anybody want to touch this? No, I don't want anything.
Speedy, go ahead.
I don't want anything to do with this. Why don't we just let Doug speak for himself
in his own words?
In his own words, and he's going to pitch to America on why why we should elect his wife as the first female president in the history of the United States of America. Here we go.
Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work.
I know that, again, they don't have in their circle of friends, a lot of them that I have.
As if his name wasn't funny enough.
Yeah, it's...
You know, the way he slapped his girlfriend, I call him a jerk. I call him jerk.
Let me say this. If I'm in charge of the campaign, okay, after this right here, I would say, Did anybody bring Doug's notes to me before he went out there?
We're having a hard enough time working around his name.
Did he tell all of you he was going to say that? Did he do that off the cuff? Because from this moment forward, nobody get up and say anything without me reading what you're going to say or have some idea. This and Cardi B all in the last few days. So anyway, he's letting us know that Kamala's ready to work. And go to work.
All right.
Like she always does.
Willie Brown said, "Yep."
All right, Adler.
Boy.
Remember, less is more.
Right.
All right, so let's now. What was the other thing we're going to do if we can move on?
Please Trump and Biden.
Yeah,
they both say something, but
all right, here comes
the ones.
Are you going to? Is this edited? What Trump says here, or is it? So caution to all of you out there. It's not anything that is pornographic or anything like that. Like Doug just said, but it's or something that Cardi B might tweet, but. This is it's going to have a little bit of blue collar feel to it, and it's going to involve a word for a donkey. So here we go.
All right.
I thought this was good. Honestly, good life advice from Trump.
Okay.
Then bad things could be happen. You'll be very depressed, and we don't want to have depression, right? There's no depression. The best way to stop depression? Work your ass off. Work your ass off. You don't have time. You want to work so hard that you don't have time for depression.
I actually totally agree with that, honestly.
Well, I think
he'll get in trouble for that.
Yeah, he will. But one of the things, though, that I think the reason why there's some disconnect with all the celebrities that the left loves to throw at you, and they can't understand why some of the people they can normally tell to get in line because they're celebrities and they get in line, that they're not getting in line this time. Is because they realize that the disaster that is the Harris-Biden administration and the disaster that Kamala Harris, based on everything she believes and will do, what they realize is these celebrities that have made their money and most of them don't have to work another day of their life will really not be impacted by the move to a soft tyranny, socialistic, a giant central government that's in every part of your life, incredible taxes, incredible inflation. What they're saying is y'all may not be affected by that, but we will. And we're discovering that if we're given a society that actually frees us up, where if we do work our tails off, we actually do well, we think we're going to vote in that direction. We're not taking your direction this time because the things that you're telling us we know aren't true. And the things that are going to happen and are happening with this administration doesn't really affect you. That's the problem when people are telling you a certain way to vote, but they really don't suffer the consequences of the ideology and the policies and the hardworking people. I love this. I think we do have the clip, so I apologize for bringing it up if we do. But when somebody sent me the primary or the debate, I should say, out of New Hampshire, and the Republicans sitting there and the Democrats doing all the same old garbage about all the Republicans want to do is give tax breaks to the ultra wealthy and they don't care about the middle class. I care about the middle class. And the woman she's running against says, you're worth $20 to $30 million to the Democrat. You have a $2 million house you live in. You don't have any idea of the plight of the middle class. I didn't even have enough money to buy political ads. Okay, I actually live with the middle class. And I know that the conservative point of view is the best thing for hardworking people, not people like you. You're not affected by this. And you know what? I was surprised. The Democrat didn't know what to do. It's kind of hard to understand because the conservative is an Asian American that's still working on her English. But here we go.
Yeah, and this is Jake Sullivan's wife that's getting torn up by this Asian lady.
And hope for the best. Hope that the results will trickle down to hardworking people. I take a very different approach. I believe that the middle class deserves a tax cut, and I believe that we will do a lot for this country by ensuring that we don't continue this disastrous tax policy.
Mr. Wade.
You are wealthy. You are worth $20 million to $30 million. How do you know about regular people suffering? Do you go shopping, go to Walmart, buy food? I talk to those people. And you pretend to be renter in Nashua a few months ago, moved back to run for this open seat with millions of dollars from Washington, D.C. insiders. And the millions of dollars, I don't have money to run a TV ad. And you pretend you are poor, complain rent is so high. You couldn't save that apartment for other people to rent it next to. I just go back to your $2 million home in Portsmouth. Please don't say that, because you do not understand regular people's concern. People cry in my arms on this issue.
That's so good. It's hard to understand.
Hard to understand.
If I knew what she said, I bet it was good.
Well, were you reading the subtitles? I know you're against that,
No,
Greg, because you don't like to read TV.
I don't like to read TV.
You don't like to read movies.
Hey, let's just call it whoever's in charge of subtitles for her was probably wrong anyway. There's no way you could.
Well, the most surprising part to me was that the Democrat it's not trying to interrupt her. It's almost like for a minute she's like sitting there going.
Yeah, well, that's valid.
You're pointing out. Well, yeah, that's true.
Or she's like us. She didn't know what she was saying, and she thought she was complimenting her.
Well, Greg, it could be either. But we know what she said.
I can feel the passion.
And what she said was accurate.
It was.
And I think some people that
tough to hear.
They want to be good people. They don't like Orange Man bad, and they think they're being so kind and nice. And in the past, that you could get away with that, but I think now the realities are in front of all of us, and you realize that a lot of these celebrities and wealthy politicians that say they understand my plight, I think just logically, they really don't. Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or actinic keratoses. If you don't take care of them at this early stage, they can turn into squamous cell carcinoma. So we're going to freeze them off today.
So the fact you're catching them now, this will be no big deal.
It's a little bit of a cold freeze. It burns a little bit, but then it's taken care of.
But how?
That's the irony of it. It burns, but yet it's cold.
Right. But how much further down the road would he have to get before this is real serious?
It's hard to say how quickly.
Yeah.
And which of them will evolve into the skin cancer, but it's better just to take care of them when they're early. We can freeze them off, and it's no big deal. Once they're a skin cancer, we have to cut them off, do surgery, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
so this is the time to take care of them.
All right, here we go, Speedy.
All right, so I'm going to use liquid nitrogen.
All right,
I got to watch this. Hang on.
Cold spray.
You'd much rather have this done than have them have to dig in there and get skin cancer, guys.
That's right.
Look, she's spraying cold stuff on top of Speedy's head.
I love the way Speedy has zoned out, so he will not.
Yeah, Speedy, he's going to another place. Where
he is.
But it's not necessary. There's nothing to this. Look at him.
He's in a happy place.
Right. Look, she's just firing it to the top of his head. Look at Speedy sitting there with that look on his face.
He's doing fine.
You're doing great, Speedy. Look at him. You're doing good. What?
That's it.
Yeah. So that's all that. That's it.
That's it, and that's all he has to do to take care of these little places.
That's not much to save your life.
No.
And so, what did you get all of them?
Well, you have several on your face as well. I thought maybe we would do those another time.
Hell no, go ahead and get some. Where are they?
All those rough spots.
Hold on now. Am I gonna be scab head?
Yes.
No, man. You're not gonna.
What happens after you spray this?
We got a big client deal today. Am I gonna have just red marks all over me?
You are.
Okay, I'm not going then. Can I get out of it?
Yeah, that's fine. Bubba and I are the only ones speaking.
So
We'll recognize you if you want to stand up with a red face.
That was gonna be fun.
And I'm gonna be in a wheelchair.
No, hey, point to him. Point
Hope
to
they
what
got a
you would
ramp.
do.
Okay.
All right.
Point to what you do.
Want me to point each out? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just all these little.
Oh, look, she can
all
spot
these little
him.
rough guys.
How many?
Many.
Are you serious?
I mean, if you were to put that thing on his face that shows you sun damage, you wouldn't even be able to see his face, would you?
Well, he has severe sun damage.
I do.
Yes, yes, you do.
Look, you're all light skin. I mean,
And
like she said, it doesn't matter.
His driving side is much, much worse, and that's just from driving in the car,
Greg,
not wearing
that's
sunscreen.
funny.
Are you serious, Dr. Levy?
Yes, I'm serious.
I've got severe sun damage.
But it's nothing that can't be dealt with. That's the key of early detection.
But like all this stuff here, is that as bad as that up there?
Yes.
Well, dadgummit, let's go.
You can't.
Speedy, you don't want to be red-faced today.
I want this. I don't want to die.
Well, you're not going to die.
I want you looking good pushing my wheelchair today.
You got a couple weeks left, so why don't we just do it in the office?
What you need to do is to follow up with an appointment.
Right. Just go see a dermatologist, get it taken care of.
I'm
There's
coming
lots
to
of
see you.
easy treatments. If you don't live in the Birmingham area and you're not sure about a dermatologist in your area, go to the American Academy of Dermatology website. It's aad.org.
Okay.
So
now,
anywhere in
is
the
there
country.
anything that you see that's real bad you need to get right now?
No, not at all.
What about Greg over here?
Yeah,
Working out in the sun all of his life?
Come on over. Old leather neck.
Well, she's staring at that leather neck.
Man, you got.
We ain't got enough time left in this hour.
Hey, there's snakes that are jealous of that neck.
Yeah. Greg.
What you got there? Is
Just
that a
let her
song?
look it over, Greg. She's not going to start
Let Dr.
shooting.
Libby look it over.
Yeah, he's got a little place that needs to be frozen right here.
Okay, do it. Do it.
Fire
There's two
to
of them. It looks like pimples.
Yeah,
Well, he's got a pimple, but then he's got this little guy.
Oh,
right
so
there.
you still in puberty?
Well, when you shave, and stuff like that happens. Hey. Well, that's sensitive right there, y'all.
Look at a white spot now.
How about the whole staff's going to look like I got measles today?
I'm gonna look like I got chicken pox, by the way.
Bubba, you get shirtless. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hey, I got.
All right, seriously, what do you need to do now?
If you have any other place you want me to look at or remove, I'm ready to do.
By the
it.
way, this is pretty easy, folks. Don't use the excuse of this is too complicated.
I'd like for you to take one skin tack over me and look at a bug bite.
You got it.
Where's Helms at? Greg said Helms had something he needed fixed.
Do you want me to move over there?
I don't know.
Come over there?
Yeah, come over here.
Just
Rick.
come over here, Rick.
You know what? Helms has got Pangea under his arm and he's taking off.
Pangea, what is that?
Isn't that like his big continent before it?
No, you got more.
Where?
On
top?
No, on your face.
Is it bad?
No, it's not terrible, but
Dr. Libby's talking to me
like
now.
all these.
Speedy, you're hogging her. Get
Well, I know, but she said I got severe skin damage. Rick, you're shirtless.
Look,
Rick, you have no shirt on.
That's the one that needs to go.
What is that?
Something
Look-
bit me right here.
Yeah.
Rick, what
All right,
you?
we'll take that guy off.
You
I was at the
don't
farm
freeze
this
bug
weekend
bites, do
something
you?
bit me.
So we probably don't even need to know.
In case you're wondering, but Rick is walking around shirtless.
All right, we're getting a skin
Oh,
tack
wait, get a
off right
tight
here on
shot.
there,
Let's
by the way.
see. Well, it was too,
Done.
It was too quick.
Yeah,
Whoa! Did you just cut that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now she put a little something on it.
That's it.
Done.
All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Safety, a big issue. How will tomorrow go? Who knows? But if you look around, chaos seems to be the norm these days, and security has never been more important when it comes to protecting your property and protecting those who live on your property, including yourself. SimplySafeBubba.com/BigBox is ready to help with a 60% off opportunity on a new Simply Safe security system. This is the best deal of the year. They've been a show partner for a decade now, going all the way back to 2014. You'll love the peace of mind they deliver, knowing your place, your business, your home, whatever the case may be. 60% off today. You just simply go to this URL, simplysafe.com/BigVox. Old school alarm systems, they only kick in when someone actually breaks into the place. Active Guard outdoor protection. Live agents are watching the outside of your property 24/7. No long-term contract, no cancellation fees. The professional monitoring plan starts at $1 a day. They see anybody that looks shady before they ever break in. Hey, what are you doing on the property? They can address them. They can turn on floodlights. They can sound sirens. So go to simplysafe.com/BigBox right now, or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for 60% off a brand new system. So, Bubba, I'm not familiar with Peanut the squirrel. Are you familiar with Peanut the squirrel?
I'm a little out of the loop with old Peanut.
Yeah, Adler.
To be honest with you,
who is Peanut the squirrel?
So Peanut is a famous squirrel. It's a pet squirrel. The guy evidently has like 500,000 followers across social media because he talks about his pet squirrel. This guy also has like rescue horses in his backyard, and he's also got a raccoon.
Yeah,
a rescue raccoon. Here's a news package about it because a neighbor called the police
in New York. In New York.
Yeah. And so it kind of just shows you that Democrats are willing to raid people's homes for 5 hours, kill their pet squirrel, but they don't care that a third of the people in New York City are there illegally.
Now, why are they coming after the squirrel?
I think the neighbor alleged that the squirrel bit her.
Anonymous people, Rick. Anonymous.
Yeah. Anonymous people say Peanut bites strangers.
Yeah, I think some people, were going on the internet going, "That ain't right. You ain't supposed to have a squirrel."
What's the beef against Fred the raccoon?
I know Fred just got caught up in it.
Yeah. Really? Yeah. Is he biting people too?
Well, he just falls under the category. You can't. The law there.
Is the guy breaking the law?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I think there's some that says you can't have those type pets because of they carry disease.
You can't domesticate wild animals.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
All right, here's news package from NBC.
We have a very disappointing and sad update now on the saga of Peanut the squirrel.
Right, I heard this little guy's been making headlines this week, and New York State officials now tell us the pet squirrel has been put down. Authorities seized Peanut from a home in Pine City, New York. It's a little south of Elmira. Apparently, there have been multiple complaints. Peanut's owner says the squirrel's mother was hit by a car, and he'd been taking care of the animal ever since. The owner runs an animal sanctuary and says he knows it's illegal to own a wild animal without a license, and says he was working to get Peanut certified as an educational animal. A raccoon taken during the same raid also put down. The State Department of Environmental Conservation says all this is done to test for rabies.
Oh, it's that test again.
Oh, well, they claim he left it out, but the story I read said it bit one of the people that were there to investigate.
Oh, really?
Okay, is that yeah?
Well, because they raided the house.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that's why they claim they were doing a rabies.
You're saying
check.
Peanut was threatened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you back him into a corner, you know.
What was Peanut hurt?
Did you hear about they actually interviewed squirrels in the area and they said this is nuts?
This really is nuts.
I will say that the amount of times that
I hate to see Peanut go.
The owner of Peanut kisses.
That's weird.
It's a little much.
It's too much.
Now,
So
the cool
I'm
trick where
almost-
he dives into his arms is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But just in this 45-second clip, there's one kiss, there's a stroke, and then another kiss.
Don't be kissing Peanut.
And then,
By the way, Adler, I thought you were a Law and Order guy.
no, not in this situation.
So Peanut's a lawbreaker.
Well, he was trying to get him certified, Rick, as educational.
They raided his home for a rat. I mean, come on.
Fred is if you're his neighbor,
But
though.
if it bit a neighbor,
What if you're his
and it
neighbor?
hadn't-
What if he bit Ruby?
and it hadn't had a shot for rabies?
I believe
then
it
you
bit
gotta
the person that raided the house.
did.
They put him in a corner. That's what I was saying.
We're learning more.
What if Peanut or Fred bit one of your kids?
But it didn't.
But what if you did?
That's different.
But somebody said he did.
No, they bit the person the people that raided the
Peanut
home,
didn't know this
that
person,
were
Rick.
going to get Peanut.
But you have to admit, if you're someone's saying they think these animals are dangerous and you get there and it bites you, that's not a good presentation.
No, and you just gave him an out because they got test.
I think
rabies.
I think a neighbor's done with his little
You got
sanctuary.
You got to. Would you really
That's
want to have
probably
this
true.
guy in his sanctuary in your neighborhood? I wouldn't.
No,
It's
I
not
want Rick. I
bothering
want
me.
Peanut
People-
alive, far away from it.
I don't care what people do in their homes at all.
What about
Truthfully.
in their yard?
If it's in their yard, keep it in their yard. That's fine.
What if
Well,
it
that's
don't?
the thing. If you
What if
keep
it-
it in your yard, it's fine. But if it doesn't, then it becomes my problem.
I think
You don't even know Peanut.
But that wasn't the case in this.
Neither do you, Rick.
the aggressive nature that they came busting up in there. and-
Yes.
and everything. Everybody's like, okay, that was a little overkill.
It's
Yeah, they
crazy.
six
I
people.
admit his name Peanut is. I find myself pulling for him.
Yes.
You know, they should have said he came in over the border. And they couldn't touch him.
And they leave him alone.
Now,
they let him
but
vote.
Fred
They
Actually, give him
$1,000.
$11,000.
Nobody cares. Fred the
And a new
raccoon
phone.
didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Right.
And they got him
Well,
too.
Greg, you know what Fred?
Rick,
Nope.
we killed Fred because Peanut bit somebody. Fred didn't bite nobody.
Well, Greg, that's the lesson we try to teach our kids. Be careful who you hang
I
with.
guess you're right.
Fred should have never been hanging out with the radical Peanut.
Fred's thinking I ain't bit anybody.
And I will admit this, and I do love all of your points, and they're valid. I'm glad we're taking care of a squirrel and a raccoon while we let people come through the border
Yes.
completely unvetted.
Yeah,
I wish
that's
we had
what-
the same commitment. If the commitment was the same, I'm on board. But it's not the same, and that's inconsistent. But I will admit that there's prejudice here because squirrels drive me nuts getting in my attic and the problems they cause at my house, and so do raccoons, both at the hunting land at the house. I don't like either one of them.
Yeah, I had a raccoon on the windowsill the other day, a little one.
Yeah, I can't. It's hard to sell me on let's love the squirrels and the raccoons.
You get rid of it.
Somebody just put Harambe, Peanut, and Fred.
There it is. Harambe's looking down on us, hoping Trump wins.
I love Harambe humor.
I love Harambe humor.
Yeah, but
Is
why?
there an echo in here?
I was just agreeing.
Yeah,
Agreed.
Is it true? Is it true that the guy was not in line with the law?
I believe that is correct.
Well, if
He
you
was
get
in the
Rick,
process of getting it approved as an
Process?
educational.
Well,
Animal.
once I said I'm in the process of going home, but the police didn't care.
Yeah.
Okay, they said, but you didn't go home, and that's why we're here.
Biden commented on it. If you guys want to hear. Biden
Yeah, put
comment.
Biden in there.
Okay, let's hear
Rick.
this.
Trump and his Republican friends want to do. They want another giant tax cut for the wealthy. Now, I know some of you guys are tempted to think it's macho guy. I'll tell you what, man. When I was in Scranton, we used to have a little trouble going down the plot once in a while from Greenwich. But I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
Is this the president? Is this guy currently president? Is this guy the president? What is it?
With gritted teeth.
I don't know about smacking.
Mr. President.
Did he get tangled?
That didn't come out like he thought it was, did it?
By the way, let me say this.
No, that's not real.
Back to Alzheimer's again. What was the one thing that Dad started worrying about all the time?
Wanting to beat people up.
Dad was constantly thinking that people were coming, that we were going to have to fight all the time, and he was ready. Okay,
of course, that may have been a little his personality.
Well, it was his personality.
But Joe's got the same thing.
But I'm saying it became part
hairy legs.
of this.
Guys,
You think he got tangled up?
I got to keep that.
Biden, he's always done this. He's a tough guy thing. Do you buy it?
Other night before they brought Kamala out on Saturday Night Live, Dana Carvey came out doing him again. Seriously, I'm not kidding. I'm not lying.
But wait a minute,
Rick, I'm not scared somebody can't find their way off stage.
No,
that's
a good point. That's a good point.
I would just say, look, the stairs are over there.
And he was biting babies' legs last week.
Yeah.
Right.
Let
me use Bubba's quote again. Funny, but a weeds issue. Okay, the fact you want to beat Trump up, weeds.
That's funny though.
Has nothing. Oh, it's hilarious. By the way, that's right.
That's the way you describe it.
I wish your
I didn't mean to say that.
Hey, I wish your economy wasn't slapping me there. You know?
Greg, the clip is vying right now for clip of the day with me.
Oh, absolutely.
Fantastic clip.
Right there.
But I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
Oh, look at the face. Look at him grit his teeth.
And it didn't come out right.
It doesn't sound like you think it sounds, sir.
No.
Did he want to say smack and whoop? Do you think that's what he was trying to say?
I think he was. He left something out.
Or he just really has a desire to.
Or there's something weird going on.
Aren't you looking at Doug's notes?
Hey!
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feel so bad about this story for you because you're a legendary hugger.
Yeah.
And this is
much to my own dismay at times.
We have students that have been suspended not for crack cocaine,
no,
not from violence against teachers, not for being disrespectful, for hugging.
Rick, apparently a teenager has returned to class. This is in Illinois after he and his girlfriend were suspended for 1 day for hugging.
He and his girlfriend were suspended 1 day for hugging?
You know, if I could say this, I think we need more hugs in school, quite frankly. I think we need more hugs in our life.
Didn't you?
I'm a hugger.
You would have been expelled.
Didn't you say one time you had a new campaign called More Hugs, Less Drugs?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Right.
It's got a nice ring to it. Plus, everybody would be a lot happier.
Yes, yes, they would.
They would have sent him to alternative school. No doubt.
Well, I'm a.
As I eat a Monte Cristo here.
Yeah. Hey, that looks pretty good.
Hey, the Monte Cristo.
Hey,
is that the count of?
Yes. What is ham cheese? It's wrapped in a pancake batter.
You're going to be amazed by that.
Get out of here. Really?
Oh, it's unreal.
Is that what that shiny is?
You remember last year I ate
Makes you want to hug somebody.
Hey, quick, get away from Bubba. He's trying to hug it.
He loved the Monte Cristo so much he hugged me.
How many people like to hug here? Really, seriously. I know some people
I don't like to hug people that
Bubba, do you want to?
Well, I know you don't like to hug.
No, I like to hug, but not
you don't like a lot of stuff.
I like to hug, but not just anybody.
No, I don't want to hug people that bump.
Well, I like to.
No,
well,
who does?
Well, that's a given.
Nobody in here is bumping.
But overall, I like to hug. You know, we come from a hugging family. Now, Betty wasn't a hugger, but over the years, I've turned her into one.
Well, you forced it on her.
Well, yeah, quite frankly, I just hemmed her up.
Right, sure.
Yeah.
Greg,
and then I conditioned her over the years.
Greg, you remember that time Greg misunderstood and took a stand for huggers and realized he thought it was what keeps your beer cold?
Right.
I like those
huggies.
Yeah. But you know, there's different kind of huggers. There's your straight on hug.
There's a kind of zipper
side hug.
There's a side hug. I've noticed, Bubba, you are the like come to daddy kind of hug.
He's a square up hugger.
I mean, and I've noticed you'll hang on more than 3 seconds, which I think is not a hug anymore. I think you're violating something.
So you're back there giving me the 3 count. Is that it?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
It's like you're trying to get the ball across at half court.
Well, the bad part about it, though, what that penalty is they want you to engage. I don't think that.
That's a good point, Rick.
Now, if you lay your head on her shoulder, that's
Yeah, well, I try not to hug long enough to tell a short story, but I mean,
Look, if you nod off in the middle of the hug,
that's probably a little.
If you're getting burped in the middle of the hug,
it's like when you hug a dude, you got to hit him in the stomach.
Oh yeah, hey bud, how you doing, man?
We've hugged this morning. I hugged everybody here.
But I mean, there's a manly hug that needs to take place. Don't hug a man like
right.
Well, quite frankly,
Bubba, you only hug good-looking people.
If you looked at the science of it, you know what? I'd beg to differ. If you looked at the science of it, I'm trying to get Greg choked if there's any way possible. I'll say anything. It might not even be correct just so I can get him choked. If you look at the science of it, I think they would tell you it's more you're less likely to get germs hugging than you are shaking hands. Shaking hands is probably the worst thing.
Have you ever noticed that Bubba, for stuff that he's into, he always has this angle?
Wait, Greg.
So for health reasons is why you do it.
Would I do something and be against what I'm doing?
Well, no,
that wouldn't make sense.
The other day, he tried to tell me Oreos were good for me.
Yeah, well, see, actually, what you're saying is Oreo.
Well, Greg, what you're saying is Bubba is a member of the human race.
Yes,
I mean, that is
sure. He's amazing at it, I'll say that.
Well, look, why do something that you're not trying to justify?
Yeah, but when you're hugging a guy, you always have to have that buffer hand in between.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Side hugs or handshakes.
And you got to end it with a
hey, buddy, how you doing? I kind of go like this. I go, hey, bud, how you doing? You doing all right? That kind of buffer hand.
I do that too with the guys. That's always good.
Yeah, don't do that with the women.
Yeah, well, it just depends if they stick your hand out or not.
I've only had Bubba.
Your hands right there.
I've only had Bubba hug me like a woman one time. That was after our first contract negotiation. and
I was still crying.
I bet y'all were hanging on tight. You won't let go.
Yeah,
Here, my man. They know who to bring it
now.
Greg, it also featured a semi-hop. It also featured some slight jumping.
And a few tears.
Followed by high stepping.
Look like Mississippi State right before a kickoff.
You know how the majorettes, or not the major, the drum major leads out with that.
Look, kick way back.
Yeah.
That's yours. What you don't want, I'll eat.
So, of all the things at school, we're shutting down.
Rick, I understand school. It's a learning environment.
Sure it is.
Schools.
Minutes now to the top of the hour, wrapping up another hour. Don't forget, if you missed parts of the show, daily archives are available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel on your own time. This weekend, a couple of man churches across Rick and Bubba land. James Spann will be Sunday night at First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. You can see James, hear his incredible story, and also plug into one of our small groups with our curriculum. And then also on the same night, I'll be in Athens, Alabama, the other end of the state of Alabama, at Clements Baptist Church for their man church. Find details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So looking at the text line, Bubba, and some of the things you have to just kind of reason out in your mind. So we were talking about earlier that how the left, in their desperation here at the end, they go grab all their celebrity friends and they talk about how they understand the plight of the middle class and people who are struggling and all of this. And so we made the obvious comment that, these policies don't affect them in the same way it does hardworking Americans, that are trying to actually budget, and the cost of groceries, they actually know how much stuff costs, unlike some of those that have sent their assistant patients down there to grab the groceries. I'm sure they never even have any idea how much eggs cost. But anyway, so someone who disagrees with us says, well, what y'all don't understand on the text option is a lot of these Democrats understand the middle class because that's how they grew up and they made a life for themselves, unlike these wealthy people that were from families that are wealthy. So, and I'm going to take issue with that, and that may be true in some cases on the left and the right. Certainly, people that, but what I want to say is this. All right, so Bubba, if I understood the plight of the middle class, why would I then embrace policies and implement policies that hurt them? I mean, wouldn't it be if I truly understood the plight and I know how the world works and I know what it's like? I'm self-made. Yes, I'm wealthy now, Rick. But I understand the plight because, and that's what the text says. Most of them, if many of them, which I don't know where they get this information that many of them, but it's I'll say yes to that. They know what it's like to have been there. They may not be there now, but they know what it was like to have been there. Well, if they know what it was like, then why are they destroying these people's lives? Well, then that even sounds like that's even more diabolical. So I do understand, and I still do this to you, because it's their policies that hurt the very people they claim to understand. If I had been there and I know what it was like, you would think I would govern differently. So I'm not sure I buy that. Really, if that's true, that doesn't make any sense at all.
No, it really doesn't.
So
listen, I got a question too. You remember the firefighter that predicted Trump would win the first time?
Yes, I do.
What was his name? Was it Mark Taylor?
That's the one that had all the weird dreams.
And then he predict he would win again, but he didn't.
I can't remember.
You know what was it? Somebody was asking me what he actually
Mark
said.
Taylor, you're right.
Are y'all talking about the one
happened
that y'all had on the show that has
No.
these? That's a different guy.
That's different guy. That was an end of time.
You remember he was one of the first ones we heard. Hey, this firefighter said he had a dream and he saw that Trump's going to be president, and then did he say he was or wasn't going to win again? And then maybe he said he did and then he didn't. But some people said, well, it may be the next time he runs. Do you remember all that?
I do. I'm trying.
I can't remember how all that folded out.
I'm trying to remember. I think he said that Trump would be 2 terms. But
maybe that's what it was.
And then people were saying
he just didn't say we're going to be together, right?
I don't know. I don't remember what he said, but I understand your point is maybe if the guy even said 2 terms, maybe it would be staggered.
Right.
I don't. The firefighter thing. It was hot for a while, and like you said, Greg, the end times guy.
Wasn't he a firefighter too, or not?
No, he was a pastor.
Okay, that's right. I'm getting them mixed up.
Somewhere up in maybe Kentucky or
I'm
somewhere.
getting them mixed up.
Tennessee. I can't remember.
Yeah. Did the firefighter make another prediction, Bubba? Is that what?
No. We're going back to the original. Would this play into
Would
that?
this be
If Trump wins
considered-
again, would he get another profit star on that?
Yeah, I was just wondering where that was tracking with the reality here, and what several people had asked me about it, and I said, I really don't remember exactly what he said.
All right. So if anybody I don't remember his exact deal either, and
they made a movie out of it.
Right.
Which
It's
I don't know
called
if
The Man Who Saw Tomorrow, right?
Did they really? I didn't know.
That was Nostradamus.
This one was called The Trump Prophecies.
Never seen it. ...
The Man Who Saw Tomorrow.
Really? Mm-hmm. Didn't the Nostradamus one, wasn't it also called that? Because it scared me when I was
I'd like
younger.
to thank y'all for opening the door to the prophets, because now we have people saying, hey, I've heard one prophet say that Trump will be our last president. Hey, be careful of modern day prophets that say they see the future. Okay.
Somebody said it was Mark Taylor hit by a chicken truck.
That's funny.
It's a throwback.
That's a good one.
What is this? Ooh, look at me.
Ooh, look at me. I'm a firefighter and I have dreams. That's a good one. Greg says someone's asking, was the pastor who saw the end of time a firefighter too? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If it's not, he was at least a first responder. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Well, just, we have prophetic words now, like people saying, here's a message from God. But this, I can see the future. The revelation is already complete. So be leery of the I see the future people. Now, a prophetic word, hey, our country, needs to repent. Absolutely.
We've seen all these celebrity endorsements, and Ricky Gervais or however you say his name.
Greg knows how to say it for some reason. He always gets that right.
And he had his own celebrity endorsement. It's pretty great. It's 30 seconds long if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah, he's I don't agree with him, obviously, because he doesn't believe in God and hates people of faith. But I'll tell you this: you talk about somebody who's fearless when it comes to calling everybody out.
Mm-hmm.
He does
that
have
Golden
that.
Globes,
and possibly part vampire.
Possibly.
So good.
That's the rumor has it.
Here he is from his bathtub. It's his celebrity endorsement.
Looking good.
Hi guys, Ricky G here, wellness and beauty influencer. As a celebrity, I know all about stuff, like science and politics. So trust me when I tell you who you should vote for. If you don't vote the right way, that's like a hate crime, and it makes me sad and angry, and I'll leave the country. And you don't want that.
You look like Peanut.
Yeah, this thing where celebrities threaten to leave the country.
Hey, well, leave.
I'm out. I don't. Do they think when they say that? Do they think some people say, "Golly, I got to
You
change my
think
vote"?
a lot of yourself.
I've got to find a way to change my vote. And I mean, immediately.
And then they don't leave.
Right.
Don't forget that.
Well, the other thing that they're leaving out is if I like the things they do, if I like the songs they sing, I like the movies they do, I'll just watch them wherever they do them from.
Yeah.
I mean, so now you're writing songs from London.
Like you're holding us something back.
I've had a lot of good music come out of England. I don't care. You know, I mean, it's. It's.
Oh my goodness! Speaking of which, John Bon Jovi showed up at a Kamala Harris rally, guys, and it was not good.
Yeah, this is the Bruce Springsteen. We got about 45 seconds if it again.
Give it a shot in all everything. Living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear.
Greg, I'm sorry.
Oh my that goodness. Is tampering with the memory.
I guess the surgery didn't work.
Greg.
Remember on that special? Yeah. Well, I'm just saying.
I'll tell you this: if Kamala goes in, we all gonna be living on a prayer.
Mm-hmm. I really enjoyed his music back in the 80s, 90s, but
now we had another celebrity endorsement this time for Trump, right? Danica Patrick.
Yes, yeah. What number was that again?
We don't have enough time for it, but she roasted.
Okay, never mind then.
You know what? If it had been 10 seconds, we could have played it.
Yeah.
Trump's in that stance he gets in when he's really telling it.
Really giving the business.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So there you have it. We'll be here for you, Lord willing, tomorrow. We'll all walk through it together. Thanks for being with us. For wrapping up, you got more Rick and Bubba enjoying it. If you want to go back and grab parts you missed, hit the YouTube or podcast archives. It'll be out today as well. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Literally get 6 presidents when you pick him. You get Donald Trump, you get J.D. Vance, you get Bobby Kennedy, you get Tulsi Gabbard, you get Vivek Ramaswamy, and you get Elon Musk. Because when I decided that I'm going to vote, now I'm speaking. And I'm not paid to be here. I don't have a teleprompter. I'm winging this right now, everybody. I don't need a telephone. I never went to a Diddy party.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.